atmosphere. You'll have to get used to it. Cause I do not lose, this what I do, and I am not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down, yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good, you're looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer, I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy, I'm the greatest celebrity. Bring it on, this is my time and my legacy. When they talk about legends, I bet you they mention me. So you better bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. You better bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down. Yeah, you better bow down. So bow down.
No, they're gonna get the point, and they're actually feasting on this. They're third-partying FF and FBI running into each other.
Oh, Funny Business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one.
Mexican have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they wouldn't try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades.
Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tinkle tank.
Into friendly fire, so really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh, yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
single point. At the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Singleton,
What?
Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time's got to work again. Nades going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. Hey, guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
This shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I saw who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these 2 teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonic's hopping in the vehicles. They're making the Sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is going to go down from Rillo. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming out from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are going to flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't going to come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. 펍지 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 펍지의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 펍지를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억에 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 펍지는 만우절 모드 개발에 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 펍지 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 삼뚱맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 펍지의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. PUBG의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전장을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.
Welcome to the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring. My name is Tekol and I'm going to be your host. I hope you are ready for some epic days of PUBG, the best region in the world, battling it out right here. Joining me on the desk to start the show, Avenger and Saga are with us here in a live studio. Absolutely awesome. Avenger, you got to be hyped. Every time we come here, we know it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it's always fun to be here, and it's always great games that we get to play here. So I'm super excited to be here with you guys.
Saga, first time that we've got you in the studio with us. We've seen you on a few other broadcasts, but now you've joined the crew of, I'm trying to think of a nice word to describe all of these.
Stockholm basement dwellers.
I like it. Let's go with it. Stockholm basement dwellers. Having a good time so far?
Yeah, it's really good. Really cool studio. Fantastic to be here. And if the playoffs are anything to go by, fantastic set of games to come as well.
Do you think that obviously the level's going to be hyped now because obviously grand finals, thinking we're going to see a lot more from these teams?
Oh yeah. There's plenty of teams that showed quite a lot in the playoffs, plenty of teams that still have a lot of room to step up and show a little bit more. So really hoping to see some of those big performers come out really strong on the first day.
If this is your first time joining us and you're super confused as to what is going on, you're like, oh, there's PUBG on my screen and I don't know what happened. Well, we're going to walk you through it. We started with open qualifiers and we moved into our playoffs and now we are here at the grand final. Saga, you've been here since the beginning of the journey. You were casting all the way from the beginning. So it's got to be really exciting for you because this is the culmination of everything.
It really is, and it's been a long road to get here. A lot of these teams, particularly some that we're going to be looking at today, having come all the way through open qualifiers, that was a long road in and of itself, but that was by far and away not even close to the end, because then you had to go through the upper lower bracket. Now we're finally here in the grand finals. This is what they've all been playing for such a long time, and they have to make it count.
Avenger, this is the best part though, with the format and how it works with the upper bracket and the lower bracket. It gives teams a really good chance to, one, qualify, but also to show what they've got.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly love this kind of double elimination format. We also had the pleasure of having it last year, but this is a great way for, first of all, teams going dominate the upper bracket. You have a lot of expectations from the teams coming in there, but also they're kind of showing themselves as favorites a long time. But then if they don't make it, straight into the lower bracket and then have a chance to kind of shine there versus some teams that are not as harsh as some of the teams in upper bracket.
Random hypothetical question. If you were in a team, would you prefer to qualify in that upper bracket, or do you think going into the lower bracket just gives you a bit more time to fill out the competition?
If I could know that I was going to be playing in the grand final no matter what, I would probably pull in BBL and potentially just play everything, right? And you know, they joked around about it, but I think it's the greatest way of having practice, right? You have the most practice you have is potentially here in the upper and the lower bracket. So if I could choose that, okay, I get to play the grand finals no matter what, I would play everything.
I like that. Competitive players as well, there's always a little bit of an ego, right? So you got to drop that in and just say, oh yeah, it was just so that we could get more practice. That's why we did this. It's not because we did not perform, but we'll get into that in a little bit. But first, you know what? Let's recap exactly what went down in our playoffs so you're up to speed. Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship Spring for 2023. We are back.
Direction, they will be
Play that back. Give me that again. That was fantastic.
Double the turret on top of the Mirado gets two. The driving in done just yet. Here comes Ab. Oh, race. Oh, well, that's going on. MVP trying to fend off against.
Wait.
What? There's the what?
No.
I have Corexia on my team too, James, so you're... Don't put your hopes up, buddy.
Coming out from them, sees all the bodies where he is in the smoke, gets it, Ascend is able to do it in the final moment. Of course, you've got your hands in your head. So have I. Got Ruined, been able to shut him down. The kill feed lighting up at the moment. Everybody's fighting everyone. BBL's able to kill off Howl.
They have to be fast on this execution. Peeks over, not finding the first one. First one falls. It's just Nail Up alive now, trying to go. Falls. Nail Up down. Entropic down. Short of qualification. On forward, Lass already down. Doesn't want to go for it. No, because the man denies it. Fights the double as well. Doxa picks one up, but the man again. Down. Ruin finds one. Goes for the second. Shotgun denied.
No.
Now it's a 1v1.
Using it as a very easy. There we go.
I didn't even know he had a shotgun, by the way. I just realized that he was driving by that he has a shotgun.
He was hiding it in the car.
Now you're up to date with what happened in the playoffs, and I think just to reminisce a little bit more before we start chatting about the grand final. Saga, if you look back on the playoffs, what was your standout moment?
There's so many to choose from, but realistically, the entirety of the playoffs being so aggressive, athletic, sometimes acrobatic. There was one particular highlight that came up on the screen. Just the sheer sort of out there Michael Bay level of the cars flipping over each other going through the Miramar fields. That's something that we've rarely ever seen, but we really can't take away from some of the individual plays. The Mad towards the end with the triple kill really coming out clutch for Howl. We saw a lot of really good individual plays from the lower bracket, and that's what I'm really hoping to see some more of today.
Avenger, how about you? Standout moment?
It has to be the last game of upper bracket. It was just one of the most insane games where you have a few teams that could potentially make it. And it just came down to the very last moment, right? You see the leaderboard popping up. It's a new team in 8th. It's another team in 8th. And how everything, like, crashing, the 4 teams crashing onto that prior building. It was insane. It was such a fantastic moment.
My favorite moment was Gustav when he jumped out of the house in that final fight. I think it was during the upper brackets. And just, we haven't seen that confidence. I don't think we've seen confidence like that from Gustav. If you've watched a lot of PUBG, you know he used to be a little bit of a gung-ho go in. And I don't think we've seen it. And he jumped out there and I was like, oh, look. Old Gustav is back, maybe.
Yeah, like the smoke play from Gustav was a fantastic moment as well. But yeah, I just love it when you see 3, 4, 5 teams crashing into the same compound, and it's just absolute mayhem. And in that moment, we also had 2 or 3 of the teams could potentially qualify based on what they placed in that. So that was just insane, and I love that. And if we know everything that usually goes down in these studios here, it's going to come down to the last game again. It's going to be as insane.
It's going to be crazy. I love it. There's lots of bullets, the pew-pew, the chaos. That's what we're living for.
That's usually how it goes, yeah.
If you're watching, that's what you want as well. Let's take a look at the teams that made it through to the grand finals. Now they are all going to be competing. And the standouts here that we have to talk about, Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. They are the favorites. I've had a chance to chat to a bunch of teams leading up to this. Every single one of them brings up Twisted Minds. Saga, when you ask them who's the biggest competition, why is it that they say that?
It's truly impossible to understate just how dominant Twisted Minds have been, and not even recently, but with longevity in the EMEA scene as well. Twisted Minds, whatever the name they were playing under, whatever the moniker, they've always been a consistent top-level performer, and even, self-confessed by Batulins, a lot of the time, they're not even necessarily thinking of Europe as the end goal, but they're already thinking one step ahead. They're already thinking global series. They've pretty much shoed in that they're going to qualify through to PGS, which, as we all know, they already will be, as they are a global partnership team. But even if they didn't have that luxury of knowing, we could very much expect that they would be one of the top-level teams to make it there as well.
Avenger, how do they remain so consistent, though?
Because they haven't won the global championship yet. That's literally why. They want to be shown as the best team in the world, and that is to be number 1 at PGC. And they haven't reached that goal yet. That's why they continue this grind here. That's why they continue to show us how well they're playing. And what is dangerous as well is now that we're playing a 3-day event, the team that gets the most out of what we see after the first day is them. They take so much and assimilate so much information out of that first day, and they apply that to their strategy in the rest days. That's also why we saw them in upper bracket have a pretty bad 23-point day, and then they go into the next day, have a 62-point day and qualify by doing that. And it's just a classic Twisted Minds where they're able to take all this information here and apply it straight to their gameplay and just dominate. And that's what we saw last year. That's what we've seen for the last many, many months.
Saga mentioned something that Batulin said to us last year, where he said, we're not scrimming for Europe. We're not practicing for Europe. We're practicing for the global stage. Does that help or hinder them in a situation like this, the grand finals for PUBG EMEA Championship?
I think what we've seen from them the last couple of years is also in a situation where they know they have the space to do it, because they can just say, okay, now we qualify, they turn the button and they go from A to B, and then boom, they're playing extremely well, they're taking all the points. So they're trying the kind of the extremes and all the outer edges of what is possible with the method that they're kind of also helping to define. And also, as long as you have Miramar and you have Batulins on top of those rocks there, it's just impossible to play, because he's basically playing an RTS while everybody else is playing a first-person shooter, right? So yeah, that's going to continue, and we're probably going to continue to see them dominate on Miramar.
There is a team, though, that was able to beat them. Came down to the wire at PGC. Devastating for Twisted Minds. Na'Vi, are they the team to potentially take this championship?
It would be an interesting storyline for Na'Vi, as much as it can get more interesting than it already has been with them having such a stinky performance at PCS 7 at the end of last year, coming in 15th place in Europe, and then going and winning the World Championship just a month or two later anyway, is such an incredible turnaround that just speaks to how confident the team is and how mentally resilient they are, and that's so important in a game like PUBG, where if you're dying early in games, you're sitting for sometimes up to 30, 40 minutes, and all you have to do is to reflect on what just went down, what went wrong, but to be able to come back to that level shows that they are such an incredibly well thought out, well structured team, and it plays out in much the same way in the server as well.
Is that the problem for Twisted Minds now? The fact that you lose to Na'Vi so late at PGC, you got to carry that here.
I think it's honestly just a motivating factor for them. Like they're not the global championship, so they're going to continue to put in the same amount of hours, if not even more, and the effort follows that. And what we saw from PGC, I just remember goosebumps all the way over my arms happening. They were in 5th place in the last game, and Na'Vi got in there, and when it just talks to us how close it was. Twisted Minds being really, really dominant throughout the Global Champions Grand Finals. And honestly, in that case here, it's just like, it was devastating. You can go up and you can say, yeah, you want a few $100,000 anyway. Batulins will shake, and he's like, it doesn't matter. I want to be the world champion. And that is the motivating factor for them. And that's why we're going to see them play extremely well here too. But again, it comes down to best of 15. We have 15 games. It comes down to the performance on the weekend. Both of those teams can come out and absolutely dominate, or as they did last PCS, super bad performance. As Saga said, stinky. It was kind of rough, but it was true. They did not play well.
Both of these teams haven't changed their rosters. We spoke a lot during the playoffs of the roster changes. That was the big news, all the shakeups. Both of these teams have changed nothing. Is that going to work in their favor?
For sure. They're going to have an advantage over most of the teams that are here, of course. There's a lot of effort going into synergy, into communications, and that's super important in a game like PUBG. Yes, you have all these brilliant IGLs that are going to be throwing all these calls out, and they're going to be able to react to that. But the synergy that you have when you have 3 players pushing a compound and one guy that I need to play anchor here, and I will get all this information that is going to be crucial for the team. That synergy and that communication is just something that takes time to build. And the newer rosters, the changed rosters, they just don't have that yet. Some, not all of it, that they have the advantage of having had for the last years.
A bit of a tough question to ask, but I'm going to ask it. Is this championship going to be won by either Na'Vi or Twisted Minds?
I think I've been in this sort of position before where...
Saga's like, I'm not going to answer this. I'm not going to do it.
This is what I expect from a Sam question, but the immediate answer is I would be a fool to say no. I mean, it's just so impossible to look at the list of rosters, particularly those who we are coming in expecting good performances from a lot of the teams that have made roster changes. And as Martin's just highlighted, it's so important, familiarity with your teammates and just being able to have the confidence that they're going to be able to perform individually. So it allows players like Batulins to take more space and do classic Batulins things, be on top of rocks on Miramar, scouting for information because he trusts his teammates are good enough to use it well. So they definitely have a massive advantage coming into this, and it would be a huge, wild statement for me to not say that these are the favorites for top 2.
I love how you just skirted that middle line there. You did a very good job of just jumping between each side. Very good, very good. I'm learning from you. I'm learning all of the
It's like juggling in a circus. Really good at it.
Really good at just never giving me a definite answer. We're going to have a little bit of fun now because we decided that it's an opportunity when we come together like this for PEC that we can fool around a bit with the teams. So here's what we did. Each player got 1 car, and they're only allowed to use grenades, and then we threw Polish power into what we're calling our crash derby. So take a look at this.
Fast wedding going.
Hey guys, I'm gonna just dominate you very fast.
We can kill each other on Patsalka. Right? Norkids in the campo?
I'm not in it.
Okay.
Dude, my spacebar is not working. Like, what? How am I supposed? I'm just driving, dude. I'm just gonna drive.
I have the wheel, but the wheel turn on.
My spacebar doesn't work. Like, my handbrake, dude.
Where is the...
Wait, what?
Go HP, okay.
I guess if you hit on them, like on them.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Boys, focus on Red Dacha.
Yeah, guys,
He's low already.
I'm killing already. Leave me alone. Dude! Oh, how they been coming? Good luck with that.
Oh.
Bro, I don't have my kick bindings. That's...
Outplayed!
Unlucky.
Let's go!
So much damage, man.
Without a vest, right?
That was so easy.
Yeah, without the vest, it's like it's so much damage.
Dude, I was 1 HP, just like from the molly. I couldn't kill because it was so hard driving. My spacebar didn't work.
I almost died to blue trying to first it.
I had the wheel late.
Is it just me or does Marcelik talk a lot? Like all the time?
He's the most vocal player in the grand finals.
He just never
And he's
stops.
super colorful. Like he's always a fun guy, right? He's always gonna talk a lot, say a lot of funny stuff, and yeah.
And apparently get very loud when he wins.
Of course.
What do we think of his performance? Should we analyze? We're not going to do that. Let's talk about Polish Power in general. They've had a lineup change. They've brought in Fuzzface, which is...
Yep.
I thought that was quite a baller move on their part.
Yeah, I mean, that's like signing Cristiano Ronaldo, you know? It's he's one of the star players. He's been in the scene forever.
Cristiano Ronaldo in his prime, though, versus an older Cristiano.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Fuzz might look old because of the mighty beard, right? But he's not that old. He's like 26, 27.
But he's old in PUBG terms. I mean, he's been playing for a long time.
For sure.
Took a little break, started coaching, has come back. Is this what Polish Power needed, though?
Both yes and no. Like if you look at the one-to-one replacement of Kapi, it's a hard one because Kapi is a super young, talented player that has insane mechanical skill and not a lot of experience and not a lot of in-game leading experience. So it's not like if you say one-to-one, no, but I think a lot of the stuff that Fuzz is going to be able to bring to the roster is going to be super great for them. They're going to have much more kind of calmness in their macro, and the other guys are fraggers. Like Marcelik is a fragger, Norkis is a fragger, Krune is a fragger. They're all able to frag out and play super well. So, and Fuzz doesn't mind taking all the boring jobs, like repacking the cars, playing Anger, playing all the important kind of support roles, but he can also frag out and he can also take a shotgun and pump some guy, no problem. He will play what is needed for the team, and he knows those situations where it's needed. So it's a really interesting one. And obviously in the round of 16 they didn't get to upper bracket. So the question is, are they going to be able to perform here? Yes, I think so. I think they're going to be able to get into top 8, but I don't feel like I can put them maybe in a top 4 contender for my sake. I got instructed by Marcelik not to pick him on my fantasy team. I couldn't talk too much about him. He's a little bit superstitious. So we have a lot of these kind of morning games with ranked, and I got instructed not to talk too much about him and the team in general. So that's what I have to say.
Oh, that's really awkward for Marcelik because I want to talk about the team.
Yeah, but I can't. You can say as much as you want, but I got told no.
The reason that we want to talk about Polish Power, though, is because they did towards the end of the lower bracket, and it took them a while. They eventually popped off, and we saw these moments of brilliance from them. And I had a moment, Saga, and I'm sure lots of other people did, where I went, damn, this could work. Like, this looks strong. It was the lower bracket, technically weaker teams, but I think that they could be an upset in this competition.
There's very much the potential for Polish Power to pop off, but there was one major issue with when you say there was a moment where everyone looked at this and said this could be a great team. There was a moment before that where everyone looked at the Miramar getting 1 point in 3 games thinking this is terrible, but the presence that Fuzzface has brought in, that level-headedness, that leadership and experience has really helped them to turn it around and become much more consistent. The second day of Miramar in the lower bracket was levels above what they were able to do on day number 1, and on top of that, an average of 13 points per game across Erangels, 4 of the games within the top 2 positions in the game. That's first or second 4 times in 6 Erangels. So that consistency that was really missing from Polish Power in previous iterations, where they were very much a feast or famine team, seems like that might be slipping away into a more positive outlook.
So they played 6 Miramar games in the playoffs. They got 1 chicken dinner, but the other 5 games on Miramar. I thought they were pretty rubbish.
They got 1 point in 3 games on day
So
one.
are they just an Erangel? I mean, is it a situation where they're potentially just better on Erangel? Do they need to go practice Miramar? You're not allowed to talk about them.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
I can talk about generals of them, but not specifically about Plastic. No, I think it's also, it comes down to where they're looting as well at the moment. They're in a kind of a rough spot where they're not fully in control of when they can rotate. They have a lot of teams around them, so they're closed in, which is a little bit rough, not used to the style that they're playing. But yes, it's just not good enough. If you're able to put 1 point down in that amount of games, it's just not good enough. But their day 2 was insane. Like, they're able to turn it around, to put it up, and also comes down to if they're feeling it. Like, if they're in this kind of confidence and comfort zone, they're going to bring it, and they're going to take fights with teams. They're going to take advantage of the splits. A classic thing we also saw last year from Polish Power. They were like, and this is why a lot of the teams, they hate playing scrims against it, because they do this stuff in scrims and they also do it in the tournaments where they see 1 or 2 guys in a car or 1 or 2 guys in a compound. They will pull up. They will take advantage of them being outnumbered. So I hope we're going to see that again, and I hope we're going to see that paired with Foss's level-headedness and also the kind of macro and the experience that he's going to be able to bring. And if we can put those 2 things together, they're definitely a team that we're going to have to watch throughout the week.
Well, that's where things like what we've just seen with the Crash Derby, I believe you called it, where you know, that the personalities on that team are very loud. They're very vibrant, bubbly personalities, which means that when they do have underperformances like they did in day 1 of lower bracket, it doesn't really affect them deep down. They're able to bounce back quickly, and that is exactly what you need when we're in a relatively short-term format, such as a best of 15 this weekend.
How much confidence do they have, though, when they go into the first game and the lobby is as stacked as what it is in grand finals, and all of a sudden you've got some really strong teams up against you? Can you keep that confidence when you're looking down the barrel of Batulin's gun?
I think what is really in their favor for them, as much as we're talking about how great their Erangel performance was in the lower bracket, their latter half of Miramar was exceptionally good as well. And if we take that in isolation, they were looking at around 9 to 10 points per game overall on day number 2. We are starting on Miramar, so they can continue a little bit of the conversations they had after that first day. But on top of that, Erangel was much more closely contested in the upper bracket. There was no team that had really above 9 points per game, while they completely dominated the lower bracket. It's much more difficult to do that here. So the fact that we're starting on Miramar, and they will have had plenty of time to discuss some of those issues with potentially loot spots, rotations, running into the teams that are lurking on the edge quite heavily, then they will have quite a lot of time. And with Fuzzface's experience, he should be able to find some ways around that to give Polish Power a good shot of success.
I asked you a lot of questions about Polish Power, and it wasn't at all because I actually got a chance to speak to Fuzzface to see what he had to say about some of these questions, so let's find out.
I have the opportunity to chat to a legend of the game, Fuzzface, obviously now in the Polish Power lineup, but you have had such an inspirational career in PUBG, and it's so great to see you back in the server. But I am curious, why did you decide to join Polish Power?
Yeah, hey, by the way. So it was actually first I just tried to make like a team by myself for this, like after Dubai, so for this year. But it kind of like fell apart. Like ITC went to foot and stuff, and then things just happened. But then I also knew that PP needed one player because Cappy left, and I've always been great friends with Marcelek, so it was kind of like a natural fit, I think.
So obviously we got to see you in the playoffs, and you had a bit of a rough start in the lower bracket, but then on the second day, 3 wins in 4 games. Much stronger on Erangel, though, than Miramar. Do you think that you do have a map preference there as a team?
I don't think that was map dependent. I think that was just us playing bad dependent. We don't have a large sample of like games that we played so far, because this is the first tournament, right? So yeah, I think it was just we played bad those couple of games.
Who do you think is the biggest threat for you in the grand finals?
Threat? I don't know, honestly. Right now, I feel like most of the teams are not like super far apart. I think the top is way closer to the mid pack in EU than almost any other region, so I think it's like really close between most of the teams section.
One of the things that we love to do in these interviews is kind of go back in time because PUBG has such a rich history and there's so much incredible competitive footage. So we found a particular clip that does feature you, and I'd love you to talk me through this moment if you remember it as it comes on the screen. Tell me what was going through your head when this was going down.
Yeah.
Three left.
Pushing left now. Yeah, it's the most, I think, iconic game for like our career, at least in FaZe. This was semi-finals for PDC 2019, and basically we had no points in all of the games until this last game, and if we didn't win this game, we wouldn't have qualified for the finals. And you can see like our faces, obviously we did not expect it really. We were like kind of in shock, yeah. But yeah, we made the finals from that game.
Fuzzface, thank you so much for chatting to us and good luck in the competition.
Oh, thank you for having me.
My favorite part about these interviews is that they do not see the clips. So what you see is the immediate reaction that they have to those clips, which I absolutely love. There's nothing shown to them beforehand. So it's always nice because you see the eyes light up in that moment where they like remember a special time. So next up, we need to find their worst performances and see what happens to their eyes when that happens.
That'd be fun as well. They're just going to close the call. They're like, nope, we're out.
Tickle is never allowed to do an interview again. Let's take a look at the schedule now of what you can expect today. 5 games, and this is what is going down. I hope that you are all ready because we are going to go to Miramar first, and then we've got 3 Erangel.
We absolutely do. As we said, 2 Miramars to start off the day, and then a Wrangle, which was in the upper bracket, much more closely contested. So we're expecting the latter 3 games today to be a complete bloodbath.
Maths is very hard for me, Avenger, but this is obviously going to work in Polish Power's favor because there's more Wrangle in the 3 days than Miramar.
It's pretty good math. It's also good now that it's only 5, you know, then it's really, 60%. It's great. I love it. And I think that's also really great for a team like Twisted Minds. We're going to come on and we're going to be playing 3 Miramars tomorrow in the latter half. So that's going to be really interesting to see if they're kind of coming into the usual suspicions of what we see from them, where they're popping off insanely on Miramar on day 2 and day 3.
Here is the point system. You know how this works by now. You want to get placement points, and then you also want to do lots of kills because that'll give you all the points you need to end up in the top spot. And of course, the higher you finish, the more money you make. So let's take a look at the prize pool right now. It'll be up on your screens.
Ooh.
That's a pretty penny for you to win.
Just by being here, $1,000 in the bank, but what everyone has on their minds, those top 2 slots, not only is it big dollars, but it's also the PGS1 slots, and those are the most valuable thing for any of the teams here. Just the opportunity to appear on the global stage is something that a lot of players dream of, but many fall short.
Of course, there is another opportunity to get onto the global stage, and that's by getting all the points for PGC, and this is how you do it. Obviously, finishing in the top spots is going to get you some points as well, which is very important for a lot of these teams that are looking to the likes of being a global champion. This is where they need to get those points.
Yeah, refreshed format for how we gather PGC points this year, and I really love what I'm seeing, honestly. Obviously, we have to remember if one of the 3 GPT, Global Partner teams are placing above it, that means that it's going to go next in line. So let's say that Navi, Twisted Minds, and FaZe Clan, they are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Then our PGS1 spots are going to be going to the 4th and 5th team. So that's really important to keep in mind. But yeah, the PGC points here, and I love how linear it is. I love how you have to kind of play throughout. And even if you win this event and you don't play the 2 other ones, you're going to have a pretty good chance still to be up there. Hopefully you're going to be playing in all of them. But yeah, it's important to play as many of them and to gather these points throughout the year.
There are teams that have qualified through the lower bracket that we don't talk about a lot, that don't get really featured on a lot of broadcasts. And for them, exactly what you said there, the chance that the partner teams fall short and they can get more points, that's really important for them. That's what they need. What do they have to do? And who are they? The teams that really need to shake up today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And what do they have to do to beat the likes of Twisted Minds or Navi?
So first of all, one of the teams is M-Force. They are a team that had a really rough performance in the upper bracket. They came in and they qualified through lower bracket. One of the only 3 teams to do so. And a lot of players out there and a lot of fantasy enjoyers, they have picked Veronica, not maybe because of M-Force, but because he's one of the cheapest players. So I hope that he's going to be able to pop in and pop off and really show that it's worth a pick. But yeah, they had really rough day 1. They had 8 points in upper bracket day 1, which is absolutely not. We're nowhere close. It's still PGC points, sure, but it's nowhere close to be able to contest one of those top spots here. But there are teams that have to focus on, obviously, consistency. They have to get in there and they have to get into the deeper placement points. We didn't see them that often in there. And also they have to be confident in themselves to take fights. They're here for a reason. They're one of the best 16 teams in Europe. So we have to see them take these fights and win them.
There is an opportunity for you to win as well. Our PEC giveaway is underway. You can get contraband coupons as well as G-coins. All the information that you need to know is coming up, and we'll tell you all about that. But most importantly, you need to get on Twitter. You need to @PUBG Esports. Tell them the team that you are shouting for, the team you are supporting. Make some noise online. Let's get everyone watching the best region in the world competing in this championship. Just before we get into Game Saga, very quickly, we're mentioning these teams. I know that you have two that you feel we have to focus on and remember, the two that need to climb up that board.
So the big thing for them as well, not only do the global partner teams at the top end of the leaderboards, or to be expected at that position, have the luxury of playing with the pressure somewhat off as they already have the slots to go into PGS, but the teams that are coming in from the lower bracket that have lower expectations have a similar luxury as well, because there are practically zero expectations for teams like Ding, who somehow made it through the playoffs with 0 placement points in the round of 16 and had a really solid performance and just about edged their way in as well. But Full Tilt as well, a team that qualified in the MEA qualifiers in 4th position from MEA. Nobody expected them to make it this far. So for a team of that caliber to have made it here and honestly look very solid and capable in doing so, very confident in the way that they hold space and take splits, it's going to be quite difficult to do that in a lobby of this caliber. So as long as they can play to their own strengths, continue what they're able to do, they could be a team that causes a lot of problems for teams that like to play in central positions.
Hopefully we've got you hyped about the teams that are coming up, but now it is time to get into game. I've been told by Toby that I am no longer allowed to throw to the casters with Where Are We Dropping, boys. So, Kylaris, hey, by the way.
You know what? We'll take it. We'll take that one. That was less impactful than I thought it was going to be in terms of a throw.
I was looking out for something else too there.
You were terrified.
I was a little terrified.
He was scared, petrified. But all these teams are going to have to be scared, petrified. 15 games here to figure out if they're going to PGS or if they're able to get the lion's share of the prize pool. For some of the teams, as mentioned on the desk, a little bit of a luxury, of course, as they'll be moving on regardless. I'm appreciating that you're sat down, by the way. I really like that.
No, should have stand up.
But yes, we have got ourselves an exciting time ahead of us, Toby, here with Erangel and Miramar to go.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. I am really hyped to see both the teams that the desk has already broken down, and of course over the next couple of days they will break down more teams. But I know as well there's one team that you've kept your eyes on coming into this one. Kylaris, give me the speech.
I'm very excited by the fact that the desk really didn't talk about them because it's question mark all day, all night. If you think about the teams that have been able to keep 4 men from 2022 to 2023, question mark, beat out Na'Vi and Twisted Minds in that upper bracket in points and is still one of those teams that has been consistent with that 4-man roster into this year. So I'm looking at them as PCS 7 champions as well, by the way, as a team to really challenge for that top spot. And I think they're super hungry considering that they're not one of the partner teams here, Toby.
Exactly, they definitely are. They want to show the world that they belong back in that PGC position, same as all the other teams. And I mean, for what we've seen so far, as you were just saying, they haven't really given a reason to doubt that would be the case.
Excellent firepower. Phil First obviously kind of being added to that roster as the kind of last member that was added along with it all. But just like what a prodigy of PUBG when you're able to watch him play things out. And it's clear that not only, yes, you've got your Batulins that are absolute masterminds of the game. You've got Na'Vi that are the world champions. But a doozy on this roster clearly has an eye for such talent and is a talent himself that maybe they've got a shot here.
I mean, he's as OG as anyone in PUBG Esports. He's been around for a long time. He knows how to play this game to an extent that many people can't compete with. And what I like is, in particular, about a question mark roster is it's very rare, even when you see them hard shifted away from. Like, they're not your hard committed edge team. They're not your hard committed, we'll just go center and hope the circles come to us. It seems like wherever the circle's going to take you, because the experience on the team is so deep, they can play on practically anything they're given.
Yeah, an adaptive roster for sure there. See them up to the top left. But speaking of a team up in the top left, one question that I have for you, Toby, is Does the FUT Esports honeymoon period continue? They won the upper bracket, and of course, it's an all-star lineup.
Yeah, I love the term honeymoon period because it puts the pressure. It puts the pressure on the team that is playing to be the ones that are surprising everyone else. I think it goes equally much the other way. It's other teams don't necessarily know what this team is coming in with, so therefore, for a little while, they'll have the upper hand in terms of, yes, we know the roster, yes, we know the players, but how are they going to work as a four-man squad?
Yeah.
And here, I think even if you figure them out, even if you're 9 billion IQ, their play strats, with the roster, they have the firepower alone. I'll give it a 7 out of 10 times. They're going to beat you in those 4v4 fights. So yes, you might have figured out their rotation. Yes, you might get up and close to them and have a chance of taking one out, but they will punch you right back in the face if you take a fight to them.
And a clear divide here that you see, of course, on our left, the 8 that advanced from the upper bracket. On our right, the teams that advanced from that lower bracket. And I also have my eyes on a team like Ascend, who... in the clutchest of moments, it was brought up on the desk, the final game of that upper bracket was a nail-biter. And they managed to beat, I think it was Twisted Minds, in that final fight to secure themselves a position.
I mean, it was absolutely insane. It's already, I mean, this early on in the year, we're in the first real, I should say, tournament of the year. And we've had moments like this where already now we can go, will we have another final game of a bracket that will supersede what we saw there? That's just that they said on the desk. So many teams just bouncing up and down around that qualifier spot. Ascent, though, from what I saw from them during the qualifiers, as much as we bring the hype into how they qualified, they still only just qualified. So I want to give them the attention that they deserve because they do have phenomenal players, but I need to see more from them. Yes, they get themselves a phenomenal win in the end of it, but we also have to keep in mind they did get to sit in the compound, do absolutely nothing for a good portion of the time to then come out very victorious in the end. I'm not going to take that away from them, but still, it's a roster that I know have the capabilities of pulling off absolute magic. I did not see enough of it during the qualifiers, though, but I have no doubt that they can deliver it here.
And Ascend did a lot of sends into the middle of some of the circles, which, to be fair, I like that kind of all-or-nothing play style, because if you don't have a decent spot, you've got to try and make something happen for yourself. If you're not willing to play edge and eventually just die off to the other teams that are there holding you out, make that kind of Hail Mary push, find yourself a spot, and you could be potentially making yourself the winning play.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. DA kind of coined the whole sending into the middle, hoping for the best. While it didn't always work out for them, I mean, they did also come up victorious time and time again. And in a format like this one now, we're playing 15 games. After that is said and done, we're over for 1 or 2 good games off of that kind of full send strategy mentality, and then a couple of bad games will get you top 5. But the top 2, PGS spots, if you're a full send team, you better pack a punch if you want to vie for the top 2 spots.
No, definitely. I was getting word that there was just one player kind of waiting to get into this lobby here, so we are just having a little bit more time before we get into this game, guys, and that's where those hosting skills come in.
They get to look at us, James. They always get to look at you, but I'm here now.
That's kind of unfortunate, though, for them, to be fair. Although I'm not wearing my glasses today, I can barely see anything, but, I'm sure I'll muddle through. Let's talk about some of those teams coming in from the lower bracket, because Howl is an absolute guilty pleasure of mine.
Oh, yeah.
Initially coming into this tournament, I was like, they've got Rune. Whew, no problem. Easy peasy. No, wait a minute. They've got the Mad. Holy moly, did he deliver in that lower bracket.
And that's what I love to see. When you have teams that, I mean, and as it is said as well, we don't have the highest expectations, but these are the platforms for them to come out and show what they're made of. And the Mad did that full on. And it wasn't just them contesting the other lower bracket teams and kind of fighting for the bottom spots. They were taking the battle to some of the, what we would consider top fraggers of EMEA PUBG and demolishing them time and time again. So absolutely excited to see them get into the server today as well.
Yeah, same here, same here. I think that the way in which they're able to choose decent locations and find themselves in decent spots, as we take a look at this again, if you can see that we're actually feeling a little bit of time, but that is totally fine here. We want all these players to be in the right conditions here to get this tournament started. So how on that right-hand side, topping the lower bracket even, I should say, in phenomenal form. Because I think one thing, when everybody looked at the lower bracket, they thought to themselves, it's BBL all day long. It's BBL. There's no way anybody's going to be able to take that top spot. But the fact that BBL didn't was quite surprising to me, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly came out showing when we went into the lower bracket that they did not want to sit around in the lower bracket and do kind of what they did in the upper bracket, which was getting toyed with. They came out punching, but Howl kind of caught up to them in the end of it. Whether it be BBL saying we're already in, only top 8 matters, we're fine, we can try out new things here, or it be them just taking the foot off the pedal for a moment. I'm not sure, but as much as BBL demolished on day one, how we're right there behind them, showing they're able to do the same things.
And Exalt is another guilty pleasure of mine.
Yes.
I oftentimes always picked Fairest when it came to kind of fantasy picks, etc. Because usually he wasn't that expensive, but you know that he has the capabilities of being a strong fragger. And then didn't matter, because in a similar fashion where I was like, oh, Howl, they've got Ruin, oh, but they're mad. You know, you go to Exalt, oh, they've got Fairest, but wait a minute, it wasn't all exactly about Fairest when you've got Moldox just being able to pop off left, right, and center. That was an insane game that they were able to play.
For sure. Another team that I don't think we've mentioned them at all today, and now they have to get mentioned because we have plenty of time to talk about them anyway.
Do it.
The Woo. Another roster where maybe if you're very, very new to PUBG Esports or just haven't been around for a while, you maybe not know the name per se, other than sometimes you go, woo, when something crazy happens.
Yeah.
But when you put EB, Bestelog, and Quisha in the same roster, you automatically go, wait a minute, I know these guys. They've been around, they've done things, they've performed well, they have their fair share of accomplishments in the scene. I don't feel like we've seen the maximum of what they're capable of doing it. We saw glimpses of it in the games they performed well in. Instantly thinking back to the match in Stalber where Nixie ends up being the last one alive to kind of set the dominance in that three-way fight up in the top there. But Woo as well, I think, could be a contender. Maybe not for a top 2 or top 3 position, but if we have one of those situations where, as the desk said as well, it's the invited teams that are going to PGS anyway that gets the top spots, then all of a sudden we're not looking at you having to finish top 2 to qualify. Sure. It could potentially be 4th and 5th spot that gets those spots. And Woo top 5? I could see that happen.
Yeah, one thing that really impressed me about the Woo in the upper bracket was the fact that they were so good at space control around them. Delaying fights until they absolutely necessarily had to take them. And you saw that exemplified on things like the Stalber ending that you were mentioning. But it kind of proliferated throughout the upper bracket where constant games were coming along. And I'm like, if you're seeing Woo in top 5, again, there's really no surprise because they're able to just get to those late games very strongly. And as you say, it's no surprise with a roster that talented, with a roster that's been around as long as it has. Yes, they've not quite found the success that they wanted on previous huge rosters. They've been axed or moved on from that, etc. and stuff like that. But these minds coming together, man, they're really strong.
They really are. And I think one of the things that might have, I don't want to say hindered them during the qualifiers, but clearly was kind of a small stone in their shoe when they were trying to maneuver their way to circles, were some of these teams with very little info to prep off of that they ran into. It's again one of those, why are they rotating here when we are here? We had teams sitting in the blue for 9 circles in a row just waiting for teams to come to them. And some of the times the Woo were on the back end of, well, there's nothing we could have done about this because there's no way we could have predicted that there would have been a team in this spot, in this position, regardless of what the reason may be. So I think now, even just with the lower and upper bracket games to go back and look into, they're going to come into this much more, I don't say much more prepared, but at least with more info to go off of, and knowing the minds on the team and how capable these players are, I wouldn't be surprised to see them managing to avoid more of those early confrontations, because I don't think they would have wanted to be in those situations to begin with in the qualifiers.
Very mechanically skilled. Let's see if they can attain a top spot. As you say, it's not out of the question that they would get themselves to PGS if
it would require other teams to perform well. Invited teams.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at some of these invited teams, you're like, okay, these really are the top shoo-ins. It's very difficult to argue against that. And again, a team like Question Mark that I've kind of already in this segment touted as one of the ones that I think is going to win it all as well, might be able to take one of those spots at least. So we'll see how that actually plays out. Again, guys, just hold on with us for just a few moments time here as we are waiting on this game to begin.
I got a question for you. I know people always like to use the term dark horse. I don't like that too much, but I will ask in another way. There's probably going to essentially be the exact same question, but just without the word dark horse.
Not a fan of horses.
Which team?
Okay.
They're big and scary.
Okay.
And that's coming from a tall person. Which team do you think chat expects the least to qualify, but you could see qualifying?
It's going to be between Exalt and Howl, but again, I've already talked about them.
Yeah, well, I didn't need you to go in depth with them. Just to kind of hear your thoughts on it.
Because I think
Exalt and Howl. Okay.
I think that they can surprise, right?
Yeah.
I think there's always that potential surprise factor across 15 games, not a huge amount of games.
It sounds weird to say that 15 games isn't a lot, but I agree with you. It isn't. I'm glad that it's not more, but it really, you don't have to do a whole lot of wrong. If we were talking a top 8 qualifier, whole other discussion. Right now, we're talking top 2, potentially top 3, top 4, depending on which teams manage to get their way up there. But I completely agree with you. 15 games, if you want to lock down top 2, we're talking maybe 3 games you can bum out 0.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 games where you can get wrecked early and get no points. Outside of that, you need hella good performances to make up for any bad game you get from there.
Sure, and in a lobby like this, yes, the wealth of skill here is amazing, especially for those top teams. But you look at these guys, they can probably take wins here or there against these teams. And if you get a cheeky 2 or 3 of those in a 15, which could happen quite easily, you could find yourself way up there. And I am getting word, just 1 minute out to the game, guys.
I'm going to do one thing, and the fans of these teams that I'm now going to mention are going to be upset, but it's actually kind of reverse psychology, because usually when I talk down a team a bit, they come out and they do really well. So what I'm going to say is, I have 2 teams that I don't expect to get any chicken dinners throughout this grand finals.
Okay.
It's Full Tilt and it's Sabem. Sabem and Full Tilt, I'm looking at you. You're getting chicken dinners today. I just served them to you on a platter because I usually get these things wrong. But I'm not expecting to see it happen. I am amazed that they qualified to the grand finals and in the fashions that they did. But I'm worried they might become punching bags.
How do you argue with Baron Peak and Global Arm? How dare you?
I knew you were going to bring it up. To be honest, they have had good moments, but in a best of 15 against now a that much harder caliber lobby, yes, Baron can peak, and yes, Global is a full-on army, but they're just fraggers and other teams that are more dangerous.
Yeah, it does get very scary at this level, because you know that sometimes in upper and lower bracket scenarios, teams will be like testing things, checking things out, like trying to scout each other out a little bit. At this point, you've already been scouted out. They already know how you're going to play this out in a lobby like this. There's no shifting lobbies. There's nothing like that, as we are ready to get into our first game here. And what a playing path we've got to start things off.
It looks pretty basic. So we know what pretty playing paths usually mean. Pretty damn spicy circles. It's
let's hope.
This one could potentially go many places, not Luxembourg, but in many other places.
All right, it is game number 1 here of PEC Spring. We have got ourselves 15 games to decide who is going to be able to move on here to PGS, get that money, get on the board. We start things off, as you say, with this playing path, and hopefully no one's hot shopping.
I was just going to say, that's one thing that neither the desk nor we really went over, but I think that was for pretty good reason, because as you're seeing it here, we don't really expect to see a whole lot of commotion. We are quite a few faces through the tournament, so any arguing, any elbow shoving that would have been there, should have been there, I would say, earlier on. So not expecting to see a whole lot of confrontations early on here.
You are in the same car as James.
Oh, no.
I don't like this for Exalt. Do you remember when I said that they might be a dark horse?
No.
Probably.
Does he pull off? Does he get to switch seats? Does he get to pull off It's Chris? The thing is, It's Chris did it with a gun. And I think he just has...
Keep switching, keep switching, keep switching. Oh.
And Correxa gives me points for my fantasy team.
He's on my team as well. I like that a lot.
I like it. Well, Fate, that wasn't Fate.
Okay, at least for Exalt, they are in the middle of the circle. That's not bad.
True.
Something they mentioned on the desk, whilst we look at the map here at the moment, is I want to talk about relating to Polish power. I do think that Martin is really on the money with their San Martin drop being a bit of a hindrance for them on Miramar. You are surrounded by some of the best teams, not only in EMEA, in the world.
Yeah.
That causes issues, and it certainly did when they were going through the qualifiers to get to these circles. Luckily, this one's not so far away. However, if you get circles later on down the line that aren't favoring that San Martin drop, I do fear for them.
And one of the main things here is the teams that are next to you, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, aren't necessarily teams that would take a fight to you early, but the Twisted Mind, like, mental strategy, or just strategy, usually is allow teams to pass you.
Yep.
And then when you're on the edge, you just plow them down. And that's the issue. Yes, you can take your fight to Twisted Minds early. You don't really want to do that. And even if you don't, you know that both them and coming in on the edge later will probably come after you. And that's what we've seen time and time again. So I agree with you, Polish power in a pretty tricky position in here. But having said that, we have seen them come out victorious in that San Martin spot before. But now it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
FaZe fans are saying, stop the count right now. It's done. 15 games over. They've made it. Congratulations. But
and
yes,
we win fantasy.
Yeah.
Because we get the 1 point that there was available.
I'm going to be real. I think probably a lot of people have picked Kirexi. He's a good pick for the prize.
I'll share my win with other people. That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Here is Sarvam here trying to gear up and get good to go. They have obviously taken Picardo as is normal, so this is not a bad kind of move for them to be able to make. They do know that, though, that DA will be lurking around here, so you do have to be a little careful.
And one thing for those of you guys who might not remember, that DA kind of became famous more, not only sending it full speed into shacks and trying to stay alive for the rest of the game from there, but when the former Liquid team looted Picardo for a long time, that DA roster did everything they could to deny exits towards the west from Picardo. They were always in the compounds that they knew that the Liquid players would rotate towards, and we're kind of seeing the same positioning from DA here as well, even though they give Sarvam the compound you can see down below there in the background. They are in positions from where if you go outside that house to scout anything, if you don't park your car in the exact spot that we allow you to, either you don't get tires or you don't have teammates left.
Yeah, not having tires, that's a costly compromise that you're going to have to go with here. As the MK12 starts firing away from Marcelex. Surprise, surprise, Marcelex one of the first people shooting in this game. And Sam was right on the desk. He doesn't stop talking.
He doesn't. He'll become a caster one day.
He'd be really quite good, I think.
He'd be bringing the hype, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll gladly have him as a co-caster.
Yeah, get Marcelex on. Wait, you're trying to replace me already? Jeez.
I didn't say that. You said that, James.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, as he is still very much viable when it comes to competitive play here. As we swipe and take a look here at what may have been going on. This is probably... Oh, team comms. Let's check in.
As well, if you want to come to me, James, I'm in the shack. I'm in the shack.
Come down, maybe, Kirexi. Come down.
You need to come towards me.
Yeah, you need to come down, though.
You can also come to me, James. I've done. Just come to me, James.
Can you just stop driving, James?
Did he say, can you just stop driving?
Stop moving, dude. I'm trying to kill the guy in the backseat. James, just park your car, damn it.
I love it. I love it. Well, you know, it works out. That's an easy 3 point for them. And I think in the future, Exalt might be a little bit more cautious about their drop to start things off.
Also, can we just go in-game comms in the game? Yes, please.
Yeah, that's pretty
more of this production. This is phenomenal.
Cool.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I'll stop talking. That's fine.
they want to do our job for us? Yo. No,
get Marcelex on. We'll keep him on.
We'll just do like a follow video with Polish Power for the rest of the game. We don't need to say anything. That'll be entertainment.
At some point during this tournament, we are going to check in on Marcelex comms, I hope. And I hope it's just him talking and no one else getting a word in.
I feel like there's like so much of a TOS thing that you have to sign before you get to talk on broadcasts. And I'm not sure if Polish Power are allowed to
we'll
talk
see
on broadcasts. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll give them a little bit of airtime. In the meantime, everyone rotating towards the circle. And as you can see right now, not a whole lot of commotion. Yes, we've had a few kind of elbow pushes with teams trying to make their way in, but there's plenty of space in the circle. The issue is where this one is currently centered up in and around Chumacera, a bit north thereof. We've seen these games end in this center area so many times before. It is treacherous to have to rotate once you're settled in here. The difference in terrain height is so, like an elevation, just makes it absolutely brutal to try and wrap around.
I hate to keep bringing them up, but
do it.
Polish Power, their rotation is quite interesting. They went into El Pozo to start things off and then dipped down south, so didn't really want to take the normal road from San Martin into the circle.
I mean, I honestly think it's pretty basic in the sense that they know where Twisted Mind sits up in these circles, and you just don't want to let Batulans and the whole team get like 800 meters worth of free shots at you as you try to rotate into Montenuevo, which you don't know if is cleared yet. They've done that before, they've taken casualties because of it, and now they rep north around instead. I think it's a perfect play.
Basic, but gives credence to exactly the problems that we were raising for them. So definitely works out for the moment here, as BBL's trying to get themselves situated on some of this high ground, having a little bit of an overlook across some of the valleys towards the south side, seeing what they can find, and maybe they'll spot an Exalt who is, again, wounded to start things off, so any more wounds that they would take is absolutely not optimal.
And it's a bit of a frustration for Exalt as well, right? They get the center circle, they get a chance really to pick and choose, but they also know any prio position here is going to be contested by a full team. Like, no one pulls up in anything around these areas in a split position. They all come full team moving in. Now you can see Sobi from Full Tilt is kind of trying to check out the surroundings, but they're on the far eastern edge. Anyone sitting center comes full team in Exalt. They had a wide three-way split, like full control position. Now they're set in somewhat of a 2-1 split, but with just one real prio spot left to play around.
Question mark coming in late. Foot coming in late, and quite honestly, these two teams, considering the position they had in the upper bracket, are some of the kings of coming in late to these circles and then being able to eventually fight their way through the trenches in games like this. So not too much surprised by that. I've got my eyes absolutely fixated on question mark. I don't know what it is about this tournament and the performances.
As if they've played PGC and won PCS events. I don't know why.
It's like they're really good at the video game. Yeah.
Why would you look at a team that's good?
But again, for them, every time we talk in this region, they just kind of get overlooked, and I'm sick of that. I'm bored of that. I think we can't anymore.
And Adusi plays the SKS.
Well, okay.
I mean, what is not to like, James?
Well, some people like the SKS.
One thing that I do find interesting, not that it's a surprise to me, but it just if we like whenever we're going to take a look at the map again with this circle closing in now, look at the amount of space whenever we get a chance to that question mark has to maneuver on the western side of that kind of trident position we've coined down towards Val del Mar. They have the entire western side of it. They have so much space to maneuver around there, where in the middle of the thing, like in the middle of the map, we have now Wu sharing the edge of Chumacero with Howl. Rotating out of a first circle like this could be very dangerous, if not, obviously, because the Wu has plenty of space down towards the south under their control.
I felt like we saw an unusual amount of hard shifts as well in the upper bracket, I want to say, especially.
Both of them.
Was it both?
Phase 2, Phase 3 were all over the place.
A lot of hard shifts. So, I mean, normally when I see a lobby like this, I'm thinking to myself, okay, they're really going to get centered up. And that's what you used to see a lot in previous PCSs in the region. However, a little bit more split out right now. Of course, it's not exactly the easiest location to get mass central up, but once this shift comes in, we will see.
I mean, you can essentially draw a line of 500 meters around the edge of this current circle where there's pretty much no one outside of Foot and Ding and Adusi. So everyone already centered up. It's going to make for hard rotations, especially when we head southwest. Look at the amount of teams now. It's over half the server currently sat northeast of this circle with a very, very hard access point to what will be the next circle, because you can't wrap hard west around because of the mountains. You can't wrap hard south around because of the water. You're very limited in your entry points here. Now the first fights are starting to pop off.
Clip instantly taking out Gustav, and there is not going to be any phase reinforcements that are going to be able to stop that out here, as we're going to start having a lot of firefights. Anything coming on, and in terms of these rotations, we're going to see pot shots left, right, and center. Alia tries to go for a little bit of a spray on Zarvim, trying to transition past. Another one leaping across these dunes at the moment. CC Inex trying to get away. His tires are popped, so he's a little bit less mobile than he normally would be. The SLR trying to not get the connection in the end. Oof.
Should have had the SKS in the meantime. Adusi able to find run. FaZe continuing to be in trouble as more and more teams pull up with him. Clip completely blinded, fortunately for him. So is Corexi, and that is what's going to keep him alive. Michael finds the last, and that is FaZe out of game number 1. So yes, they get the first point, but nothing to follow.
FaZe fans don't want to stop the count here. Let's put it that way, all right? But yeah, with this hard shift brought hard times straight away for the teams having to rotate down that you mentioned up towards, Picardo and Monte Nuevo, etc. The wide rotates are the ones that have really won out, as Polish Power, once again, I keep bringing them up, damn it. But it's a good rotate here, all things considered. But look where question mark ended up after rotating in late.
They kind of played the backfill strat that Twisted Minds tends to do. If we don't need to be the first ones in, as long as we know where the teams that kind of overtook us went. Because then we can either actively go towards them if we see them forcing a fight and get a third-party opportunity, or we can just wrap around and find another entry point. That's what Polish Power did here. Yes, we hear commotion in front of us. Yes, there's people fighting by jerks, but if we third party that now, fourth, fifth, potentially sixth party is going to be right on our heels. So let's play it slow. Let's wrap around. And again, passive, wrapping around the edge play styles. I think that right there is FaZe being added to the team. That is not the approach that Polish Power would have had to it in the past.
It's a good compound
and
that
they get a very, if we know where these circles tend to go, this could become prime real estate by Phase 3.
Definitely could. definitely could. As they're just going to pitch up, it's a good outlook, a good outcrop to be able to see who is moving on. But for now, Sarvam is kind of in a bit of a bind here in Chumacera. Howl is kind of holding them arm's length for the moment. And for Global Army, he is very deep within enemy territory.
Yeah.
He's got to be careful.
Playing the lower kind of level of this layer cake of a city by himself.
Look at that.
Baron Peak is set up behind him, but he's not even peeking over his shoulders. He's just kind of going, bro, are you coming? But guys, there's a whole team here. Yeah, no, but we kind of already rotating south. We can't really get it there. And Global Army knows. You can see just the way that he's maneuvering around, he's well aware that he is not in the best of positions right now.
I still think there's some way he could escape, but
should be able to make a run for it.
Yeah, you're going to have to be a little bit sneaky here as we head on over to see where Digital Athletics is threatening Na'Vi's position. Na'Vi is quite condensed in a small little divot here at the moment. Ooh, unfortunate hitting the land to start off those shots. So Na'Vi's well aware that there is a small threat that lays to the north.
Yep, 5 seconds to go until next circle pops. No one's too eager to make any moves before they see where this next circle will take us. We continue down south. The center pile of this trident is where we're heading so far. Ding, set in pretty prime real estate, I'd have to argue, because we know that the next circle is going to shift away from the water too, so they should be in this circles to come. The issue now is we have this mountain ridge, James, splitting pretty much 80% of the circle right down the middle. So if you're sat left side, if you're sat right side, you have no clue what's going on the other.
Look how well Foot have thread the needle here, coming in from Valdemar to try and find themselves a pretty decent spot. It's not exactly the highest position in all of these circles, but it's serviceable for them and towards the center. So this is a team, again, that we've spoken about, the desk spoke about, currently in a position where they won the upper bracket. An absolute all-star lineup, and it's a good start for them in terms of a circle position. Ooh, feet.
Feet being shown. Nork is getting all the info he would want to try and take a shot, but also, of course, well aware there are more players coming around the corner. One of them being Hubba, full speed forward. That's going to be the jump scare of a lifetime.
Little underhand, vertical. Maybe you want to take out Hobbits quick. Phil first, though, coming in. The Prodigy here, trying to reconcile some of this damage that they've been able to take. Polish Power, the Marsalek is going on that wide wrap on the west side here. That could catch them off guard. Even though, yes, they heard the car, they still have technically a few more angles to work with.
And this is the thing, it has to catch them off guard, because if not, then Marsalek is going to be very isolated down this hillside. Those spots, the first one able to get the knock on him as well. Has a nade to work with too. And both Dante and Phil are somewhat bundled up. That nade not doing a whole lot though, but it's gonna allow for Marsalek if he wants to back off, but no! Crunio instantly there right after, and now, just like that, Dante, solo player left alive.
Voracious is Marsalek, going for the down players straight away as well. And again, that wrap to be able to open up that fight was crucial, because otherwise Question Mark knew exactly where Polish Power was as a full contingent. Marsalek, he's a wild guy, but he's able to open it up. But he's got seen. Ooh, so does Dante.
Yep, now is where Polish Power has to play this one smart. Dante can buy himself a bit of time with this. The good thing for Polish Power is they're fighting on the hilltop, meaning very few teams will have a chance to try and third-party this, because driving up these hills, yes, you might get to fight when you get to the top, but your whole transition there is going to be you under fire. So they want to deal with this as fast as possible, and flashing your teammates ain't the way to do it.
This is a big confidence boost here from Polish Power, being able to take out Question Mark almost this handedly. Dante trying to salvage it, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's down, and a knock on his own. A little bit of a mishap there for Polish Power, but it is a full team wipe from them. All you got to do is get Marsalek up and they'll be good to go.
I credit the double peak. I love it when teams make aggressive plays to peek for one another, but maybe, you know, Fuzz is the newest player on the team. They go, oh wait, I was supposed to peek wide, or you peek wide here. A little bit of miscommunication, but that's all good. I loved the way that they went about it. Goes to show that since they already have that down, they're going to be just fine. Issue with this circle is, though, it's not that fine. For esports, well, they're loving it, but everyone else...
the hardest hard shift it could have been.
Quite literally.
Well, yeah, Foot is now going to reconsider their position up the hill, go down the hill here to one of the compounds.
Yeah, this city, with nobody in it right now, is probably going to house half of the remaining teams by the end of this thing. There's going to be a lot of teams saying, we can either go south or we can die as we cross this mountain. So we'll see how things end up going. Sabim, the first ones to go down there. Na'Vi, in the meantime, now realizing we have to leave this. There's no way we get to sit around. Issue is, DA ain't leaving yet. So how do they wrap around this? And in the meantime, Twisted Minds, full speed forward they go. They saw a knock on Exalt, and they want to punish off of it. They are good at reading the kill feed. They know that they only have 3 alive.
Yeah, definitely. It's easy opportunity here for them to be able to seize a very, very important spot. Sornoff comes out for Batulins, coming through, trying to look through smoke here. But Artix comes from around the corner very swiftly here to be able to actually fully just flush out Batulins. Well, it's a start.
Kind of a heroic solo play that had practically no backup to follow. Not the best move on this side of Twisted Minds. Of course, hard position to try and push on through, but not a whole lot happening there. BBL in the meantime, demolishing Na'Vi as they try and transition north around. Yet another team that hasn't upped to maneuver just yet.
Felt sorry for those teams up in the northeast, I should say, because that is a treacherous rotation to try and make. Even if you tried to go all the way south on the east side to get to Valdemar, you've still got teams that will be acting as like gatekeepers for all of that. And Na'Vi now is in no man's land. This is going to be very difficult for them to get out of.
Practically impossible. I mean, Uber is dead here. By the time phase 5 hits, there should be little to nothing he can do. There's a crate in front of him, so yay, level 3 gun gone. Issue is Blue is going to take you down by the end of it. Michael already has an MK. Wouldn't be surprised if that came from that crate right in front of him. So Uber, probably days counted, but loving the way the BBL went around it. They knew Na'Vi and DA were still down there. If we wait around, even if Na'Vi comes to us, we know DA is going to go the other way. They made space for themselves. The issue is, by staying here, they haven't found a place to go themselves.
That is the exact issue I wanted to talk about. But by the same token, maybe they felt like there was no good place to go, so let's try and get some kill points here and there. It's by the by, as now M-Force was shooting down at them here. Rustamar will be knocked and finished off here by Ribbons. And at the same time, Howl is on the kind of doorstep, really, or I should say DA is on the doorstep of Howl. As you can see, a code down towards the bottom. Get that redeemed. Let's go.
Yep. Quickly. Quick, fast. Good. Muldock, in the meantime, trying to stay put. I mean, considering how Twisted Minds usually like to deal with their threats as fast as they can to then kind of spread out and get more control, Exalt has been very effective in trying to fend them off here. Batulins went down earlier, Spiro falls now as well, and all of a sudden what was a 4v3 in favor of Twisted Minds is now a 3v2 in the favor of Exalt.
It's been an absolute disaster. This has not gone their way at all. Molodok has been taken out though by Brexco from the distance, but likewise, Ascend in general is also doing damage here to Twisted Minds. So everybody caught in this scenario is losing out on things. Even Polish Power are shooting down at them from the high ground.
And that's just the general note of whenever fights end up taking too long, it's not going to benefit either team, and that's going to be the exact case. Yeah, I suppose, I mean, if you want to look at it for the sake of Exalt, already down one player early on, they managed to get a couple more kills here. So for both teams now, this is a salvage game.
Yeah, never mind. Polish Power were shooting at M-Force over on the distance as I was watching these fights go on across the valley. But you can see here, Lou and the boys still looking for an opportunity. Faeris goes down. It's shotguns left, right, and center. S12K as well here for Lou.
Got us up to what you can, trying to make you run forward. BBL in the meantime, we saw they were in trouble earlier. They try to make the push further forward. Michael able to find one again, get as many points as you can, lock that point in. He does exactly that. Has level 3 gear, has an MK to swap to if he needs to, but it's not going to give him any favors if he can't see anything, and there he goes. BBL out in 12th.
Got themselves the 5 kill points overall. Not terrible, but again, they would have liked more considering they had like one of the ridge lines down the line. But anyway, we have Exalt here burning and gone. Lou finishes it off. S12K in hand here to get it done. And now they switch over on their guns because they know any fight that they take from here on out is going to be long range to try and get them to the circle, unless they crash into a building and maybe need the shotguns. But I don't know, it's going to be desperate.
I mean, you kind of voiced the most difficult concern for them. Get to the circle.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not going to be easy. You can see M-Force trying to do the exact same thing here, not really working for them. Ruin able to find one vehicle explosion, gives them the other. More points for Howl. They're still not safe on that eastern side of the circle just yet, but the downfall of one team means more loot for you and your team to kind of get whatever you didn't have before, and points in the bank.
Quite a tough circle now for a lot of these teams on the west side, because they're going to have to potentially traverse over a road, and that is going to be a very open area. Polish Power, technically afoot, who have technically moved away from where Ascend have now rocked up on. I'd much rather be in a sense position. But again, it depends really where this circle goes. Anything can happen.
Speaking of circles, can I also just add to the mix that yes, we've had a hell of a lot of circles go down towards Valdemar, but this exact area we're ending it in, kind of unusual compared to where we've gone for the most part. This kind of center western valley is not one that we go to too often for the very end game here. T-Bone finding perfect says Twisted Minds, take full speed, send it forward. Gotta go somewhere. Yes, you lose one, but maybe, just maybe, Lou can prone his way to placement points.
He's got the most ridiculous little dip. I don't know how nobody has line of sight on him, but here, there you go. As now it's going to be Polish Power's turn to try and make that move on that west side. We've got already one player down, Fuzzface, Bunkiliakai, and Ascent does actually have still that priority. Foot is going to have to move eventually. If I was Lou, I'd be very scared right now.
Also, that car right next to your tree doesn't exactly help hide your position.
No.
Yeah, no. I mean, who knows? Maybe.
If
he's lucky enough, yeah, exactly. If he's lucky enough, in Foot's transition, they'll be seen by another team. And that's the thing that Foot has to worry about. Yes, we know there's only one on the other side, but how many teams can see us crossing? They've heard shots from Polish Power up behind them. They now know that Full Tilt is sat down below. Yes, there's only one threat across the street, but you have about 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams that can see you when you start making that transition.
Let's see how this goes, because for some of the teams that can transition on up, there is technically some playable area on the west side of the circle because of the way in which the plateaus work.
Yeah.
Up on the compound, up kind of where Ding is. They don't really want to be peeking their heads over just in case there are teams in the west actually shooting at them. Ascend now going to start bombarding the position of Polish Power here, trying to slow them down, but Norkis already gets a knock on Brexco.
Crucial.
So that will slow Ascend down from holding them off here. And look, Marsalek is actually pushing up with them.
Absolutely clutch. Norkis and Krunio stayed behind Marsalek. Fuzzface crosses in cars. They needed their kind of help over the shoulder to find that knock. They did. That allowed for them to get a foothold inside the circle. Clutch play coming in from Polish Power to make that cross possible.
Yeah, very good knock. Very good knock. Really opens things up here. And for the Wu, they don't want anything more being opened up because Nixie's down. Flashes are coming across the lip of this ridge here from Zarvum. And will they be able to do any more with this? It's going to be some deadly nades. Moving. Ooh, he beat. Be careful.
Touch and weave, and then do it a bit more.
Good angle.
Able to get a few shots in, but not enough. He will fall to CC. And just best of luck on EB now, trying to stand strong on this west side. The thing is, I should say, with this east side of the circle, is whoever comes out victorious here is going to have a surprisingly high amount of space to maneuver because we're excluding all of Valdemar, so there's going to be no threats coming in from behind. So whoever comes out alive here could just be looking at a top 5 position.
Zarvum's played this really well.
Yes.
They have used their utility extremely capably here. The sprays come through from Ibby, but he's blind once again. Gets down, tries to go for the heal, but it's not going to be enough. Zarvum absolutely blast the Wu moving on up this hill.
Tricky play to have to make as well, making a run over that ridge line. It worked out for them regardless. So great job, Zarvum. We have our eyes on you. I said you weren't going to get any wins, so please do come out here and prove me wrong. Foot Esports, in the meantime, managed to make the cross on over. Vard has gone down, and they know now that they have to deal with Polish Power before they can make their way further forward. But Polish Power, well, they got something to say about that too.
Either that molly hit an invisible branch or someone shot it out of the sky in the distance. But whichever, it's by the by, as we still have Lou doing Lou things. Surely they got to see him eventually.
You say eventually. I mean, he's in between Polish Power and Foot Esports, who are currently lobbing nades over his head. I don't fault him for not moving right now. He is, I think, very satisfied with the bush he's currently proning in.
Look at his arrow. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. Please just leave me alone for the moment. Ding, though, is laughing. This is a great circle for them to try and hold out on. The one threat that could potentially come their way is eventually Howl from slightly higher ground. Now, that's why Schofield's staying here. He wants to keep this position whilst the rest of Howl starts to try and stop Ascend from rotating in that direction.
This circle right here in for Ding is the great example of, are you greedy or do you play for the win? Because they know, they have to know that in about 15 seconds time, the edges of this are going to be burning. If you go for an aggressive peek, Howl will shoot you in the back, fight you in the compound, and you might end up outside the top 5. If you just sit it out, say we don't want those 1, 2, maybe 3 kills off of this position, we want top 3 guaranteed. You don't do anything, you just wait them out.
You know what's best here for Ding? Placement points. There you go, because there wasn't many in the qualifier. They like
say many, I say any.
You know what? One and the same, I think. We've got them in a great spot to be able to just convert off this. No kill points just yet, but maybe later on the kills will come to them. And speaking of kills going down, Foot is under a lot of pressure on this side of the circle here, trying to mull their way through all of this, but it's going to be super risky with what looked like 3 teams staring them down.
Haven't managed to get a proper foothold in. Now they can make their way over towards Savin, but Savin ain't going to give up that space easily. Sakito kind of on his own here, trying to help his teammates from behind move further forward, but Sobi sees exactly what he feared. An entire team waiting for them over the other side of the ridge line.
That was 604 people on that.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah, Global Army and the boys just staring him down as a firing squad. Not easy to deal with. Ascend, though, still trying to dislodge Polish Power. This fight has persisted for so long. Polish Power is so resilient to stay alive over there.
And the reason that none of these compound teams could do anything is because of Howl. Howl never opted to over-aggress in any of these positions, making it hard for Ascend to peek anything, but now they are forced to, and look at who's finding the knocks because of it. Howl is playing this so passive, so smart. They don't have to go face-to-face if they can just pick people off from afar.
I loved the 3-1 to make sure Ace wasn't going towards the east. Now to move back here. Again, this is a power position that they have. We're going to see a circle shot come in a moment to see if they are actually able to benefit from it. But look at the angles they have, and they're going to benefit from this circle. This is a big game potentially for Howl to try and convert in game number 1.
I mean, there's no way they fall outside of double-digit kills here. They are in such a prime position. They can see essentially the entire circle with little to no risk involved in the position that they're currently maintaining. So good for Howl that they didn't over-aggress in the compound. They got a knock in the compound early, but didn't want to go for it because they knew there were more points to be farmed from up here.
Yeah, I love this by Howl. Really, really important and patient play coming out. Not like you have to go absolutely crazy about anything. And now these teams on the south side, they're all going to absolutely destroy each other. And Howl has angles on a lot of them. So it's going to be a bloodbath.
It couldn't play out any better for them. They got to sit up on the top side. They cleared the entire northwest, forced them down into a funnel on the southern side, and they're just in a prime position now.
I will say, kudos to Foot, though, for still being alive. They fighting tooth and nail from this southwest side here to try and make something happen. And Vard as well. Still, shots though. SLR hurts. Run away.
Not a whole lot of points coming the way of for the esports, but again, I mean, it became a salvage game once they crossed the street.
Howl has very little ammo. Both.
I mean, they have been sitting on the ridge for quite a while.
Yeah, both SLRs from, I think it was, well, whoever it was, had very little ammo. So they want to finish these fights fast, I would think.
Yes. In the meantime, Sabim doing exactly that, trying to deal with the final players from Full Tilt. Nice flash coming through from Zakito. Somehow Zakito is still alive as well, but you overpeak for a split second, and you get taken down. Baron Peak out, Voldemort eliminated as well, and what looked to be a clean fight against Full Tilt, not quite the case. They do manage to get them in the end, though. Actually, no. It's going to be Sail able to find one there, and look at this, 8C from PUBG Esports. Didn't expect to get a whole lot more going, but they get points down. Now Vard with the solo fights 2 as well. Ding! Down to just 2 players.
How are they still alive, and how are they making this happen? I think in the end, it's going to go down to Howl here with the position they have.
Howl has to win.
How is Foot making this happen? What a play coming in from them. Still alive, still fighting. That's ridiculous.
Howl is coming down the hill. They're taking the fight to 8C and Vard, but they have the lower ridge to work with, and they're going to have that for a while. So if they're lucky here, Ding, which they should, are going to focus northbound. They will be able to sit tight. Vard even has the bottom side of the compound now, and all of a sudden, Howl went from aggressive mode to now having to go, wait a minute, we got to slow things down. We have the numbers. But I also like that they're not going overly aggressive here. They know, they have to know that they have the numbers. So let's play it slow.
Yep.
Let's let the opponents play the aggressive here, and let's play it smart.
And there's no silly 1-1-1 splits. It's all 2-2 here from Howl, making sure the buddy system is well and truly enforced, because they know that they can afford maybe a knock or two, even though maybe they get pushed on.
I love this play we're seeing from Howl right now. They're isolating for these spots on the ridgeline. You saw them smoke it off. They're isolating to try and make a play. Why push into 2 duos if you can take it 1 duo at the time? They're trying to do it, but it ain't working for them. Ding! 2 players alive, but they're standing strong.
Quite aggressive. Could be a little bit of a throw here. The Mad actually gets himself 80 on this right-hand side, though. Will he get Vard? So many smokes down.
Yep.
Not much vision. Senny gets Schofield, finishes him off. This is what a game to start things off. Jeez, how I thought you were going to be able to clutch this, not even clutch this, just take this pretty safely. But Foot, as well as Dink, pushing in on that building, a little bit ambitious there from the way they did it, and it is going to cost them.
I love the approach on it, though. They really went aggressive on it. In the end, Foot will fall, but plenty more points being racked up from the duo in Vard and HC. And now, 2v2. Senya, not seeing him get back up alive anytime soon. And Aimlol, well, he's going to be blind for a little while in that building.
The Mad looks spectacular in the lower bracket, especially. Will he be able to get the conversion even more? 4 kills already his way, using the tree as cover here. Nade actually goes out towards him. Try and go for the flash, please, the Mad! He is able to get it. Howl, what a game from them. Control and presence on this high ground. A little bit scary towards the end, but ultimately they get the win. And it's one of the teams you mentioned that might be unexpected, but look what they can do.
They definitely made the most of an already good position, but they just made so much more of it than many other teams would have. They understood we need to deal with these two teams in a split, and even when things didn't go their way, when they started taking casualties, they still managed to turn things around in their favor. So great game all the way around for Howl.
Such a good game in general to start this 15-game series off. That was spectacular. There's so much to talk about. Be it Howl controlling the way they did, be it Foot somehow, some way, still alive till top 3. That was very impressive.
But we're not at the desk anymore. We can't talk about
No, I guess not. Well, until I'm told that I'm going to go. Guess what? I've just been told. We're off to a break. When we return, we've got the desk. They can talk all about it, despite how excited we are. See you soon.
Pick. I always flash him.
Free pushing. One close very.
I flashed my kill.
Yeah, I know.
I'm behind them. Just hold.
They take me.
Where are they?
Outside, I think. In front of me.
Knocked one.
2 up.
One more on concrete. One more concrete.
One should
2
be
guys
close
concrete.
to us. I'm resting.
2 guys concrete. 2 guys concrete.
I'm resting.
2 guys concrete.
You see 2 guys.
One up.
One up.
Outside. Inside.
One
inside. Inside.
Okay, guys, go us free later.
Just play slow. It's one guy. One guy.
They don't have no.
No.
All flashed. All flashed.
Yeah.
All flashed.
Okay.
All flash.
Inside. All flashed. Play together. Play together, guys.
I'm taking helmet.
I'm running closer, man.
I'm not running, I'm healing.
Yeah, I know.
1 HP inside. 1 HP inside by the stairs. I'm standing top.
It's...
Nades maybe?
It might be on bottom. I'm healing.
I'm watching
Guys,
for you, Marcus.
Together, guys.
Please.
Don't shift. We want. One on the yellow car north. Carrying him.
Yeah, I see him running up. Nice.
There's
one more in the smoke closer.
Okay.
Yellow smoke.
He's running behind a car. Just shoot him.
Yeah. So one yellow.
I hit a guy twice.
Car.
Yeah.
There's 3 cars that
He's running up from the car.
I'm getting shots from the strength.
How many do you have?
The city best.
They won't be able to rest Nix.
On orange as well.
I'm into a switch this center now. Driving in front of us. He's stopping on the ridge.
They're stopping in our ridge. Flash if you can.
Where is he?
Good, nice. So one guy on the other side of us. Yeah, one.
2 guys running above me.
They're full, man.
What a way to start our PUBG EMEA Championship for spring. A hell of a game to kickstart us, and we just saw how hungry all of these teams are to take home that #1 spot. But it was Hull that gets to claim the first chicken dinner, and they're looking pretty scary, Saga.
Looking to put the MEA in EMEA and make sure we all know they're here to stay. And Hull, you know, a team that...
You made a rhyme. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't make it through the upper brackets. They didn't quite get the first place in Brutality for their direct qualification there. They didn't quite make it through the MEA qualifiers. But when they got into the lower bracket, gosh darn, we saw what they can do on an individual basis. And in this game as well, particularly towards the late game, where they had the high ground, the ability to peek over the top and just cause problems for teams who were trying to be proactive and just weren't quite cautious enough about the sightlines. Howl just free farming, and then in the end, Mad coming up huge.
You mentioned, though, that they weren't able to get through the upper bracket. They did do well in the lower bracket, but always the bridesmaid, never quite the bride. Come into day #1, first chicken dinner. Avenger, what changed in their playstyle? Did anything change, or were they just lucky?
I mean, it's looking like the same Hull we saw in lower bracket, and I'm loving what I'm seeing here. They're able to really dominate, and it's not just a free chicken dinner that they get here. They are farming it. They are working all the way through the game, and put 11 kills on the board to begin with. It's just really beautiful.
In terms of their performance so far, is this a team now, when you look at Hull, and again, we're talking more from what you've probably seen over the last few tournaments, is this a team that could be contending for one of the top 8 spots?
Top 8? Absolutely. 100%.
Oh, yeah.
If we were to...
I was being nice. It's the first
If we were
day.
to push it a bit further than that, yes, question marks would arise, and probably question mark would have something to say about it as well. But certainly Howl, when we look at the performance from PCS 7 towards the end of last year and where they're at currently and how they've come out and made a statement, they definitely look to have improved from what was all in all a pretty solid performance towards the end of last year.
There is a team that was in their top 4 who everyone's been talking about online. They had all the roster changes. They're the superstars we all want to see. Not the greatest game for them in terms of where they found themselves in the circles and stuff, but yet they still get into the Final 4 with 2. And then 8C looks like he could have almost potentially have clutched that for them as well. Foot Esports, are they able to be stopped?
Yeah, for sure. They had a really bad day 2 in upper bracket. They were qualified by day 1, so they could chill a little bit. But still, we're talking so much about them because they have this mechanical superpower here, and that's also what we have seen in the last moments of this game.
I mean, they didn't have a great day in day 2 of the playoffs, you're right, but they didn't need it because they were just like mountains ahead of everyone else, Avenger. And now they've come in and done this. We spoke a lot about Na'Vi and Twisted Minds being the teams to watch, but is this new roster the upset to the EMEA region, Saga?
It certainly has the potential to be so, but once again, we're talking about giants of the scene who have been so consistently at the top level. But when we look at it on an individual basis, what men like Vard were trying to do on the side of that hill, they had no right whatsoever to be able to even survive halfway up that hill, but to get all the way up to the top, even pulling out a sawn-off shotgun to get the job done, really speaks to just how individually talented this team is. And once the cohesion starts to click, they are absolutely in the conversation.
Do you think it's a benefit to Foot that they are all individually talented, but they're also all players that have played on very big lineups? They've got a lot of BMT, they've done the big tournaments. So we talk a lot about how a new roster has to learn to communicate. In the case of Foot Esports, they all know what their job is. They've been doing this long enough.
They're capable of talking.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's
Obviously,
the short way of saying it.
that's the funny thing for them. But no, this is a classic example for what we also saw in the upper bracket from them. They're getting things done with impossible positions. Like, that is just something that we're going to be continuing seeing from them. This is not a good game for them. This is a salvage game for them. Still managed to get top 3. They still managed to get 6 kills here. What I'm just excited to see is when they're going to have these double-digit chicken dinners that we have yet to see from them.
So just to show you how the team spirit in Foot Esports actually, and how well that they're all getting on, we actually had a chance to play a little game with them. So before we head on over to Kylaris and Toby, let's watch the game show with Foot Esports.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to that PUBG game show that still doesn't have a name. And today, we are going to see Foot Esports face off in 4 rounds of competition with the ultimate champion crowned right at the end. Jumping straight into it, round number 1. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
First question. What is the capacity of a level 3 backpack?
So
The correct answer is 270, which means None of you get any points. But good try. Next one. What weapons does a duck bill fit on? And there's 2 answers here. 4 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Time.
I think I said the wrong second shotgun.
So it was the S1897 and the S12K. So good job on still no points, but it's okay. There's 2 more questions left. What is the max speed you can travel at when using the parachute?
What? How do I not know this, actually?
I'm just gonna answer whatever.
Oh, what is it?
I actually don't know.
I don't remember.
I think I got it. No. Oh.
And time.
I don't know.
Okay, so 2 of you got, if I'm not mistaken, Atesy and Vod got the max speed that you can travel at when you've jumped out. But in terms of when the parachute is open, yeah, it's 126 kilometers per hour.
Skydiving, that's why.
Final question. What type of ammo does an M79 have? Right, someone got this correct.
Oh, no.
Which is, I mean, it wasn't T-Bone because he didn't even try, but that's okay. Beamy gets a point. Well done, Beamy.
Let's go.
There we go. As we finish round number 1, we have a clear winner by 1 point. It is Beamy, and we're moving into round number 2.
Let's go.
Wow, what a great job by Beamy here getting 1 point. However, parachutes moving at supersonic speed might not be quite accurate. 2,000?
Next patch.
I don't know what he was thinking.
I mean, he didn't add any measurements, so it could just be 2,000 centimeters per hour. I don't know.
Stop trying to justify
He's Danish, I have to defend him, you know? We're pretty good at numbers usually. I'm not. Beamy is not.
Danes are rubbish at a lot of things, all right? There you go.
Where did that come from?
I just, I have to spend a lot of time with Danes. I've been having to work with Martin for years, all right? Give me this. Anyway, we have got ourselves game number 2 on the way here very, very soon. Game number 1 was a rip-roaring success.
Yeah.
As if it was like a business pitch or something. No, it was just a game, but it was really, really cool to witness. It was a great start to the tournament.
It really was. It gave us, I think, everything we were hoping to see out of Game 1. Teams clearly showing us that they have managed to change things up from lower upper bracket coming into the finals, and also just a great final circle, great final couple of fights in an area of the map where usually I feel like the games are pretty much determined coming into the last couple of circles.
Let's get to it. Game number 2 here of PEC Spring, as we have got ourselves the flyover and seeing how these teams are going to react already. Not exactly the easiest of playing past, but we'll probably see quite a few of these teams get cars and go to what is a usual drop spot to start things off.
Yeah, we had quite a few of hard Western looting teams in terms of Montenuevo, La Delera, over towards El Pozo as well. This time around, obviously, the likes of BBL would have gone El Pozo, has to go elsewhere. And who would have thought? El Azahar. That's for the taking.
That first game got me warm. I'm wearing this jacket.
I'm pretty warm too.
I'm warm now. But anyway, hopefully
in a good way though.
Yeah, hopefully things don't cool down just yet, right? We've got still more Miramar to go, as we already have everybody dropping on down. Exalt is very, very north to start it off as well. But that means they're not losing someone in a car at the beginning of the game.
True. Maybe that's maybe that's part of the strategy, boys. This last game, I have feedback. Let's not die instantly, so if we just land 2 kilometers away from everyone else, hopefully that is not going to be the case.
Are you ready for the Crossroads ending?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, now would it?
Because Rafa
get a lot of ammo and just stay.
Just very still. Very still for quite a while. But yes, we have this situation well underway. And for Polish Power, again, considering a San Martin position, they actually did really well with it in the previous game. Good rotations, patient moves when they made them, and even taking, again, fights with who I've got my eyes on, question mark, who are way down south to start this one off.
Yeah, and in a position where I feel like for the most part, when we have a high traffic southern side of the map, it's usually also followed by southern circles. Nice little camera flying around. Are we going to Hulk Jesus? No, it's just another guy with a book and very interesting.
You'd rock that haircut.
You say that now. I don't know if I would.
No?
I mean, honestly, I'll rock any haircut. I just don't know if I would want it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day. I mean, probably automatically someday. But if I have to go by my parents and my grandparents, then they're not exactly bald yet. So I think I'm good.
Yeah, fair.
I think I'm good.
Skips a generation in my family. My dad has got no hair anymore, so I'm safe.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And from hair to something that might matter more to our dear viewers out there. Norkis getting himself loaded up in San Martin. And we've been over this whole Polish Power San Martin. How is it going to work for them? These are the type of situations, because normally for Polish Power, it is, as the desk and as we've been talking about as well, pretty atrocious trying to rotate out and backfill Twisted Minds, Question Mark and Na'Vi, regardless of which direction you go into. These circles, though, they are where Polish Power has to make magic. They're not necessarily being spoon-fed positions, because obviously M-Force is around, but they do get to pick and choose.
Yeah.
And if the circles keep coming in this direction, which we've seen them do time and time again, this is almost the games where I would demand Polish Power gets something out of them, because in the position they're looting, they can't base good games on early circles. This is pretty much the one circle where they know we're going to get a couple in a row now.
It's funny, though, because there's a different type of pressure when it's a home circle, right? Of course, there's pressure on you when you're rotating in, trying to fight edge, trying to find a spot. But in a lot of those instances, you're kind of playing warm. You're kind of like, okay, always trigger ready, always ready to get into a fight, maybe get into fights, get warm off that fight. But sometimes in these circles, you're sat there for a while, waiting.
I feel like one of the only teams that would never, one of the only type of teams that would never give a hard time for not winning their home turf circles are melee teams, because everyone's going to get there anyway. I mean, it's like you can't really fault the team for couldn't even maintain both bridges and all the piers and all the beaches.
There's only so much area you can hold.
Exactly. That's just until we get our emergency pickups, parachutes, and all of a sudden people are going to be coming in from every direction.
After PGS, let's put it this way, PUBG Esports is going to be wild. And I'm all for it. I'm excited for it.
It's going to be wild, and in many different aspects. One of them for sure being that players are going to have to hashtag adapt.
Yeah, and cope and cry in a corner when they can't.
I mean, that's for them to do. We're gonna, while they're doing that, their tears of sadness is our tears of joy as we see them, and kind of just learn things anew. And I think that's an exciting time, both for me, for you, for broadcasts, for honestly, while players might not admit it, for a lot of players too.
You speak to be honest, you speak to a lot of them and they're excited as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to this game here.
I'm just excited.
I know. It's a good time. It's a good time to be alive, as we've got ourselves Foot still alive, a little bit further away from the circle, of course. But we'll be trying to probably rotate up the east side of this circle and try and find themselves a little spot. It would be a bit silly otherwise to find any other direction going on. Just getting their cars good to go. For Question Mark, only a 2-point game. After losing out a fight to Polish Power, as Marsalek does, Marsalek things on a flank. So Question Mark's definitely going to see that as a bit of a stinging point for them in a tournament like this, when usually they're almost always getting at least top 10, if not top 5s, if not top 3s.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird situation where Hubba got the scare of his life, running into a building he thought was clear and then just instantly getting melted. And then the team maybe not really being in position from where they were ready to take that fight. So very quickly, things went against Question Mark. But again, Question Mark ain't a team to one bad game. It's like, oh, now we spiral into ultimate defeat. No, they do tend to bounce back pretty easily, which is something that many other teams tend to struggle with. So I'm not too worried for the good QM boys as they make their way up towards the southern side of the circle.
Yep. It's going to be a slow start here for the second game, as there's not going to be too many big choke points to really stop any of these teams rotating in. And even teams that are coming in inverted commas late, it's not really that late for the game state compared to the previous circle where teams are having to traverse quite a way.
And one thing that's interesting about this circle in particular is, yes, there ain't going to be a whole lot of fighting because, as you're mentioning as well, there's plenty of space to get into these circles. You don't really get those bad bottleneck positions, but the center of this map is an open field in and around the Hacienda Crossroads where no one can really take control of anything. So where in last game we saw a ton of teams kind of bunched up in the center with plenty of space around the ridge lines, those teams don't get to go as center this time around, meaning that those teams that are coming in late will run into confrontation early. And even now you can see Dante trying to kind of fend off against Foot Esports here. This is a fight that wouldn't have happened at all in circles similar. I don't think, I mean, obviously but Esports, they will take a look at any chance given, take a fight, but I don't think they want to fight here. It's just too open.
A question mark backup drop is not exactly what they were hoping for with Foot. On this side when these kind of rotations happen, and especially how open these fields are, you never know if a wild bullet from Dante just sitting in the compound can connect and then get the knock, and how he's supposed to get that back up. So you usually transition through the road, not necessarily through the fields, because the road actually has 2 inclines on either side, which does give you a bit of coverage once you're crossing that compound.
Also a great reaction play from the Mist. They don't only see Dante in the compound, they see the vehicles in the field too, knowing, okay, this is the direction they're heading in. What does Foot instantly do? Rep hard east. We are not going to backfill a team. Obviously, they don't necessarily know. They probably do know, but even if they don't know that it's question mark, regardless of the team, no reason to sit in backfill, especially if the circle shifts further away. So let's try and find an approach from where we're safe. And in the meantime, James, well, he's been in this area of the map a lot of times in the past, and now he's back.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You know,
James and Picado, what else is new?
It's iconic. And it's still weird seeing all these guys not on liquid, but you know what? We'll have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Very strange to see these tags next to some names.
It's always fun when we come into new seasons after the whole roster royale takes place. And
I mean, James did retire, so
that is true.
You know,
and I'm not gonna lie, he did fool me for a second.
Did he?
I mean, I know that I shouldn't have been fooled either. It was the easiest bait in the world, and I jumped in with both feet.
Nice.
Yeah. So kudos to you, James. You had me fooled for a second, and then you unfooled me by not retiring.
Yeah.
Good job.
Tricksters.
Yeah.
All people.
I feel like I saved it pretty well.
Tricksters.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of people with the name J that aren't tricksters, but I don't know that many people starting with the name J.
We're all terrible humans.
Yeah.
But anyway, looking for laughs at others' expenses, but we've got ourselves Ace. Hopefully, not at their expense, slowly moving in south of DA, but again, there's lots of room to play here.
Yeah, they're playing it in slow. The issue for them could become that they're backfilling a DA who ain't necessarily in a hurry to go anywhere, even if the circles go away. So Ascent might have to look to do an even wider rep, potentially all the way up towards Power Grid Hill, depending on where this next circle takes us. And you can see now Wu as well aware that there's a team wrapping in behind.
Where are we going?
Oh, stick around. Picado ending.
Well, it wasn't the crossroads that I was expecting, but...
Well, it could still quadruple hard shift northeast.
Well, that would be...
fun.
Still odd, and not this game.
it would be odd, but Picado endings, well, that would not be a first. Power Grid Plateau endings, not a first either. But we are headed into terrain of this map where there's plenty of quote-unquote unplayable hills. So already now, these teams, even though it's still 2 circles away, are starting to do the math on where can this game mathematically end. What are the probabilities of what we're seeing? And of course, next circle is going to determine everything. But right now, teams, IGLs mainly, but teams are putting in plans, looking through the playbooks of where do we go. But one thing's for sure, draw a line right down the middle here, James. 2.5 teams on the left side, all the rest on the east. There's such a big divide of where these teams are coming in from.
And still more to fill in on the east side as well, so that is going to be even more terrifying. Senya trying to connect something, doesn't really connect with anything, and just going to fall back here whilst Full Tilt's just mulling around in this area, but this is where neither team wants to be. So any of these shots, yeah, cool, a knock here or there or something like that, but Ding's got to get moving as well. Because, as you say, the East is so packed.
You can't backfill the East at this point. There's simply too many teams around. And the issue for them is there's nowhere for them to go right now. Twisted Minds currently has control of essentially 1/4 of the entire circle. BBL is backfilling them. M4s is coming up close, so sure, they won't try to maintain that much control for much longer, but still, because the divide, because the percentage of teams out towards the East is as skewed in that direction, you have to hard wrap on these circles. Exalt, I'm a little worried, honestly, seeing them make a hard wrap northeast into Junkyard. I would have thought they would want to go west, because if this one goes Power Grid Plateau, James, oh my god, are we in for just annihilation of teams on rotation?
Because even if you try and rotate really wide, that is very difficult itself. So you have to go up these hills and that divide that kind of Picado Power Grid location, and that would be just a massacre.
Yep, and then you have your Tuscan Raiders standing on the hilltops just waiting for you to come their direction, and they'll take shots at you. In the meantime, now speaking of taking shots, question mark, getting new roommates in Ding, trying to pull up from the east. They had to go somewhere, and they go, well, why not just head into the most difficult to push part of the area, because then at least maybe we can take a 4v4 straight to them. Issue is get drugs spotted instantly. Point in the back for question mark.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this routing. This is a very dire scenario for them at the moment. Sale, yes, has been able to clutch out some moments in the past for a ding, but now, with question mark on high alert, they're going to have reinforcements on the way here, moving up the hill. Hobbit's throwing out a few throwables here and there. Sale goes for a spray, doesn't really connect with too much at all. And Hobbit's is still trying to ward them off with a better utility.
Yep, Sale managing to get one more. Molly comes close. Hobba able to bounce off and get away. But
Sale got full first.
Yep. Troublesome position here as question mark tries to fend off. The issue is Ding don't really have a good area of approaching now with shots being fired. PUBG Esports from behind is starting to shoot in as well. Aimlol able to get the better of Dante as question mark slowly starting to fall apart. Aimlol down to just 1 HP as he tried to make a run for it.
A disaster first 2 games for question mark if they don't win this fight out. And Senya finds Hobbits in the window as well. So Hobbits was looking for him for so long. And a doozy under some pressure too on the hill. And that was way too close for comfort for question mark, but they're going to go down.
If they come out of this circle with just 1 casualty, that's going to be phenomenal. But even if that happens, this circle has just taken us to destruction land. You like riding up hills? No? Well, too bad for you. You're going to have to one way or another, because we are headed over towards Power Grid Plateau while we try and maintain our eyes on this fight, but doesn't matter. Ding managed to go out in this one 4v4, lose only 1. Great fight, but look at where they have to go next.
PUBG Esports is rocking up on them. Yeah, and as you say, the circle, we kind of explained the circle exactly how it could go down before anything actually went and happened. But Foot is looking to rock up after hearing the fight here from Ding. Senya's already down.
Yep.
This fight is not over here.
PUBG Esports saw the circle. They instantly said, you know what, we're not going to get this. We're not going to be the first up at that ridgeline. We will die if we try. So why not take the fight to a team who have just finished fighting another? Now, 4v2, they might actually, PUBG Esports might just stick around and try and fight these last players in the blue if they have to. I wouldn't be surprised, because they know right now there's nothing to come for west of here. But if we wait a little bit, maybe there's a third party we can pull up on.
Yeah, maybe. And if they were watching the kill feed closely, they would know that they had the new numbers advantage straight away in a fight like that. So that is quite the appetizing conflict to go for. And DA now going straight up what I think is one of the best channels to try and get up on the power grid kind of plateau up here. There are teams, yes, ahead of them, so they've got to be careful about it, but at least they can get their foot in the door to start things off.
Yeah, but there's a door stopper, and that's FaZe Clan waiting just on the other side. You can see how they're essentially just running into a funnel. They are surrounded instantly as Ghost Stuff peeks over, James peeks over, Iroh does get run in return, but taken down just after. And you said it right there, the massacre of DA unfolds as FaZe wraps up 4 easy points.
I guess it's great. A way to get up the hill if no one's there.
This is exactly what they wanted. Look at how they're positioned to, yes, Ascent is pulling up on this, but only 1 knock on James. FaZe is still in a position from where they can fight. Issue for Fexes, he's kind of the spearhead, he's the protector, but he's looking the wrong direction.
I suppose that's the point now that I've articulated it. Because it is such a good way to get up the hills, it's the perfect place to set a trap.
Yes, exactly. And that's what FaZe has been doing all qualifiers long, whether it be Brit Games or what it has been. They try to get the quote-unquote easy points. These ones don't come more free, but now they have a fight to take against Ascent.
Yeah, they're keen. Look at all these teams trying to just get involved fast. He sees Kirexi, a nade actually flies over his head, causing him about half damage there for the moment. But he saw how open Kirexi was, but didn't choose to go for the peak, knowing that FaZe was probably a few members to try and go for that.
Gustav, what is with the Sonos and up close spots?
Hello?
What did he actually find? What headshot Sonos over the ridgeline? Why not grab that third gun and see if you can find some damage up close? New meta in the making, or maybe not new, but one that we don't see successful all that often in Ascent. Pulling up on this, losing 2 now, starting to get shot in the back as well. Circle up on the plateau we go. This is a nightmare scenario for almost everyone but Polish Power and BBL.
Either that's just insane or just a great understanding of knowing what you're going to be peeking over into. And that was very well done overall here by FaZe, still bringing the fight. Vexov, yes, is down, but they've still already got 6 kills on the board. An underhand nade maybe going forwards alongside a Molly as well. Will get Micah straight in the face, but not exactly finishing him off, but they're being very aggressive over this ridgeline.
They have to be, because they're feeling the pressure come in from behind as well. Gustav, 2 HP to work with, not going to be enough. They will fall. Kills did come their way, so a decent game for FaZe Clan, no matter how you put it, but would have wanted more out of this position, no doubt.
we got this. This game is so accelerated because of these circles. Full shift overwards to the west as well here, as Na'Vi is trying to send it all the way through, but they're getting absolutely mullered on arrival. As anybody's trying to find a way into Power Grid, but Power Grid's already occupied at the moment as well.
All kinds of hell is breaking loose inside the circle, James. We still have 7 teams having to make their way into this circle, and there's a pretty big chance they're going to be running into the exact amount of chaos that we're seeing unfold here already, because the area between where the circle and the east side ends to where Twisted Minds are currently positioned, you have one compound. The worst thing is here, no one knows that it's free, because no one has a living chance to scout it. If they only knew that just up ahead was a free as can be compound, but no one has a chance of getting eyes on it without getting shot at.
Unlikely at the moment. M-Force might be the first contender if they can deal with Foot that's coming in from the north of them.
Yeah.
As now, Melman, he's sent it on through, and they're looking for just any points they can recover from this game after losing everybody on the big send through.
Yeah. Everyone wants to clear their edges before moving further forward. They want more breathing room. They want a chance to push forward without having to worry about backstabs coming through. Beamy, well, that's a backstab right there. First one to fall.
Tries for the spot. Vard will retaliate, get away from our downed player. But saving Beamy up that hill is very difficult.
Yes.
And not possible now, especially with Vard going down.
Exactly, Doxa finds a bolt to the head of Vard. Not going to make things any easier for these boards. That nade might be short. Yeah, will be short, but not by much, actually. Aimlo running around in the blue, and now Moldogt whipping out the best DMR in the game to try and see what he can find, but he doesn't use it, because why not just 6x your barrel?
I guess so. Here goes M-Force.
We've seen this before.
All the way through. And they shall be pleasantly surprised that no one's there.
Oh wait, no one's here. Nice. This worked out pretty well. Well, they did have a chance to scout, and I like the fact that they're wrapping around rather than try and take the fight to Foot Esports. Just, you know what? You got the knocks on them already. You can wait it out for Veronica, realizing, well, it's either me going down to blue or potentially finding one more. Now you lob the nade on forward, heal, and then make a run forward. T-Bone. Yeah, this is a salvage game if I've seen one.
Yep. Everyone's sub. And will Veronica get some points?
Well, he does get points, but I'm surprising that he's stayed for as long as he did. In the end, he does come out victorious anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Howl, in the meantime, from one hilltop to another, this time around trying to fend off against Savim.
Nice little throw. That will... Actually, I think that did connect that molly during all of that, so not too bad. Oop. Little corner peek on that, and from one peak to another, Mr. Baron Peak himself trying to come over this hillside to look at Howl, but he's going to be staring down a few guns if he peeks. Baron Peak, sometimes there's a time not to peek, might be now.
Yeah, but look at the POV down in the bottom corner, or the pip, I should say. As the peaks come forward, CC, you need to be the over-the-shoulder protector here. You need to apply pressure, allowing for Baron Peak to kind of use the surprise element to peek forward. Issue is he's going to be blind for days, can't see anything. Where is the suppression? Where is the shots coming in from behind? They are being taken down too, and Savim really feeling the heat of Howl just demolishing them. Howl, from one win into a game 2, tough rotation for them to make, but once again, out victorious, 5 kills, and so far, James, no casualties.
Sort of a bit of a telegraph being blind as well. The little shots that he did really kind of emphasizing to Howl that had hit in terms of that flash, because it was a bit of a panicked few shots coming out there from him. But anyway, we go to, well, we were talking about home circles and different kinds of pressure being on them. Twisted Minds on a home circle, dead center. You've got to think that they're looking at this game as an attempt for big points.
There are some circles you will complain about. And then there are these ones, and I don't think Twisted Minds has any issue with being where they are right now. They did have to fight for the position they're currently set in, but forcing a send-off wasn't too difficult given that they're already taking casualties.
Although if you ask Martin, they are a day 2 team, so they should get no points in this game.
Yes, of course. PBL, in the meantime, speaking of no points, not that they have none, but not a lot. They have been playing it slow, in from the west side, and now, only now, have they opted to try and go aggressive here. They might just be able to wrap further around the backside here. They have clips still all the way inside of Power Grid, so their backs are cleared if they want to peek into this aggressively.
Look how well they know this terrain as well.
Yep.
A very, very bold move across that, as you say. And now, technically, there are a lot of teams in close vicinity, but they completely knew that they were free to move wherever they want. Molodok actually finishes off Kiliakai here, so unfortunately for Ascend, they are done. But BBL and Exalt now have the Twisted Minds problem to solve, and ideally for both of them, they'd be better off not fighting one another when eventually that kind of crest over the hill for both of them has to come into the circle.
We saw it during the qualifier games, how much control BBL took in the game that they won down towards Val Del Mar. They're playing the exact same split here. Clip playing a solo anchor position up towards the north. You see the map. He's the only player in Power Grid allowing for the rest of the BBL roster to wrap down south, take full control, deny anyone entry. Had they had a team in there to fend off against, they could not focus anywhere else. Now, especially with the circle going away, they have all the time in the world to scout forward, to see these fights happening, and then pick and choose which they want to engage on. Only happening because of the way they opt to position. Many other teams would not dare to pull off a split like this late in the game.
Yeah, that's quite the hold here. You got to have very, very strong capabilities as a player to do the 3-1 split and be the one. Although Exalt here is getting hammered by nades, having to retreat on away from this. The Wu, still though, very content not only at being taking this a little bit slower, but also understanding that there's potential threats in the east. Takes a little look over there. Doesn't spot too much. Clib is being a one-man army himself, holding this spot.
He just got an arm as well.
Did he?
You mean he deserved it? He protected all of Power Grid alone. I feel like you deserve a grade for that.
That is nice, yeah.
Even though he didn't have to shoot at anyone, I still feel like just daring to do it, that comes with rewards.
And the rest of his team comes along to cheer for him as he shoots things with the all moment and hold the rest of Power Grid. Now, the wall is still pretty good for them in their circle, so that's okay. As they know that taking the fight with Twisted Minds at the moment is probably not the best idea.
Yeah, no, not at all. For Exalt, though, I like this smoke line they're trying to set up, making a run on forward. In the meantime, Howl needed an entry point, needed an open door to get on in, and now they have one. They take out Polish Power. They've made their way on in. But where do they go from here? They have full send right next to them and living up to the name. They're full speed sending it forward, trying to find a further center position.
Man, Howl has an opportunity here to really make a name for themselves. Straight out of the gate for 2 games in a row. It was so obvious that they were working hard between 2022 and 2023 to really improve on this stage in EMEA. And at the moment, they're doing well for themselves here. Full Tilt is kind of scrambling. A few nades go across this ridge line to try and displace them, but Howl's winning out a lot of these engagements. Ruined alive with 1 health.
And their priority in this is absolutely phenomenal. They saw the bike come through, only 1 player. They saw just 1 guy in the car as well. They know that it's a 4v2 push, so great execution on Howl to push further forward. They still have BBL to deal with, though. In the meantime, Nixie, we know he's an up-close threat. He's proven that time and time again now. He takes out Fate. The Ace-32 rings strong, but how much more can you do with the new gun in hand?
A little harder to control the spray for me and for my money, but, you know, let's see if Nixie can make it work. He's running out of bullets here. I'm wondering how much he has on his mini left as well. He's going to finish off Fate, I guess realizing that he doesn't have many more capabilities there with a lack of ammo.
More damage being done in return. As Bestalog finds one, we'll try and look to both these fights at the same time because they could be winning teams coming out here. Clip knew the camera was on him. He'll miss the first one just for show. Second time around, though, not quite the case. Takes one down. And Twisted Minds now as well, trying to make space for themselves. Exalt, trigger position they went, couldn't do a whole lot, but crucial for Twisted Minds to get that fight over and done with, because now, as you see instantly, they can put their eyes to BBL.
The home crowd goes wild for Twisted Minds. A lot of points going their way. How 7 kills here for the second game. And now, still, somehow, some way, Full Tilt is alive in the midst of all this fighting. But BBL is not done with them just yet. That fight has to happen eventually between BBL and Howl.
We haven't seen a whole lot of shots coming from Twisted Minds towards BBL, and I'm curious if that's going to kind of alert BBL to the fact that this should be clear, or if it's going to make them go, wait, they're not shooting, they're waiting for us, aren't they? But BBL seem to be pushing in that direction. Of course, Blow is going to force them to go here, but they're going to have to fully commit to it. They would have wanted to do more damage to Howl, that's for sure, but I think right now they're playing position over kills.
Keep going, Suppy. Hiding in plain sight. And never mind. Oh. Damn it.
That's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you cast a bless. Sometimes you cast a curse. He can thank you for that, James. You're the reason it died.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Well, we will see now as we have this shift on down. The BBL Howl fight is probably still kind of rumbling in the background eventually. But now, actually, BBL gets eyes on Twisted Minds. BBL's playing a dangerous game here, taking these fights on either side.
They are relying on M-Force to become a factor in this game. Right now, they're taking shots at them. That ain't going to help them a whole lot because they need them to kind of be the alert the trap wire that informs them if either Howl or Twisted Minds start playing aggressive towards them. The thing for BBL is they know Howl can't make play east. So BBL want to take the fight here, but also being cautious of a potential 4-man Twisted Minds push.
Big spray on through the smoke here. Realizes that Matt is trying to make a big transition on through, but actually sees M-Force in the distance. Pulls out the mini, goes for a few pot shots. Trying to get it through the window here against Dogzer, but Rafa has moved onto the right-hand side. So, also, oh, God, flick instantly as soon as he emerges from the snow. Snow? Smoke.
You're on the wrong map, bro.
It's a desert. Shut up, James.
I get it. It can be difficult sometimes. It is kind of bright looking, that sand. James.
Don't try and console me.
In the meantime, Ruin, that's the easiest double peek of your life. And of course he hits them because Howl just do that these days. They're dialed in and they'll get all of them, but opts to reload with 9 bullets still in the chamber. Became too much for him to deal with. And now, obviously, as always, as soon as Twisted Minds sees an opportunity, they peek on over and they instantly take down the opposition. BBL was their only threat over the hill. They sat tight, they waited for the right opportunity, and they absolutely pushing them.
Who are you kidding? It's Twisted Minds. It's a home circle. It's Power Grid. Who is going to dislodge them from a position of power that Twisted Minds has at the moment? Howl is one left. The Mad has to do something miraculous here. M-Force on the opposite side of this circle is getting bombarded by their own cars, never mind anything else, and they are going to fall. This is Twisted Minds all over.
One of many, I should say, things that I love about Twisted Minds is how sometimes you can kind of forget that they're alive and how passive they can play. But we all know that it's just like a set of piranhas waiting for blood in their water. We all know that it's just them waiting for the right opportunity. The Matt, I think, is realizing now that, well, probably not winning this game. So do I want to give points away or do I just slowly walk out?
Take your car.
Blow? Yeah.
Get out of there.
Maybe the car explodes and then hits Matt.
Maybe.
No, not quite the case. But in any case, I mean, again, Twisted Minds, BBL knew there was a threat, but they just never know when to expect them, and you can never really predict how hard they're gonna hit when they do hit. And what did they take? From when they peaked over after Ruin peaked, what did they take? 2 seconds, 3 seconds, boom, instantly, double BBL down. Matt denies, can't really fault him for doing that. A top 2 position is where you want to be. Spiro, continuing where he left off, deny the last, not gonna matter. Great game for Twisted Minds.
Again, you can't argue with it. When you have a circle like this, when you understand, there's no team in the world, I'm going to say in the world, that understands this location like Twisted Minds.
And for good reason, they've been here for a while.
Yes, they have.
Anytime anyone has done anything to contest them, it's the one time where they just don't give up on a hot drop. Because they know the value of, again, similar to what we're talking about in the beginning of this game with with the Polish Power, where if you get that one circle that actually benefits your compound, you have to make the most of it. Twisted Minds knows to do it here, and they pretty much deliver every time.
And there you go. Game 2 goes to Twisted Minds. They're looking for yet another championship in this region. We're going to a break. When we return, it's the desk, and then we'll see you soon.
Stop in next step, they're gonna peek over.
Just peek it.
I see them, we could peek over.
You know what's about me.
Knock one, PA.
2 more.
Way more. I'm nading it.
3 more, 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. One active.
Nade on me. East could push, East could push.
Yeah, Dreams is knocked. Get smokes on Dreams.
Just one smoke is fine. I'm on a good rock. I'm on a good rock. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to check the power grid run out quickly.
Yeah.
Nice. Pressure.
Check the tactics compound. Nobody shot.
Nice.
No
one is yet.
One close to next year.
Mega close. Other guys low.
Yeah, I'm watching her.
2 guys in the smoke. Left smoke.
Which smoke?
Yellow smoke.
One in the smoke on the right.
He's proning or something.
Nade.
I don't have shit.
They will try to run the guy on the
Can you push towards them? Are they both in smokes?
No, one unknown.
Knock one left. You have any nades for it?
No.
Rush.
Oh, they don't have nades.
You got flash for someone else.
Oh, I found 2
nades.
nades. It smokes out in.
Someone is in the close smoke, right?
Yeah, there's full there, full.
Drive now.
One left.
Yeah, but
Left side, boys. One jet is on.
Grabbing us, one guy. Nice.
Last 2 are down low. Right behind.
Where's the bro?
Twisted Minds takes the chicken dinner. We spoke a lot about them in the pre-show, the most consistent team in Europe, according to a lot of the other teams that they play against. HAL as well, getting a 3rd place, which is going to be really nice for them, stacking up those points. But the team I want to talk about is on your screens right now, BBL Esports. So coming into the start of PEC, there was lots of conversation about this particular lineup alongside Foot Esports. After the playoffs, Foot Esports dominates the upper bracket. BBL doesn't make it through. They drop to the lower bracket, where I think that they did a substandard performance. I don't think that they were that impressive, and I know that both Avenger and Saga have disagreed with me on this a few times, but personally I just don't think BBL looks as good as the lineup dictates they should. Saga?
I think when you've got teams like Howl who, let's face it, they've come out really strong. They've had a very solid first couple of games. They were the team that was on par at the very least with BBL in the lower bracket, and generally in the lower bracket, the top 4 was like a really solid cutoff point. 30 points away from first place in the upper bracket puts you out of the top 8. 30 points away from first place in the lower bracket puts you in 5th. So there was a definite gap between the upper end of lower bracket and the upper end of the upper bracket teams when it came to that point. But overall, the fact that BBL didn't quite separate themselves away from the rest of the lower bracket teams that we might expect them to overtake and outdo, and then here haven't quite had the same level of success, but fair play to them. They did have a pretty solid game that time around, just let it slip at the final hurdle.
You say solid, but Avenger, I say that that was their game to lose, and then they did.
Yeah, I mean, in this case here, once we have the circle and how it works, we're going to dive into that a little bit more. They should be in a good spot, but they were holding on to Power Grid for a long time, and it was a Twisted Minds home turf circle, right? They're looting Power Grid. They take the best compounds out of this circle here, and we see them how they're able to take a double-digit 12 kills for the win here. But Howl is really a stand-up performance. They did extremely well on Miramar in our lower bracket, and they continue to do so here in our grand finals. It's really impressive to me.
Let's wrap up that BBL conversation, because I'm still on the fence about this. The bottom line is the lineup.
You want to talk bad about them.
It's not about talking bad. I think it's a conversation that has to come up.
It has to,
so much hype around them, and the lineup is strong, and I don't feel that they currently are earning the hype. And we keep talking about them going, BBL will come, BBL will... Well, it's the grand finals, we are there.
I would have to say...
They're in 5th place, so maybe I should shut up, but I mean...
You know, it's not the worst. I would say the one thing that maybe was an identified issue for them that sort of reared its head in the final game is there was a lot of conversations, a lot of discussion when the team was formed about who's going to be the one to take the Fuzzface-esque role, where it is more of a supportive one, the one who's watching the back line. So while they're free farming across, taking shots at M4s, throwing utility down at Twisted Minds behind them, no one was watching out for the push from Ruin. That's 2 instant knocks, and a team like Twisted Mind will not let that opportunity go squandered. And as soon as that opportunity opened itself up and BBL was weakened, Twisted Mind came, twisted the knife, and finished the job. So it was just that one tiny little lack of sort of cognizance of what was going on around them, and that could be an issue that we've identified for the team going forward.
We obviously all made our Twire picks. Turns out I forgot to select a captain, so I'm feeling great about that.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
Oh,
what's the rest of the excuses, though? Like,
no, that's just my excuse.
Obviously, everyone in above 600 points total have been, double dipping.
Fair.
Except maybe Calaris.
So double dipping is not allowed. But in this current moment, let's talk about the team sitting on the top spot. You saw it in the points. How looks impressive. 2 games in. Avenger, this is a good sign for them.
It is. I'm just hoping to see that really translate onto Erangel as well. Miramar is the strongest map it has been for some time, and if they're able to continue this, they're going to be able to put themselves in a really great spot here. Obviously, there's PGS spots, there's PGC points, but also there is a famed spot where guaranteed MEA team will take the kind of guaranteed slot for PGC. So that's really interesting. A lot of expectations were on to DA. They haven't really shown up yet. It is only 2 games, but Howl is looking extremely strong here from day one on the get-go.
Let's jump back to something that you mentioned. You said you were going to break down that circle for us, and now you got a new toy. So why don't you play on it? And
it's not a new toy. It's just a revised one. We've had it throughout the years, but let's take a look here at Circle 3, where we have our famous land ratio. It's going to pop in Circle 4 here, and we have this chain of land ratio, basically. Let me make it green. That's beautiful. So all of this here is considered land ratio. So the circle is going to pop northwest. That's why we see BBL in a strong spot. We have a lot of Polish power guys, Ascend, FaZe. We have Wu. All of these teams are coming in here from this spot because it's going to go northwest, and that's obviously what we're going to see. It's going to pop. I'm just really curious, why don't we have more teams on the northwest, like up here in the top, and why do we have so many teams down here? Like, why is Foot there? Why is Savim there? Why is Ding still out in the blue? Why is Foot not on the north side or even stronger inside? Because all of these teams know it's going to go northwest somehow. So I'm really curious why, first of all, we have that many teams over there and we don't see more teams pushing through it. Obviously, a lot of teams did make the move through. Ascent FaZe did well. Wu did well. Howl has a really strong spot. Home turf advantage. Twisted Minds were by far in the best spot, and they knew exactly what was gonna happen, and they managed to take the win out of it. Unfortunate for BBL, they had one of the strongest spots. They locked down Power Grid for a very long time, and that's exactly how they should be playing it. They were able to take the gym in the north side, where they put Rustenmar there in a kind of supportive scouting role, but it just kind of fell apart a little bit later, and that's what I'm really hoping to see BBL to kind of stick more together, stronger, and keep that same information gathering throughout, because they are 4 really good mechanical fragging players, and one of the guys just have to take this role here where he is taking this information and saying, okay guys, our backs are free, or I'm making sure that you guys can push forward so you can focus on the 180 degrees forward, and then I'll focus on the back. All these situations here is just super unfortunate. Also, you have a young superstar in Ruin, 19 years old, just come up and he takes down 2, and it's just there's not much you can do about that unless you're actively searching for that information. And I'm not sure that those 2 guys should be, like, one of those guys shouldn't maybe be searching for the information. I think it's a fine play. It's just you can't do much when he pops up over the ridge and gets 2 down that fast.
I would love to hear from you. Obviously, we would love to hear from you. Let us know who you think is going to be the team that will be victorious during the PUBG EMEA Championship. Head on over to Twitter. It's at PUBG Esports, and tell us. You can also give me a hard time if you think I was being too tough on BBL, or you can give us a hard time for not letting Saga talk enough during this segment, because I feel like we didn't. But we are going to stop talking now, because we're moving to Erangel. Kylaris and Sophie are going to take over from here.
That's right, thank you. Saga knows the priorities here, all right? He knows what to do. I like that a lot. But we are actually shifting on to Erangel, as said here, and obviously, so watching these 2 Miramars, 2 very different Miramars, but lessons that, teams can take from one map onto the next one here, like, of course, BBL and what Martin suggested.
Yeah, it's always great to get the insights of the analyst desk, and I do agree that our different Rick didn't get that much talking time. It's
it's fine. He'll get it later on.
Yeah, he'll get it. There's enough games to go by that he will get his fair share of time.
Yeah. If we can make mine shut up, which is very difficult.
Now that is a whole other type of challenge.
Yeah. I've not been able in, I'd say, like 5 or 6 years. But anyway, oh my days.
You want a melee circle? Because you're not getting one. This one is going Primorsk.
Oh, shush you. All right, let's get into it. Game 3, and what a plane path to start things off for Erangel. Drop spots, backup drop spots, very much important for those teams that maybe want to go very, very north. And there are a few.
If your backup drop has a backup drop, that's probably one where you want to go now.
Yeah.
And
look where Polish Power is off to.
I mean, I would be surprised. Wait. Actually, I am a bit surprised. Okay, now there are a few more teams coming. I was going to say if there's only going to be 3 teams hopping down here, but no, that's actually just Polish Power. But Marsalek clearly reading the guys. You know what? I got this. I'll scare them off. It's okay.
Yeah, there's a moment where, like, when you don't get the memo, and that's kind of means a late message. I feel like Marsalek got the memo too early. It's for somehow it bent space time, and now Marsalek is away from his team, but he'll get there with a vehicle, I'm sure.
To kind of counter what you're saying, I think it's incredibly intentional. I think this was very purposely done to both let DA know we are here, don't come for our vehicles, don't try and set up a path on the southern side, and the times that you see teams having to rotate out of the Novo area come west, you want an entry to the circle. The thing is here, James, what you do is you take out a coin, if you have any, you flip it, and then you go, great, that's the side of the water that we're going to play on, because this is 100% unpredictable.
Proper scary, a circle like this. So place the next circle slow, and then hope you know by circle 3.
Quiz time. Anyone in the chat can join. Are you ready, everyone? As Chris whips a few shots, he's joining. How many bullets did Quiz just know? The quiz is, how many teams are on military by the time circle 2 pops? James, go. Now, right now there's 3. For teams that don't know, right now there's 3. How many teams on military by the time circle 2 pops? Go.
I'm going to go straight down. No, I'm not going to go straight down the middle. I'm going to go 7.
7? That's a good shout.
Due to the fact that there is technically more land on the main.
Yeah. I'll do 6. The thing being, I don't think Exalt will cross. And because they won't cross, it's going to be very hard for other teams to get a proper access point to the bridge. And I don't think off of this circle that teams are going to go, let's just boat full, all in, commit, and then go, wait, we have to go back again. So I'd say 6, maybe 5, actually. 5. I think 5 is a better number. But then again, we do have 4 teams out towards the east. Wu probably backfilling eastbound as well. And I wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe doing bridge camps, because that's what they do now. And Ding maybe... Actually, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised to see Ding stay in the blue, stay out, like on the eastern side, or southeastern side of Milta, and just go, you know what? We have a boat right here. If it goes to that side, we'll go. If it doesn't, we won't. We're not going to get to the circle early anyway, so let's just wait it out and play it safe.
I like your barriers to entry theory, considering what we see in terms of the locations right now. And as you say, with the East almost being a given that FaZe is just going to sit around and do FaZe things.
I'd be surprised if they don't.
Yeah. So, let's see. Hall of Fame.
Hello? EMEA, best region? Question mark? Well, not question mark, but Navi.
They're over there.
Question mark? Yeah, Navi, there you have them. World champions of PUBG Esports.
Their banners are up, though.
They are.
Somewhere.
They are.
So,
we're an esports service.
Yes.
We can't get everything, James.
No, I suppose not.
We try.
Well, so far, they're not looking like the world champions. 0 points just yet. That's kind of harsh. It's just been 2 games. But, yeah, it's not been the easiest of times for them. Look at their movement, though, at the moment.
Speaking of movement, Alia taking the one boat that spawns in the, not ferry pier, but other ferry, southwest of Farm, parking it in the bay south of where Navi is. They're setting up a rotation path in a position that other teams won't even for a second look for a boat to shoot at. This is a very, very smart play from Navi. Just kind of preparing the fire escape in case they need it.
It's not even if other teams just don't expect it to be there or don't look. They can set up a pretty decent barrier around this location.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Have a good linchpin hold on eventually having a decent spot on a circle on the main island.
Yeah.
And then just go in if they want to. I like this.
I do too.
As long as you can get all the way up.
Say for Alia, there's a whole other set of challenges now, which is how do I
Hopefully
climb this mountain?
But
he knows.
Recently.
He knows how to get up there. It's
good times.
Simple. Left, right, jump, left, right, and success.
Imagine if he just got shot as soon as he
comes up, just run over, bonk, just toss back down the hill again. And here's Ding. We talked about them just before, saying, you know what, they might as well just sit around. Kind of do the same thing as Na'Vi is doing, but from outside the circle. Obviously, from here, they can share loot. They can maybe look towards the bridge and notice that, okay, Face is there. That's annoying. And then lock down a boat to the east. You can see here, Gedrox is looking, has the 8x on the Mini as well. He will be well aware that Face is in and around the bridge. So smart scouting, smart planning and playing from Ding here.
I mean, it's not just a bridge camp by FaZe, it's more of a bridge hostage situation. Gustav is directly on the middle of the bridge.
Yeah.
Just chilling out here for the moment with the rest of FaZe. So, yeah, they are holding that location, guys, even more so than they were in the qualifiers.
Yeah, they are fully committing to this, like had it been a Prio compound.
That is, yeah. I mean, it does give them the way.
They get the bridge.
Wherever they want to go.
Yeah. Yeah. The fun thing is going to be, should this circle go north, and even funnier northeast, does FaZe stay, knowing there's real estate for them to take in the west? Or do they go for the position? My smart mind would say, go for the position. Why wouldn't you? My, what is FaZe doing these days mind would go, it's FaZe. They'll stay. Also, if you're fast, get that code.
That's what my smart mind would say. Get the code.
Yes. You are smarter than me, James.
Thank you, thank you.
We have confirmed that many times.
Thank you.
But you're also like 10 years older, so it makes sense.
Am I 10 years older? Yeah, I'm
feels
old,
like
man.
that sometimes, yeah.
It's just, it feels that way because I'm so wise, is what you're saying, yes.
What you have in age, I have in height.
Yeah, I like that. We've got ourselves Polish Power still on an extreme split on Millie. Which, again, I sort of don't mind, all things considered. If Marcelik's considering going to that crate, though, I will shout at him.
At least he should take the ferry there, then. And just jump off and swim back to shore.
Yeah,
then I would
you'd have enough
respect
time.
it. Then he's fully committing to the crate, and I feel like he deserves it. James, in the meantime, left, right, no one's going to shoot me. Well, good thing for him, the only one to shoot him would have been his teammate, and I don't hope that's going to be the case, because Norkis, well, he's going to hear the cars. So for Polish Power, they're now aware that there is indeed a team backfilling them, and with little to no prep, they would probably also know who that team is. And now, well, speaking of Ding, they're crossing on over, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't go to Novo, but stop behind the cliff out in the water just south of where they are right now.
Hear me out.
Oh, if you insist, James.
I think they might just go all the way to the very south.
I mean, we've seen it before.
And then if it shifts north, they try and come in west of Ferry Pier.
I hope they brought gas cans then.
Yeah, that's a long way.
That's a transition.
Although, that being said, you can find kind of boats on that south side, right?
True, you can swap them.
You will be able to swap out, but that...
They do play late.
It's bold.
Yeah, and they did pass the initial island that I thought they were going to stop at, so I'm a terrible analyst, obviously. They are continuing south around. If everything goes wrong, they can jump on the ferry, and if it goes south, well, they have essentially no resistance in their transition, so it should be all right.
I do feel like it was a plan formulated a lot later, though, than it could have been. Because if you'd have thought about, if you're taking what I've said, you could have been making this move way earlier.
Yeah.
And not been in the blue.
But there's multiple parts to it, right? They had to make sure that FaZe was sticking around. They scouted that. They had to get the boat on the far east side after having done that.
Yeah.
So yes, they could have sent one early while they were scouting to do that, but they kind of did it. Well, you know what? We're doing these things together. Let's scout, let's then play it together, and then, yes, they do get in 30 seconds late, but now that we're lacking some of the Finnish players in the server that we've had in the past, if we need a new team to play the blue damage riders, Ding has been that team for a little while now, and I don't necessarily mind that. You can't tell me I'm being toxic when I say that Finnish players are just more used to tanking blue damage. It has been the case for the last 4.5 years.
In the wilds of the northern of Lapland, just kind of somewhere in the distance.
Blue in their flag, and yeah, it's many reasons.
Well, they are at present kind of on track for what we'd previously expected, even though it is quite the wide play. As we're still just kind of waiting for this circle 2 to pop. This will define quite a lot about this game.
And what will define your guessing skills is, do we go north or south, James? This is the most important.
I have to go with ratio. I have to go north.
Yeah, I'm going to go south because of ratio.
No.
I mean, when we ended Power Grid last game, that was against ratio.
That's an L/ratio. Like that's
and F's in the chat to pay respect to anyone.
If you made a tweet about that, you'd be down bad. Okay?
Yeah, but anyway, that's all right. I don't mind it. Okay. I don't mind it. Let's see. 5 seconds to go. James, are we going ratio or are we not? It's going to end on DA.
Excuse me.
We're going mainland. There's a pretty good chance. Good thing Exalt didn't cross on over. Now teams have to leave. You can see FaZe. Did they stick around? No, they didn't. They know there's much more to fight for. Issue being here, James, we've swapped out, or we've taken out Pachinki. There is a swear word lot of open fields that you can utilize for absolutely nothing.
Marsalek is going down towards Ding. You are a psychopath.
He doesn't know they're there.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to take the ferry and die in about 4 seconds.
Oh dear. Well, everyone's co-inhabiting the Longwoods to start things off. A lot of teams can fit in here. A deceptive amount of teams can fit in here as Spiro is scouting things out. Na'Vi is dangerously close. DA is going to be sending it far on through a little bit of that and actually reversing all the way back, realizing that that is too precarious. Yeah. And Perfectix actually starts with the knock.
Yep, finds one. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get down soon as well. While this fight is going on, Polish Power is trying to fortify the southern side, but I don't think Marseille is aware that Ding is set in the same spot too. So multiple fights potentially unfolding in just a short moment's time. For now, though, DA against Na'Vi. One down, that's Petrelius. Plenty of damage coming through an alley, but not enough to find the knock.
Very, very close indeed here. Having a little fall back behind the wall. That's good awareness of how your opponent has angles, considering you can get over the wall the way they do here. But BBL is going to be coming in from the backside of this, across this road, and trying to get a few pot shots in as well. So DA is stuck in all sorts of trouble at the moment.
All DA can do is back off of this one. In the meantime, Polish Power, I mean, if there's one time I'd love to hear the comms of the team, it's when Marseille has just called the team to go, let's rotate with the ferry, we're free, and then there's an entire team set there, ready and waiting for them. So far, they have taken down 2, but now with Norkis down as well, Polish Power are indeed in trouble, similarly to DA.
Considering both teams' positions, though, previously to this, it all kind of makes sense in terms of the wide round. In terms of them trying to take them out, Polish Power gets obliterated on this. If they can get Senya up, no, he's gonna tick away, isn't he?
Phase 2 should be.
He's gone.
Yeah, nope, not gonna happen.
No way.
Not gonna happen. Oh, the ferry is leaving. Or did it just arrive? It honks too much.
It does honk a lot. Well, I mean, regardless, you're burning through so many meds for this, and you've come in really wounded.
I'll take the car. Oh, no time. Fair enough.
This is dangerous.
I mean, they must have gotten a couple of meds off of the Polish Power team. So they should be all right. Phase 2 damage, again, doesn't really hurt all that bad. Should be decent enough for them to wrap further forward. But for DA, I mean, from what they thought would be not an easy by any means, but a doable 4v4 hold against Na'Vi, now instantly kind of backfilled by BBL from the other side. They're forced to just sit in this gas station and really wait it out. They can't go aggressive anywhere. And as you can see, as soon as they peek in one direction, they get shut in the window from behind.
Yeah, the only problem that makes it a terrible spot for the game is Phase 4, when that comes along, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, maybe they'll end up on the edge of it, or we'll see how that goes down. But you're stuck there, and that's what you're going to have to work with until the teams leave. As we now see Ascend in the north side of all of this, which, again, in terms of an edge position, not a huge fan of it either. With with the usual pace of these circles, moving towards these kinds of fields, etc. Circle's going to come in and already move away from them.
Yep, moves away, and now for Ascent, where do you go? You haven't had a chance to scout that deep, and even if you did, you can barely even see the forest on the other side. All you can see is the fields, and what you'll soon learn is that all those shacks, the kind of last resort positions, are going to be taken. I would expect to see Ascent try and wrap west on this one, go up to Cat Hill, maybe scout down to the question mark compound. Obviously, they're going to know there are people there, but then, as we've seen with Ascent before, scout what they can. If you don't like what you see, full commit to something. So go up on the hillside, maybe find the knock in question mark and pull up on the compound. I wouldn't be surprised to see a sort of play like that. In the meantime, PUBG Esports kind of doing the same thing, but one step further forward. Hard split on the west side now with Vard all the way down towards Ferry Pier.
And they may end up acting as
question mark is going to come soon.
Yeah.
Oh, not question mark, King, sorry. Yeah.
Kilia Kai grabs himself a tasty morsel from Full Tilt. Full Tilt were very split in this area. So being split as they were, Ascend is more than happy to break down that barrier and just waltz on in. For Full Tilt, they're sending a few shots over this way, but there's no getting past the fact that you've lost one member and you're not probably going to get much off of it.
I was just going to say, how does Sabim take no casualties, but now they're driving straight up towards Howl. Wouldn't be surprised to see them lose 1 or 2 off of this transition, but saying that, none of them have got knocked so far, so impressive transition across the open fields through M4s, taking shots from both Ascent and question mark and Howl, and somehow come out victorious.
Smokes go down, but again, to reiterate, a lot of teams can be sat in these forests. There's not actually that many in the body of the forest at the moment, just kind of at the ends, especially to the east. But Ruin and the boys looking for the opportunity, and look at Ding, just on their way.
Making their way across, and I actually think they jumped in the water. No, I was going to say jumped in the water, that's not the case. They are seemingly swimming behind the boat. There you go. I would like that, you know how maybe there's not as much wind resistance and all that stuff. You get a little more speedy.
It's called the slipstream.
Yep, slipstream, there you go.
I don't know if you can swim quite as fast as that boat, though.
You don't know. I mean, his name is Sail.
It is. That is true.
If there's one player on this server, that will be Sail.
He just puts his arm up in the air and the wind carries him. That would be, well, terrifying.
That's
for
2,000 kilometer an hour rotation in the parachute when your name is Sail.
Yeah.
In any case, back to the game we go. Howl, well, they had and still technically have a pretty decent position to play from, but Nox coming in towards him. Clearly an indicator that Sabim ain't giving up this without a fight. And I think Howl will have to be wise in this one, because there are enough teams around him that they could get pushed by other teams too. And speaking of which, full tilt, well, they're full speed sending it in that direction.
And Twisted Minds is getting a free drop by the looks of things if they can walk out onto that road. It is a little bit treacherous, so maybe you won't be able to, but full tilt, oh no, everybody's shooting them from every angle here. Drop some smokes, get into some cover, try and find you some spot here to survive, because there are a lot of shots hailing down on you, but not many connecting. And actually it's worked out for the moment.
This is the most, like, evil level designer thing in the world, where you put a couple of cards down and go, oh, come here, it's safe. And you just know that, no, it's not, because we'll just get shot up by everything. Speaking of being shot up by everything, that nade doing damage to almost all of the Na'Vi players as FaZe Clan now pull up in this position. They know they have to deal with the edge if they want to have a safe passage forward. They need to take out Na'Vi, potentially DA too.
What's the roof is exploding in their native tongue? I'm not sure, but yeah, they're going to be scared for the moment. FaZe is still lurking around here. So is DA down to the south. DA is hoping that some of these teams fight around them, because they're still stuck. They are still pinned in, as Ribbons finally connects with Full Tilt, who had done that full send through. So, again, it's a matter of time before they're gone.
Yeah, they're alive as long as they have utility, I think is the sense. Or the case for Full Tilt right now. Oh, there was a crate on the roof.
Oh, was it on the roof?
There's a crate on the roof of the warehouse. That's just rude. Root with Root on top of it. In the meantime, Perfectix trying to stand strong here as Twisted Minds try to fend off against BBL, but Tulin's down. Multiple players down as Spyro falls as well. And now Perfectix and all that remains in the hope to keep Twisted Minds alive in this one. They do get Michael. They do get one more, but look at the amount of damage coming through from Smash around the corner, finds the additional one. And now just a clip Smash left alive, but Lou ain't done just yet.
What can they do? Smash. He heard where the shots have come from. How can he react to this? For the moment, another nade is going to be cooked on up. Throws forward. Smash might be walking straight into that, but he's actually in the building. So not on that side. That cheeky angle. Those few shots actually revealed the angle. Tries to go through the window. Tries to bait the drop down. Is this going to work out? You gotta play proper mind games here in this situation.
A game of 1v1. Essentially cat and cat here, with both of them wanting to deal with their position and just move further forward. They're down to being solo players. Both of them saved by the counter.
I can't believe that created such a screen in front of him, and it's going to be... Ooh. Got to be so careful about this. Maybe try and bait again. He's going for the bait. Lou is not giving in for it, though. He's holding the stairs from that counter. Smash is not making this work.
Will some viewers take it for granted because they see the pro streamers and pro players do it all the time, but the amount of mechanical skill going into everything Smash is doing on that top floor right now, from dodging nades and flashes to jumping into the windows, and yes, I know some take it for granted, it's simple enough, but jumping up, jumping up into those windows to then peek on out, going back inside, avoiding bullets from everywhere. Smash is putting on a show right now and doing so very, very well.
Don't show in that window. Oh, James moves away just as he actually moved into it. And actually, James can even see Lou's spot there. Eventually, they're going to have to move away from that building. Smash and Lou, that duel's got to come to a conclusion soon. He's got a shotgun.
Sure does. Sail is pulling up behind this fight as well. Still far from placement points, but we've got 3 solos on the southern side that would skyrocket our way further towards set points.
DA still firing at that position as well. This has to conclude. Both of them are just going to go out to the blue otherwise. Smash with a shotgun. Is he going to move out? Lou has moved away slowly. Does Smash know how far he's gone out? Goes for the heal. Open up on an angle. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
That smash out, Sail falls as well as Iroh finds one as he tries to make the transition on in, keeping Lou alive for a little bit. In the end, none of them will reap the rewards of getting the final kill off of that. But while peeking, I believe it was Iroh, not sure if it was him or Marco going down off of it, but FaZe is well aware of where that knock came through. They're going to make the play on down. As you said, they want to deal with DA before it's too late. So smart, aggressive play coming up from FaZeland here.
Nice shot connects for Laza. Throw a nade over onto the tree, try and dislodge him, realizes he's transitioned over to that right-hand side. Good peak timings by Laza as he's throwing things over. James is dealing with Cole Marco on the other side of things.
How is FaZe not dealt with it? You know, that's not the fight we're looking at right now, but it is surprisingly slow. In the meantime, the nade barrages continue as FUT Esports try to rain all kinds of hell down on the pit that Howl find themselves, and lots of damage coming through the other way. Though once again, Howl standing strong in high ground positions. They have really played a phenomenal first 3 games here today.
A nice nade rolling down the hill against FUT. However, they are now starting to come up above this trench. They know that Laza is down, but he has been rezzed up by Ruin. That is some bold moves coming out from him. Still in the smoke here. FUT trying to peek, trying to see through this smoke. A spray goes down onto the mat. Actually connects a lot of bullets on him. Gotta be very, very careful about this. Ruin going right on the right-hand side here. Another nade is in that smoke. Back off.
All of the kill feed starts lighting up. Howl realizing that they have lost the ground. They need to back off. They need to make space for the opposing team to push forward. It was a trap set up perfectly, though, as Schofield peeks over the ridgeline. The 3 players back off, allowing for Schofield to take the flank position, to peek over, find 2 instantly, and just like that, the battle turns the tide around, and Howl comes out victorious as Schofield finds the 3rd.
Howl lets out a scream of terror for all the other teams that are around them. They have been playing so well. 8 kills in this game number 3. They're already at 44 points. After 2.5 games, we're not even concluded here.
The level of
on the way.
9 billion IQ bait. FUT Esports, we keep talking so highly of them, of how skilled, how well and experienced they are. Howl made them look like fools for aggressing up that hillside. That was like taking out of a Sun Tzu guide to how to win wars type play right there.
They greeted them well, and now... Oh, Matt is open. Actually get ducked behind a tree here. FaZe has gone all the way around the south side. This is terrifying, basically, for Howl at this point, because they are going to get super pinched here. Not just pinched, super pinched.
Alternatively, they would have gone down without all the eliminations they just found for themselves. So even though they do fall here, 9 kills this game, make it 8, this has been a phenomenal game for Howl. And what a final stand in that situation right there. And look at that Lou. He got placement points.
How is he still alive? Well, okay, I guess healing is pretty good. We've got ourselves now as FaZe and Sarv, that's going to be the major conflict that goes down in this if they keep on going around. And, I mean, it could end up just being Exalt walking their way to a lot of points here, considering they're in the compound chilling, very happy.
3 kills for Exalt. They could need the points as well. Sat down in 13th right now. Lou does die in the end of it, but hey, placement points coming his way. So worth the wait. Voldemort, 14 bullets in the M4, just 28 in the Mini. Of course, there's plenty of crates to loot, and maybe that should be your priority right now, because you cannot fend off against an aggressive FaZe clan if you don't have bullets.
I'm always a little scared for a team like Sarvum going into trenches like this, because they act as eventually like a funnel for nades. So you do have to be a little bit cautious about those kinds of positions. Baron Peak doing what he does best.
Peeking.
And he did hit a shot as well.
So he's got that going for him, which is nice. Yeah, he also has 2 kills. We can talk of many good things happening for Sarvum right now.
Right now, 4th place. 19 points to it. 6 kills still going their way, as you say here. Schofield, though, not destined for this world for much longer. He is totally surrounded.
1v9, come on, Schofield.
You know,
we've been talking up Howl. I want to see it happen.
That would be very impressive.
I mean, he just got 3 kills in FUT Esports. Arguably, yes, sure, they look the other direction for most of it, but we'll see as the battle continues here. Schofield trying to make as little noise as he can. Issue is, he's been seen and he will fall to Howl, out in 4th place.
Still, good placement points, good kills going in overall here. Correct, he just barely not touching the edges of that molly. Healing on up. Sarvum is trying to leapfrog ahead of it, but Molodox is moving out. Exalt here understands that this is where the last teams are, so pushing up against this and putting the boot in as he knows that these teams are both wounded and scrambling to get in the circle as well as finish their own fight.
You said that they could sit back and let the game come to them. They knew that if we go aggressive here, we don't just need to get it given to us, we will take it in force. Now they're going to fall back a little bit. In the meantime, Corexi peeks over, finds the first, has the second as well. Voldemort damage going to return, and Corexi runs out of bullets. James trying to take over and does so in style. That's Sarvum out. Great game for them though, as they find the third place. And now Exalt 4v2 if they can get Molodox back up alive. But it's Corexi, it's James. They're not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, by the time he wide wraps though, I don't think he's going to have the angle on the Exalt res. So, and even if he did, Fate would try and cover it. So really good separation from them.
See what I mean? Dunk! The one tap to the chest as Corexi falls. No vest against an SLR doesn't exactly make life joyous.
That was...
And he falls because of it. Now 3v1 teams. What can you do? Not a whole lot. Exalt comes out victorious.
That was picture perfect of a shot. I loved that. Everything about that. And again, it kind of comes back to what we were saying at the beginning of game one. The two teams that we thought could have a little bit of an upset potential. Howl and Exalt. And this is going very well for them right now in this extremely talented lobby.
And I love the fact that they played aggressive on that one in the end. Yes, it didn't go their way initially, but many other teams, especially lower bracket teams that are trying to fight their way up, wouldn't have dared to make that play. They did, and they paid off.
Very impressive stuff. That's game 3 in the books. We're going to a break. When we return, it's the desk here for Peck Spring.
What I do, and I ain't not new to it. I'm on a roll now, showing no signs that I slow down. This is the moment it goes down. Yeah, this is the battle, the showdown. So who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? I'm feeling good. You looking exhausted. I'll take your limits and I go beyond it. There is a list of the greatest of all time, and I'm trying to be on it. I came here to conquer. I ain't gonna stop until I am iconic. Bring it on, bring it on. I'm taking on all of my enemies. I got the power, the energy.
I'm going for... I'm stopping to get liver kills here for a sec.
Yeah, also. The wall.
The shots.
Inside garage.
That's him.
He's behind gas right now. I'm going on the hill and
We have to force the push if we want to do it.
One's watching from Wizard. They showed him. They can move out in these smokes on the right side, okay? I can't see if they walk out.
Trying to go close, man.
How do we do this now? Are we gonna force this or are we backing off from this?
When you guys
if it doesn't feel good, you can fall back.
When you guys want to green mark kill, okay? I won't be able to play here soon, I think. I'm going
okay, then we back off. We back off. We back off.
South side.
Last guy. One dimension. One dimension. I'm not too bad. I'm that person.
He's gonna peek you now, the door, I think. It's on the door, one guy.
One is in. He's low, 1 HP. I'm safe. Take it slow, he's low.
You guys good, right?
Yeah, take it slow. Take it slow. He's really low. He's really low. Take it super slow.
Yeah.
Exalt takes the chicken dinner, the first game on Erangel and the first chicken dinner, but the conversation has to be around Howl. That is 3 games, 2 different maps, and they have finished in the top 4 all 3 times. What are they doing, Saga?
You missed out on that one. How are they doing that?
Martin, come on.
That had to be done.
It's like a dad joke.
It really is.
Saga.
Awful. It's awful. But really, Howl has just been finding incredibly good positions, playing extremely well as a team. They showed it extremely well when Foot was making the push. This was after Howl had spent the best part of, 3-4 zones just free farming, third-party fights all around them. BBL, Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, doesn't matter who it is, you're on the firing line when Howl has the high ground. And when Foot tried to make the push, Foot's made successful pushes from the low ground up to the high ground so far today, but just the way that they were able to delay with well-placed utility and bait one another as well, with Schofield finding the perfect off angle to pick up a triple, it was just really extremely well played. And again, Howl is another roster that hasn't made any changes since their pretty successful PCS 7 appearance last year too, so that definitely plays into it as well.
Same roster, so they've obviously had time to build together, but we did see them in the playoffs, and it was fun. This is spectacular. So what is going on?
It was spectacular as well in lower bracket, I feel like, yeah. For sure. I think if we look at Brutality, if we look at some of the MEA tournaments, they're just performing at a much higher level against much better teams, and that is was really impressive here. And they just continue to find themselves in fantastic macro situations. They're in the center of the circles in phase 3 and 4 all the time, and they are playing the edges well. They're taking fights extremely well, and they're winning most of their 1v1s. And this is why we see them continuously here and why they're in such a lead after 3 games.
We now get a chance to obviously see what it's going to look like when you say about the leader, because this is the leaderboard. 47 points ahead of Twisted Minds. This is a nice place for them. They're doing great. But my question is, it is only day 1. Right. Is this a team that can keep doing this for the next 3 days? Because that is where I'm worried. They tend to be a team that sits mid of the pack. Are they able to keep doing this, or do they have a big celebration tonight and then completely fall off tomorrow?
It's really difficult to maintain this level of performance, coming out with an average of 16 points per game in the first 3. That's pretty absurd if they're able to keep this up throughout the entirety of the tournament. So we have to expect that it will even out, but even so far, if they get 0 points or 1 point per game in the next couple, they're still averaging 10 points per game on day number 1, which is actually insane. And yes, I do have Ruin on my fantasy team. That helps.
I'm just curious because I didn't realize does this include the points from playoffs?
Yeah. It's the whole thing. Lower bracket, upper bracket, lower bracket now. So it's like the total.
I mean, so
you're just hopelessly behind. Like you always lost.
So far. I've lost this whole thing.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
done.
the GG from the beginning.
This is my first loss for Twire. It's hit me quite hard.
The first loss, yeah.
It's my first loss in Twire.
You're pretty good at
it. Taking the loss?
Yeah.
Saga, watch yourself. It's only day 1, my friend. Oh, you're having a lot of fun there. Okay, we're going to be super serious now and head on over to Avenger, who's going to break down something on the drawing board.
That's great. Let's look at that. I wasn't expecting that, but that's great. I love that when that happens.
Surprise!
Yeah, no, I'm obviously ready here. We're looking at phase 4 again. It's gonna go away from water here, as you see, and Howl again find themselves in this insane situation here, where they're just in the center and they're playing this spot extremely well. They're coming in, the circle shifts away from water, and they're sweeping the edges. They're taking the fights. They're just all the time winning these situations here. We can see already they're 10 kills ahead of second place, and this is why they're in such a good spot here. Obviously, a northern shift is going to be an advantage for them. They already have this high ground, and they can fight their way through this. Yeah, so it's just hopefully for them it's going to continue, but I find it really hard to believe that they're going to be able to find themselves in these center spots all the time. It's been 3 games. Let's see what happens the rest of the day and tomorrow and the day after, of course.
So do you think if they aren't in those center spots, they're not going to be able to pull in the same results?
It's going to be extremely hard, because once you don't have to worry about the circles, you can completely focus on the kills and getting the points that way through. So once they have these hard shifts away from them, as you saw, like Foot here, they're not in a good spot for the next circle, but once you have these situations where the circle just continues to go away from you, and it's going to happen, you're going to have a day where it's 3, 4, 5 games where it's just like, we're not getting any of the important circles. Like, even though you're making the right decisions, even though you're putting yourself into the best spot with the information that you have available, then the circle just keeps going away. And that's the beautiful thing about this one. Once you start the plane, everyone have the same opportunity. It's just your decision throughout the game that puts you in a good or bad spot.
So I'm going to go and put some balm on the burns from Saga that I've just experienced. And we are going to head over to game. But first, we're going to go into the second part of our game show with PUBG Esports.
Now it gets serious because for every correct answer, you get 1 point. But if you get the answer incorrect, you lose a point, which is going to be very awkward for 3 of you. And the first person to hit their buzzer gets to answer first. So it is timed. Are you ready for this?
Yep. Yeah, let's go.
What is the name of the plane that drops the players? Okay, well, we've got someone. T-Bone thinks he's got it. T-Bone?
I have no clue, but we're just going to go for, what is it called, AC-130?
You actually have it correct, so you get a point.
Let's go, bro.
It's a C-130. That was impressive. Next question. How many seats does a porter have? We've got someone in here. Beamy, feeling confident?
4.
That's correct. You get a point. What is the size of the map Vikendi? Okay, player 2. That is Beamy. Beamy, what's the answer?
6 by 6 kilometers.
Minus 1 point.
I
have next player was player 1. That's 80. 80, you want to try?
It's 8 by 8.
That's correct. You get a point. Well done. Right, after 2 rounds of competition, we currently have a leader. It is 80, and then tied in second place, we have Beamy and T-Bone. Vard, you're 1 point off potentially getting into second place. You've got this.
Let's go.
Quite honestly, I was hyperventilating at the notion of what's the plane called. I was going to be like, oh, Wilfred? Something like it actually had a name, but just the model.
Brian.
I'm so
Brian the plane.
I don't know what I was thinking when I was listening to the question, but yeah. Odd to say the least. But yeah, good on T-Bone.
Yeah.
Well done.
He does have points more than, well, Vard doesn't have any points, which is a little disappointing.
Poor guy.
Yeah,
poor guy. But for esports, on the right course, just unfortunately in this previous game on the wrong course to hit into Howl, they were able to do very well for themselves down in the south.
It's these sort of games where, again, they haven't had a whole lot of circles go their way, but also when they have the backs up against the wall, they then prove to us that this was just a bad game. We're still punching out. Like they don't really zero out the game on Miramar with just 8C and Vard left alive, having to play uphill into Howl. Even then, they make it like, wait, are they actually going to go out and potentially win this game? So we just wait for that one game where the stars don't necessarily have to align, but just be a little closer to each other.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
For them. Anyway.
Of course. But so far, good for Exalt to be able to get a lot of points on the board. Howl still continues to do so. I think it will be difficult for a team to dislodge them from #1 spot at the end of today. However, anything can happen here. If a team has just 2 good games back-to-back, that's quite possible here. But you know what? Martin was saying that Howl might have a harder time fighting into these circles.
Yeah.
I think they're capable, to be honest with you.
I mean, with the way that they've been approaching the combat so far, I wouldn't be surprised either. Right now, I know we are only a couple of games into it, but setting up a 17-point buffer this early on, it's pretty damn good, not gonna lie. And then, of course, that also comes on the back of some of the teams that we know to be hard hitters. I mean, our world champions, Na'Vi, not. You can word it any way you want. Question Mark, another team we know to be a pretty hard-hitting bunch, not quite having the day of their life either. So curious to see when they will awake. We know that they usually do. It's just a matter of, are we seeing PCS7 Na'Vi that finished 16th, or are we seeing world champion super duper uber team Na'Vi
that won every phase of PGC that they played?
And that's why I did kind of add a little bit of doubt on them coming into, or during upper bracket, I should say, where I said, yes, I know they're a phenomenal team. I have no doubts in my mind of that. But I feel like they're more world champions than EMEA champions. Let alone the fact that, why do we not get to see this production when I'm in first place? And now when Saka is in first place, that's when they bring up the fantasy leaderboards.
As a fellow Brit, I'm fine with it.
I mean, you're ahead of Martin.
Yeah. That's normal, though.
It is pretty normal, isn't it? Whenever Martin falls behind, he just starts making up weird rules, so it makes it sound better to him.
No, that's not true. I still agree with him on the double dip.
James, you have to learn this. You are with me now.
No.
We are against the desk.
No. Eventually, I'll be over there again. Probably.
Yes, sure, but you can't.
Look, I'm aloof. I'm a traveler. I'm a nomad. I go where I want. You know what I mean?
I suppose. So let's take a look at the teams here again now that I'm going to take over the hosting role of this thing, because James is apparently just going to bail me out for going back to the desk eventually anyway.
Yeah, I'll take on the Toby role. Do it.
Fair enough. Wait, now I'm just worried about what you're going to do. Fair enough. I wanna highlight a team that we haven't seen a whole lot of so far, but again, I think falls under the same bracket as FUT Esports in terms of having really had that game where things have at least just to some extent gone their way. Ascent. We've seen them multiple times out on the edge, just similar to FUT Esports, but they just haven't been able to find that approach to a better position in the game. And I'm worried that a team like Ascent aren't, I don't like to say aren't capable, but haven't shown me that they are the heavy fighting edge team. Yes, they get center. Yes, they have good compounds and they fight late game because they have a numbers advantage. But I haven't seen them as the brawly, you know, like heroic in their prime team where they would just slaughter and vacuum points on the edge of the circle all day long. They don't strike me as that team, but it's as if they're trying to play that strat in the early game and then they fall apart late.
Again, in the qualifier, I felt like a lot of their success came from big sends through, trying to find themselves a decent spot in the middle, but in a lobby like this, it gets even more difficult because you're not having to fight against some of those teams that maybe came through qualifiers and then eventually bow down because they're not as strong. This is kind of now the elite of the elite when it comes to EMEA.
Yeah.
And when you try and make a send, everyone can hit their shots really, really well.
Yes.
So it gets difficult.
And also the areas of the map that we've been in for the most part in these situations have not exactly been the most center friendly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So pretty tough for Ascent to try and make those style plays. And when they're then up against the edge teams of this lobby, which are FUT Esports, Twisted Minds, other teams of the like, even Howl now coming in as a somewhat edge team, it's pretty deadly.
That said, though, we should put a caveat on that for Ascend. They are a deeper strategic team than just we're sending it through. They have a multitude of facets that they can use at their disposal, and especially like when you look at those guys, also extremely capable gunners. Like,
definitely.
Hitting some crazy nutty shots sometimes. So we'll see how it goes for Ascent. I think that they can bounce back, similar to some other big names in this lobby that are almost definitely going to bounce back down the line. The likes of Navi, the likes of Question Mark here. But I'm getting word that the plane is ready. We are good to go into our next game here. So let's do it as we have the plane on the way, going all the way from military up towards Georgia Paul. It's much more friendly than our southern plane just before, which was dire for the teams.
Kind of as friendly as you could ever expect it to be. Yes, they can get better, I suppose, than this, but
Island of Peace.
If you don't have a place to go off of this plane path, then I think you got to rethink your strats.
That is an interesting slogan for Erangel, but there you go. We have now the drop going on. We will see how all of these teams are going to adapt to the scenarios, at least for some of the teams, as you say, that they can actually get to where they want to go. For the likes of Polish Power and Ding, it's understandable that neither really suspected in a full force fight going down on the south of military, as that did happen. But as you can see for Polish Power, they are getting to where they need to. That is one thing about Ascent that I'm never the biggest fan of, the fact that it is Zaki that they're having to transition from on even a normal drop for them. So,
I mean, it plays into their playstyle of not really being in a hurry to get to Circle 1 center positions anyway.
Sure.
And they do loot edge on Miramar too, so I don't fault them necessarily for playing the edge position. I just think, again, similarly to what I mentioned before, while I agree with you in the sense that they're very capable of taking fights at any point in the game that they want, I still feel like they're playing the early to mid game a bit too much on their back foot and opts to not take those fights that would have granted them much more space. Because we see it time and time again. Some of the teams that play edge that dare to take a few shots early rather than try and just rotate around, they also make more space for themselves. And it really benefits them down the line. Whereas Ascent, they tend to be the team that wraps away. Well, it is a gun with a lot of bullets.
Are you going to do this?
There are two people in the car.
They are on... Well, they're following them.
Yeah, but they are... It is a US against a... Do they know, though? There's no way you continue that chase.
Like, you don't catch
The thing is you've seen the plane pad, and you know where... Like, you know that they're the furthest north bunch of players. There's nothing waiting on the other side that is dangerous, because they were, like, far east dropping teams. Now we stop here. No. It was fun, but don't go too far away from your teammates.
Take this and run away. Yeah. Well, with that, all said and done, I don't mind the taps. You're never going to catch up. You can't really get a spray down, so you may as well just go for a few little pot shots. So the one thing for Ascend, just to round this out now, with a circle like this, is that as Ascend, you know that there's almost certainly never going to be anybody on the previous normal drop spots in that kind of north side of the map. So you do have your pick of the litter in terms of compounds that you would like up there, but because of the ratios that we have of south side of the river compared to north, even that doesn't have a huge amount of value. So they have room for now, and then eventually maybe have to transition down to the south, and then that becomes a bit more sketchy.
I mean, they are kind of living up to the name, though, I guess, because eventually there always comes Ascent. It's just a matter of when it happens.
Yes, but it didn't happen in some of the previous games.
That is true, and that's kind of what bit them in the butt.
So you're saying eventually it comes in
when they live up to their name, sometimes it goes all right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We will see. I like that Sabim repped West this early on. I'm not actually sure if they looted there because we were looking elsewhere while this was going on. But only having 2 people Pachinko, we have seen before that Sabim opts to go south early on. Oh, you said wait, I'll stop talking.
Does Marsalek only have a red dot or iron sights? Because he goes up there with nothing sometimes. We saw it in the qualifiers.
He has a 2 or 3.
Oh, okay, that's more than I expected him to have. Well, he has 30 bullets left in his... Okay, he's going to have to switch.
Did you mistake a red dot for 3x?
No.
That's starting to worry me, James. I know you said you were going to be me.
I didn't see his guns before this. It was just in the qualifiers that he had nothing, basically, even though he goes here. But again, I like the boldness of the control. It shows that even if you don't have a 3x, they're still very willing to go up here with limited availability, and the other teams don't know that. So that's the most important part.
It's not so much I'll actually gain something myself from this position, is in part I will gain something from this position by not having anyone else come up here, and if I just maintain control for long enough, my teammates will get here, and they probably have something to work with.
Yeah, they'll bring something for me.
Even better if they do that.
Yeah. Like that. Not
Imagine
too bad.
having teammates that actually bring you stuff.
Yeah, I don't. What?
We just ended there.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, we have ourselves.
Who put you and I in the same room, James? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's not the wisest of ideas, but for Na'Vi, the wisest of ideas for them would be getting some points on the board, and I think a little bit. I mean, they're in the circle now, but they're still kind of on an edge compared to a lot of the teams that center it up at the moment. So they're gonna have to fight their way in. I think we need to just see more fight Na'Vi as opposed to more.
Yes,
we're gonna try and transition and hope we thread the needle Na'Vi.
We haven't seen Na'Vi in a fight where they have had not even the upper hand, but any hand. Really, they've been either rotating and being taken down before exiting their vehicles or dying on transition. But now, speaking of Na'Vi, well, here they are full speed forward. They have seen the split. They stopped, they scouted, they called it out. These guys only have 1 vehicle here. We pull up, and we pull up now. Issue is they gotta be fast, because here comes Global Army and Voltman from the other side.
How fast can they get it done? They might end up choking themselves out. Example's looking at them. Example looks at them through the window here. It's a perfect opportunity to actually knock one of the reinforcements coming along. Sees him underneath the truck as well. Goes for the spray. Does Example up onto the top of CCNX. Under a lot of fire, under a lot of trouble. Sees him just barely here. Example is mad. You have kicked the beehive here, Lobby, and they're looking for kills.
The audacity to pull up on a compound, not even clear the building. Go, you know what, I'll bolt one coming in from the side. Not only is that incredibly brave, but also an instant knowledge of where to look, when to look.
It's good game awareness. Yes. And they knew that usually when people take these locations, people are going to split over this area. Just hold that angle and force them, because they know that they have to reinforce from there.
Issue now is Rest did come through. Ooh. They want to get this done with quickly. Baron Peak does go down. Flush comes through as well. So 1 building secured. They still have CC to deal with. And as you can see here as well, Global Army and Voldemort are slowly making their way closer to the Na'Vi position.
Trying to move on up, as you say. A nade being cooked by Global Army, goes in the top window, doesn't quite connect. Voldemort goes for a little peek. Global Army goes down to Uber. Na'Vi just has too many good angles at the moment. CCNX is stuck in that kitchen, and it's not going to be a matter of time before the rest of his team is dead. He actually goes for the spray on Uber, though. Knocks him down. Tries to go for the flush straight away here. Goes for a proper crippling blow against them. Moves on out of the building here, but he's going to get hit from the window if he's not careful. Has to go back in. Gets flashed. He's going to get taken out very quickly here. What? How did he hit him? What? CCNX is doing huge damage to Na'Vi.
Who invited Stevie Wonder to PUBG? There's no way he has any idea where he is. He was blind for days and still comes out victorious. Finally. able to take him down, but there's no way in hell Na'Vi should be down to 2.
That is ridiculous. Now it's a 2v2. This has snowballed out of control.
This is PCS 7 Na'Vi. I'm so sorry to say it, boys, but when you're in a 4v1 situation like this, yes, Uber gets knocked on the stairs, but you damn better have someone ready to get the knock in return, to trade the kill. Same way that we saw with Polish Power peaking with Fuzzface and Marslik behind each other. Na'Vi are so experienced. They have so many years of experience under the belt. Losing 2 in a situation like this, I'm going to use a word that I don't use often. That's unforgivable. It shouldn't happen.
The opening knocks were good, but the urgency afterwards wasn't there.
It shouldn't happen. It should never happen. They know they have 2 on the other side because they kept getting rest. How does that happen? Well, there's got to be 2 over there. We're in a 4v1 in this building. Yes, they get the flash in. Yes, they peek, but you peek with 2 people. You don't have one guy go alone. And not only that, he gets knocked, but they allow him to get flushed too. It should not happen. Not when you're a world championship team.
Tough stuff. Na'Vi rattled, maybe, after that. Not exactly the most confidence-filling performance from them so far. They're going to have to kind of reconsolidate off of the back of it. As we take a look now at the rest of the teams trying to move in. As you say, Ascend now moving in a little bit later than the rest, understanding that Georgia Pole Bridge is free. Ding coming in late, BBL coming in late. Just waiting for the circle to pop.
I mean, look at the amount of control Ascend is playing. For a long time, I called it Shift W splits, when they would just sit kind of pearls on a string and maintain a quarter of phase 1. And they're going back into that same strat now. For those you guys don't know, a lot of the Ascent players now used to be in a team called Shift W. And hence why I'm referring to it. In the meantime, code. Woo, get it. And for Ascent, this makes a lot of sense because now they're playing much more into that play style. They don't need to backfill a team on that edge line anymore. They have so much space. So pretty much regardless of where the circle goes now, unless if we super hard shift Pachinki, they will have an access point to the circle.
There's still odes to their previous team. I think in the background of it's Chris's webcam. He still has the Shift W sign.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're still, still repping that. But Ascend, repping them's properly strong. In 9th place at the moment with 14 points. But as the circle now pops, where are we going? It will be Polish Power having the laugh with them taking the Everest so early on and having a really strong control position for it.
I was just going to say, they'll have a laugh, but also a decision to make. What do we fortify? We have the compound down below. Chris instantly spots that great read on his part, seeing Fuzzface drive array. They will get that for free. Issue is, Wu is pulling up, but it doesn't have Ultimate. Well, they fought for a while. That fight, well, finally comes to a close.
Saw the spurt of blood. Was hoping for an extra one, but doesn't quite get it here. It's going to be Twisted Minds trying to co-inhabit a bit of Everest here alongside Polish Power, but Howl is seeing a split that they like from their opponents and is opting to just take the location underneath them. Lou is in a bit of trouble here. He's got to be quite careful.
Now you sound
got there in the end.
Now you sound like me.
Do I? Oh, okay.
That's
you know what? I got up at 7:30 this morning. I don't know why. It wasn't the best play.
Good on you, James. You woke up when everyone else does.
Wait a minute. We're gamers, we don't wake up that early.
Fair.
They definitely don't.
In the meantime, Polish Power trying to maintain control of the hilltop, but how many times have we seen it where the team that initially has the control of Everest do not come out victorious? It's one of those where you're on your ship, it's all amazing, and if the holes in your boat is happening one by one, you can kind of stop them and you're all right. But if you start allowing those holes to sit around for too long and more come in, then, well, that ship will sink eventually. I tried to make that acronym really cool, but it didn't sound cool.
God, that was cool.
I feel like it was. You play Sea of Thieves sometimes too. I thought like I'll give this one to James so he can feel like I appreciate him being here.
All right. Well, similar to that game, hopefully we can load you into a cannon and fire you out of it, get rid of whatever you just said. So...
I like you, James.
I know.
Good guy. You're a good guy.
I don't know why anybody likes
me. I do not
but...
know either.
No.
It happens, though. And while we're looking at Polish Power trying to, again, I mean, this is, it doesn't look like much, because why would they take 2 shots at different teams? But it's essentially just telling everyone, we're here, we're dangerous. It's the pufferfish strategy of, they know that if 3-4 teams start making their way in this direction at the same time, especially if the next circle go here too, you have to put doubt in the minds of the teams around you. You have to make them second guess a push up that hillside, even if they're fighting. You have to make them think twice about making that play, and that's what you do by hitting those shots early, by hitting a headshot, going, okay, they're hitting their shots today. Let's not go there. So smart that they're just essentially shooting at everything they can see because they have to in order to maintain control.
Probably a scary situation as well, actually, for the eventual shift of this circle, because at present, it feels like so many important spots are already just taken. And I'm expecting this circle to eventually just end up in the south. I mean, yes, it could go elsewhere, in theory.
Hardship North.
But
it's phase 2, James. We can do it.
If it does, then there is so much room up there to actually play at present. With people on the border,
there's room, but a lot of it is open field, so
yeah,
it's kind of a bait amount of room. In the meantime, BBL doing their Western wraparound. 2 of 3 of the more, maybe 2 of 4, I should say, of the more established Turkish orgs, where the playstyle have been changed with the roster changes to both FUT Esports, BBL, having become edge teams, and we're actually doing it. Guys, make your way north, because honestly, it could still go down towards containers, but for now, good luck, have fun. And everyone in the chat, let's get some Fs in there, paying respect for all the people that are about to die.
Ascend is absolutely loving it. This is a compound that is powerful here. They're going to have clear vision of a lot of people that are moving in from the south if they even try. The one thing that is always a little bit annoying is the hill that the Wu is taking as well to the east side. But again, it's kind of a peak battle that really isn't going to result in much.
BBL wrapped in behind ruins early on, and they're going to be one of the first teams on the north side because they essentially 360'd the circle.
I mean, yeah, if it works, it works.
Yeah, not going to complain about that whatsoever. In the meantime, FaZe can't quite figure out what to do. Maybe they're just going up the hill a bit to get more momentum for the US to then go downhill. In the meantime, Howell saying, you know what, we've seen FUT Esports get a pretty good game from sitting under bridges for a while. Maybe if we do the same here, we'll come out victorious. That's actually ain't the worst place to be. Not going to lie. They know there's nothing for them to take north with Ascent controlling the garage compound. They know that they have Polish power in the compound down below. If we sit here, at least we don't have to run so far to the correct side of the water.
Almost every time we see this occur, I feel like a team like that gets a top 5. Like, I mean, it's not the most amazing result, but it is a result.
And the ridge is also steep enough that as long as no one is by the water with you, you can actually play off of it to try and make your way out later on and down the line. Na'Vi eliminated once more as Ribbon finds a double, and now from one Turkish org to another, BBL trying to hold off FUT Esports.
Gonna have to be very, very careful about this transition on the way through here, but actually Rustamar gets hit. He actually takes out Vard to start things off. Michael will finish that off as well. Looking around the corner here, trying to find where Beamy went. Where did he go? He made his way into the buildings here alongside T-Bone, and now they're trying to rustle him out a little bit here. Michael finds him on this corner. Is there an off angle here for BBL to just flush him out completely? It doesn't matter. Michael actually gets it totally. And T-Bone now just a little bit too out of position to try and recover Beamy's spot.
Yeah, unlucky timing for Beaming on that one. You could see he was holding the angle pretty constantly and then backs off for a second. That nade bouncing in a lot of directions. Not the ones that they would have wanted. Clip in the meantime has to back off once more. And now Michael trying to support as well. Smash is here too. Trying to fend off on this side, but we're still out in the blue, and once this blue connects, they're close to the circle, but once it connects, we're in trouble. 8C catches Michael mid-jump. That's an easy peasy for him.
Absolute disaster there. Yeah, Smash now comes around the corner here, finds T-Bone, clears him up for the moment, but same time, 8C very, very far away from this clip, tries to actually take a few shots at him, trying to kill him off wherever he can. Cooking a nade. Will this connect? 8C is on a limited time. He tries to transition, but it's not going to be the case. Smash finishes him off there. That's FUT Esports out in 15th.
Crucial for BBL not only to stay alive, but they actually should be able to get all of them up on their feet once more. As I say that, Michael, a bit far out, might be troublesome, but we'll see what's going to happen. In the meantime, Circles shifts towards the north, because why not give that one to Toby? He doesn't get the circles right, but when he does, they're brutal.
And Question Mark is actually making a sick little move, I feel. Like, if you can't get over the bridge, you can't get over the rest of the river, that's actually one of the shortest locations on the river just to blast into.
Also, the teams that were in North, George, they just heard them fighting.
Yes.
So they have the info that no one is sat there ready waiting for them, and they will get prime real estate off of pulling off that daring play. In the meantime, Ding once again, slow on the rotation, trying to make their way on through, and Twisted Minds, same situation for them. They will have to get off this hill, but where the hell do you go? In the water, really.
I mean, at this point, I feel like both teams are thinking, okay, well, we just have to fight. Just find the kill points wherever we can. I mean, you're getting in cars here, but this probably is just to do a big, bold escape, I suppose, from FaZe. FaZe wanted the fight, but...
It's phase 4. You can tank it for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't get fooled by that. Senya is under the bridge, not prone on the bridge. That would be a weird place to be. So that allows for Iroh to cross on over. Good Marco should be able to do the same thing here as well. And with Thing having to rotate in, they might just be waiting it out for a little longer. Marco does fall as Getrox finds one kill stolen, though, by the Wu.
They are going to try and go alongside this embankment. Sees Marselec straight away. Nice connection on the first shot here. Meanwhile, Filfirst in the distance. Question Mark is actually taking that fight against BBL over there. So that did come to fruition. But there's a big send coming through here. Twisted Minds is going to try and absolutely bomb on through. Actually, where are they going? They're just taking out Polish Power as much as possible.
The double coming through from, I believe it was Perfectix to start things off there for them. Staying alive now with all the four. They get the kills to boot as well. Senya now falls. The Bridge Troll goes down. But Getrox trying to do more damage as there's still one more to be found by the shoreline.
Behind them, Full Tilt, Full Send is going to be moving through and trying to get past all of this that is going on. There's absolute chaos at the moment. Perfectix in smokes, trying to find himself some cover. Comes out, tries to go for the spray on Full Tilt, who is going all the way here. But I don't think that all of them are actually going to escape through this. They're on the other side of the bridge as well. Ding is taking them out. This is a disaster here for Full Tilt.
The amount of chaos unfolding on the eastern side of the circle. In the meantime, Salven and Question Mark have half the circle to work with between the two teams. Everyone was waiting for the perfect opportunity. It never came. But then, as Twisted Minds push forward, they start what turns out to be a chain reaction of destruction in the east.
And for FaZe and Exalt, this is just going to be also kind of be mutual destruction, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Once you finish this fight, how do you get across the river? Unless you try and take the question mark route, actually. But it is going to be way too open. The other teams on the other side of the river are going to be able to spot you out. So this is all but done for these two teams here.
Way too open and way too late, I'm afraid. Aimlol peeks on over, finds Cronio. That's Polish Power out in 13th. 13 bullets left to work with Framelow. Well, he hasn't really had a chance to loot a whole lot. Maybe he'll find Perfectix. Sale is there as well, so they get the info. There is an MK14 on his side, though, and I think what we're seeing here is something we'll see a bit of coming up. People go down to the blue because they know running into this one is just 3 points for position.
Oh, a small spot to be able to get a little bit of reprieve in the action going on here for Gustav. MK14, as you say.
Clip ties to blue.
Well,
clip backfill Salvim, and why not just find one and then just go down to blue? Just because.
Yeah.
Just because.
Again, with all these rotations, I do feel like Question Mark was kind of the winner of it. Of course, they are going to be under pressure from these teams that can actually see them. But if there is a world where they can maybe deal with Global Army eventually and find some kind of little kind of dip on the north side here, they might be all right with it.
They might just. Teams fall. Multiple at them because we had 5 solos left in this game, now down to just 3. Full Tilt, Ding, Sabim living in the hopes of just one player staying put, but we do make our way into placement points as Howl finds one. They want more of it though, and once again, Howl up here in placement points. All the games now, they have made their way in, not just to placement points, but the top of them. And look at this, only 2 kills so far, but that's a knock, which will most likely be followed by a flush. Looking for Iroh here as well. I think they know exactly where they have him.
And Howl's feeling it today. They're more than happy of taking a fight like this, as they know that they've got plenty of points to give them a bit of a buffer up at the top here. Ruin still waiting for Iroh to come out. Filfirst finally finds Global Army. That opens up the north for them, as we previously mentioned. That will be an opportunity for them. Although, that being said, I don't think they accounted for the Wu wrapping around, so they're going to be in the next fight.
Navi. Wu just full speed sent it up towards the north. Oh, he's dead to blue. They just send it full speed forward, up towards the blue. Adusi will go down, but how much more damage will follow before these nades come in exactly?
A little bit too short on it, but now sees exactly where they are. Tries to peek on over whilst that nade goes over. Did a little bit of damage, but Nixie will hit Hobbits hard and fast here. Adusi is already down as well. Filfirst going to have to try and make the recovery, but it's not enough here. The Wu has taken way better angles than them, and it's going to be up to Dante to try and make it happen, which is actually a pretty good start for him, all things considered. The Wu is also a little bit torn down, but it's not going to be enough. Question Mark. dies off.
Wu had a perfect understanding of what needed to be done in order to win this fight. We need the high ground. We need to get up here. We need to be the ones that peek on over and have them kind of closed off down below. They full-on execute on it. They commit to it. They lose 2 or at least get 2 knocked in the process, but they claim it, come out victorious. And now, for Ascent, they have to back off down towards the south once more.
And to a degree, quite well calculated, because as they watch, they can, where they previously were, they could see question mark on the other side of the circle, trying to make that wrap around. So they basically beat them to the punch in terms of taking the position, taking the angle. Ascend is retreating back down to where they know is good, because they've had it all game long now. And actually, they do have a crate as well. I don't know what weapon they have, though.
Nope. They, regardless, it's the level 3 gear alone will be well worth it. Do they know that Zucchetto is prone behind that car? I'm not sure. They haven't really been looking in this direction, but there is a car parked in the middle of the open, so that's going to raise some eyebrows at least.
Aside from that, name a more iconic duo. Howl and top positions today. Like, this is them finding so many points.
I like the fact that he was staying there for a while longer. Like, maybe if I just burn for a little while, I'll be fine. Not quite the case.
I'm feeling quite toasty right now.
Not where you want to be. Wu now limited what they could scout for. They won't know that they're driving past a completely open position in the good spot in the circle. They're taking the fight to Howl. Now running in between all of them. Are they going back right?
I don't know. I mean,
they have no clue what they're running into.
They've got to account for the fact that one of them was up on that hill as well. Schofield was.
They're going.
They left Nibby back.
They're going past it. I mean, there's no reason for them not to feel that there's a snake set in the position. I do not fault them for not going for that spot. But so far, 0 bullets have come from that direction.
I mean, that pass by was a scouting pass, right? Like, they're trying to figure out what is going on in a lot of this area. But it's still...
It's too good to be true that
they understand now. They realize.
I mean, it's too good to be true that that spot should be open. And even, I think even now, they crashed the backside of it knowing, great, we now know where everyone else is. As long as we're in the backside of this, there's no one here to see us.
The double move up by Ascend on the south.
Nice commit.
And again, this spot is always pivotal for a compound like that. This is always the spot that can be the vulnerability of the compound down to the bottom. Howl realizes that the movers come up from Ascend.
Yeah.
They're gearing up here to try and greet this breach on a hill.
And loving that Ascend is committing to this too, because they knew that the position further north was free, but because the team is now getting a chance to just sit up there and wait it out, Ascend automatically becomes the teams in the most vulnerable spot. You saw already there as well, Wu still shooting in towards the place just to make sure that it's free, and now they know.
The Wu love this. They're so happy to see both of these teams try and tussle over this location.
But how much did they have to commit to get to where they are now? They wrapped east very late. They full committed to the fight with Savim up towards the north side. They then took out question mark. Now they wrap around, essentially risking 2 players by just driving past every single player that was left alive to then get a position that they never in a million years would have expected to be free.
I mean, the most impressive thing to me was the fact that they actually recovered completely from the question mark fight.
Yes.
The fact that they actually got everybody up and then did the weird little wiggle around with the cars. Now, of course, that is not in.
They're just not getting blessed by any of these.
Yeah, now they're not happy due to the fact that eventually they're going to have to leave there, and the other 2 teams could just sit on the side of this hill. So the Wu's plan now is try and dislodge one side of this hill if you can, while the other one just sits on the other side. But if you do that and then try and make the transition, the other team's just going to come up over the hill and shoot you. So I mean, it's very difficult.
The Wu's journey in this match is essentially the proof that players can never whine about circles shifting away, because I think all circles so far have been hard shifting away from Wu, and still they've managed to find ways to get there and managed to keep 4 alive. So kudos to you. Wu, no matter where you end in this one, whether it be 3rd, 2nd or 1st, you have put up a hell of a fight and also done a hell of a set of rotations to get you to where you are.
So what information are they working with? They're working with that Howl has 3, probably.
I mean, they know that there's at least 2 teams over there.
Yes. And then they know that there was one over by Kiliakai's position, which they've now seen just move. So if they could take a knock on that, then they know that they would be wounding the other team on the other side. But beyond that, they're going to have to move soon, and I think both Howl and Ascend will be very happy to take shots in their direction.
You wait for as long as you possibly can, then you send 2, maybe 3 across whenever someone peeks over the ridgeline. You keep one behind who might die to blue, but because you get that one knock, same as we saw with Norkis when Polish Power pushed across the street on Miramar earlier, you keep one behind to say, bro, if you're going to hit a shot at any point in today's games, this better be it. Find that knock on the hill, allowing for the 3 remaining players here to make the push on forward. If Kilyakai falls here, that is Wu getting an entry point to the circle, because if Kilyakai falls, that is Howl instantly peeking on over.
They go to the other side of the road. They're actually making a run for it.
But Chris is down to half HP. They hit him, they forced him back down to heal, and now they allowed themselves to make the play.
Perfect opener. Chris, though, is eventually going to peek over this. He's so close to peeking across it. The thing is that they're using the information of the other 2 teams. The fact that both Ace and Howl, they're not super keen on peeking over this way, just in case they open up an angle against their opponents. And look at Laz's position.
I mean, they have a foothold. They have a place to play. Laza is still inside as well. He's going to be the backhold player. The issue for him is if he goes down, there is no one coming to pick him up, especially not now after his shot, because Nixie is well aware that he's in that position. He's actually trying to flank it on foot. Issue is he's now been seen by Schofield. So now, all of a sudden, it's a rescue Nixie mission for the Wu. Kilyakai has spotted him, and Schofield will find him with the nade across the street.
Very difficult here for the Wu to stay alive in effectively a position that they had to put themselves in a pinch between these 2 teams to try and stay alive in this game. It's bold, but they had to do it. Now, can they make it work? It's going to have to be some fantastic gunplay to keep going.
Yeah. Could Nixie have done more from the spot? He was then sure he hit the car, but all of a sudden now the damage is coming through, and the Wu are liking what they're seeing. Knock to knock, back to back on the 2 other teams, and now it's for the Wu really to pick a fight. They're set in a position where you have to commit to one, because if you don't, you will get backstabbed the second you peek on over. You know rests are coming through. You have to make the play, but Kilyakai is there, finds the first one, damaged onto the second one as well, but he has to back off.
Flies down, Brexco actually able to trade against Veselosh here. This could be a disaster for the Wu. Ibby, though, comes across, gets off Kilyakai. Will he be able to do any more? No, he does not. Ascend will be able to finish off. It was going to be difficult for the Wu. They tried to make as much happen as possible, but Howl here at the moment, Laza is going to try and drive over it from this position. Micah is actually able to open up on it, and now it's only up to Ruin here. He's trying to go for the res, but I don't know if it's going to be in time.
He must have been healing. There's no way Laza shouldn't have been across that street 15 seconds ago, but they kept Micah behind. I think they were confident enough that they could maintain the control down below to allow for Micah to then keep Laza at bay. That must have been the play, because there's no good reason that with 2 players down, they should be able to get back up to 3.
I think both are going to get up to 3, unless Ascend really starts to push the issue.
There's no way they risk. There's no way they get a chance to risk.
Okay, they're not going to go for it. He's thinking about it, but there's no way. It's going to be the 2v3 now. Moving on this left-hand side, they're trying to use different angles against them here to their advantage, but they're not going to be the case. Mike actually always takes out Ruin, and then Ruin here actually able to get him off the back of it, but it's going to be Ascend getting it all done here in a circle that had to kind of be theirs, all things considered, with the compound after we'd spoken about their transitions from Zaki, but the circle works in their favor for this one.
Ascend proactive, trying to make a play up towards the west side early as well, maintain more control than just the compound they had to work with. But Howl played on foot under the bridge, was the last team to come up from the water. They cleared the entire water side, went east, dealt with DA, went north, dealt with Sabim, took out the Wu in the end of it as well. This Howl team, with how they're playing right now, that's a PGS team for you right there.
It's an unbelievable day for them here. I just keep on talking because the Wu was really cool moving up. We're going to go to a break. I'm being told break. We are going to go to that when we return. It's the desk here before the final game.
FF and FBI running into each other. Oh, funny business is in a world of hurt. Just bunt the last one. SCK have been pushing so hard, so fast, and they wouldn't try and get a revive, but he's scared of grenades. Smoke being played right now, going for the pink tinkle
into friendly fire. So really good hold, but now they are going to have to deal with LG, and look at the aggression from LG.
Oh yeah, they're in a lot of trouble here. LG and Funny Business are going to be coming from the other side. Rello and Kickstar just peeking that beautifully as Snakers will go down. 11 kills.
Sonics are in such a terrible position right now. They are pinched in the worst way. They opt into going more to the east. They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
They're going to try to go for this hill on the north side. 4N already here, but they're just going for the drive. You can hear the spray coming through.
Wait, guys, stop. Trying to come.
They stop?
Yeah. Coming.
Yeah. I'm going to chill, man. Just chill. Yeah, they're on.
Just leaving smash.
They're on. I'm healing. Left side.
One hit twice. Healing.
Still behind the car. Nice. Carry me.
I'm sorry.
Tip has to be.
So one more guys. I'm dead.
I don't know.
Spread apart.
One more down.
One is dead me. One has naded me.
Got close.
Nice. Two knock.
I'm healing, boys.
I'm healing and
One behind the tree and green, guys. Behind the tree and green. Yeah, you might. If you haven't hit, throw it at him.
Nice.
Last one green. Yeah, keep it knocking. I'm fine. I will be fine.
Nading.
Headshot him. Oh, I'm gonna shoot him.
I'm gonna peek him. Kill.
He's full speed, probably.
I headshotted him.
Nice.
I'm going on the roof of this shit, bro.
One of you can stay in the shack and watch above us all the time.
I will go in the shack. I'm on the roof of this shitty ass house.
Yeah, I'm watching above you guys.
Yeah, can I watch now?
Ibi, come on the roof and watch from the roof. Come on the roof and watch from the roof, Ibi.
Here's one. I was playing on the...
Go, let's go. Use flashes. Come on up.
I'm going from top.
Ascend takes the chicken dinner, but Hal finishing in second place. They have finished in the top 4 every single map today. Very impressive from them. And as the highlights roll on your screen, I'm going to pull away from talking about those teams that finished in the top 4. Wow. Now, I want to talk about the team that came last in this game.
Oh boy.
15th before that, 13th in the second map, 14th in the first one. Basically, they've just got worse as the days progressed, and there is nowhere to go after this. What is going on with our PGC champions, Saga?
We really saw a fantastic dramatization of Navi's time today, delivered by Howl as they all just full sent it, cars flipping into the river. And I'm not sure I'm ready to say crashing and burning just yet, but it's certainly not the start that anyone was hoping to see out of Na'Vi, and in particular, Mr. Example, the man who cost 30k, everyone's captain in fantasy, surely has not really been performing to the level, but it's been consistently the entire team has just been falling victim to a lot of traps and getting third-partied from awkward angles, taking somewhat unfavorable fights, and this may somewhat circle back to when we say, okay, they have the luxury of knowing that no matter what happens, they're going to PGS, so they might be trying something out, but it's hard to identify something that they're doing so drastically differently.
Can't try something out if you're out of the game right at the start. Avenger, what is going on? They are the global champs. We have to give them a hard time here. What is going on? People rely on Na'Vi to perform.
I have a really optimistic take on this one here.
Oh, no.
They're giving everyone else a chance.
Our Avenger.
Well-known optimist Avenger.
Now, honestly, it's obviously not inside there where we should be, say, the performance area that we're expecting from them, right? 2 points here. They put 2. That's an infinite amount more than they've done so far.
This positive
and it was example.
It
was great. We gotta say, of course, Ascent. Nice to see them up there at 17. They have to stick it out and continue though. But with the amount of points that Howl are getting continuously, it means that our mid pack is basically second place down. Like, it is crazy how close it is. But to get back to Na'Vi here, it's just a rough situation for them. Honestly, it's hard to pinpoint because they're losing almost every single fight. Their macro is slower, and further outside the circle than what we're normally seeing them do. And also then again, we have the circle like here where we're seeing extreme northern shifts back to back. But yeah, wow, 59 points for Howl. That is just unbelievable. Almost doubling second places.
We'll talk about Howl in a bit.
Oh.
16th place, 2 points. That is your PGC champion.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The teams in Europe, they're just that good.
Oh, shut up.
No, it's just not acceptable, right? Because you have to remember, they're not going to PGC with this performance because we have PGC points throughout the next 3 tournaments, or this tournament and the next 2 tournaments after that. If they're doing this performance here, they're not going to PGC. Yes, they are a global partner team. They're going to PGS 1 and 2, but they're not going to PGC with this performance here. So they need to step up their game. Otherwise, we're not seeing our defending champions unless they get a special invite, wildcard invite to defend themselves. They're not. It's not happening. So yeah, with just 1 game to go, I honestly can't say anything else than it can only be better from what we've seen so far.
Well, they're lost, so it can definitely only be better. Howl, very impressive. But you know what else is impressive? Is some of the style that these players have in-game. I like what I did there. Even me.
That's smart.
It was clever. Beautiful. I'm just going to stop talking. Watch this. We have a catwalk now. Fashion, go.
Usually I'm using the sweatshirt from J-Love Grand Slam. It was the best tournament in Sweden. On my hands I have PGI title wraps from PGI, really rare skin. On the bottom I have pants from PGC 2019, which was in USA and it was the best PGC. Also, I have sneakers from the same PGC 2019 in USA. So this is my favorite gear.
Score out of 10 for a doozy style?
Gorgeous. Absolutely looking stunning. It's got to be at least a solid 8 out of 10 as he's rocking all the drip down in 14th place. So it's really been a great time for a doozy in terms of the threads. But then
wow.
you know what I mean? Na'Vi is not the only champion that is underperforming so far. And once again, to circle back, Na'Vi is going to PGS. Question mark, not so much, but at the very least they look good.
They look good.
At least the doozy do. But we haven't seen the other guys. I want to see more of that. I want to see the swag. I'm obviously a camouflage enjoyer. I have green, camouflage looking clothes in games so people can see me very well. I have to do that. So here he's rocking the same kind of color throughout, and I like that. So that's good. I want to see 4 at a time though. 1 at a time is like I see more.
You know what I love about this? You get everything here. You get us giving the PGC champs a really hard time. Then you get fashion commentary, and you get prizes. Because we have a winner in our PEC spring competition. Rayella, I hope I said that right, says that they're supporting Ascend and Polish Power. Convenient, Ascend just got a chicken dinner.
Great. Okay.
But also said that they're just really happy that they get to watch PUBG again. And I like that. I hope that they're happy with what we just gave them.
You know what I want to see? I want to see what all the viewers out there, what are they rocking in game, right? To use the hashtag PEC Spring, tag us on the desk here. I want to see what the guys out there watching, what their in-game drip is.
Competitive esports, fashion judgments, it's all here. So is Kylaris and Toby, so we're going to let them talk now.
That's right, thank you very much. Is Avenger still wearing the WTSG hoodie?
Probably. That's the only advantage he has in game, right?
I can't believe what a try. Actually, you can't even use try hard as an insult.
James, he needs it.
You think he needs it?
Yeah,
well,
he needs it.
I mean, anytime you're actually playing with Avenger, you can't get a word in anyway. So because he's just kind of charging forward, shouting, "Yeah!"
We do call him the Danish Master League.
Yeah, they do. Anyway, let's get into it. It is the final game here for the day. I can hear you in the distance, Martin. I don't care. We have got ourselves one more game of Erangel to go, and so far so good for not really the usual suspects for our winners overall throughout the day.
Nope, true. We've seen upsets galore, and I feel like with Ascent coming up victorious here, not so much of an upset in terms of the compound they were playing from, but coming into the end game and with how we've been talking, Ascent coming into it, they need to start taking control. That is exactly what they did here in the previous game.
Yes, they did, and a good compound to do it from, a good staging point to do it from. It gets a bit precarious on that hill east of that compound, considering the three-way tussle, the three-way fight that goes down, but they prevailed. And it wasn't easy to prevail in a situation like that.
It really wasn't. It's a spot from where many other teams would have not come out victorious. But they kind of did all the prep work leading in to that final fight, trying to go aggressive, forcing Wu to wrap Easter up rather than rest so that they made more space for themselves. And also the fact that they keep Micah that far back on the hillside, knowing we need you to cover us, but we also need you to make sure that Howl can't third-party push on the other side. Micah takes out Laza. That, to me, is the only reason Ascent comes out victorious.
Yeah. It was bold. All right, final game of the day here. So far, so good for Howl, who's almost double the points ahead of second place. So let's get to it here. Another Erangel on the cards, and, well, not too bad at playing back. Not terrible.
No one's going to complain about that. Well, I mean, maybe question mark if they wanted to go Primorsk, I suppose, but... For now, not the worst world to be in. And Doozy, rocking the SKS, not too much coming with it. And 8C, well, that's your former teammate. Let's see who gets the better of this one. Oh. Q, Benny Hill. This is one swing? Is that it?
That wasn't much commit.
He knew who it was.
You think
they're
so?
teaming? Report them.
Oh, yes. Conclusive evidence here. Brought to you by Toby.
Not that there was any fear that the guy with the car could potentially have a gun or anything. Just.
Not super wise to try. Oh my days.
I wanted to predict that. Oh, and I didn't.
Did
because
you?
I was like, it's not going to happen. And then it did. Because I was like, there's no one landing melee. There's only one place this one can go. That was my throw into it. And then it... I mean, it might not still happen, but still it's kind of cool. Because now FaZe is going to gatekeep like 13 teams.
What a genius you are.
I think you're the one who said that, James.
Your intellect
I'll take that.
knows no
I'll
bounds.
write that on my tombstone. James once said I was a genius. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. In the meantime, Howl, all they need is more damage because they ain't got a lot of it. That's kidding because they have a ton.
Almost 6,000.
4 games in and almost 6K. That's crazy.
Almost an average of 1,500 damage. Now you think about like when we've watched the quiz shows go down, and you heard like Navi's and Twisted Mind's average numbers from like PGZ, for example. It was hovering around 1.1K ish per game. Yes, that's the World Championship, but. Howl being able to do that. Again, it's a small sample size, but, I mean, the points speak for themselves. 59 in 4 games, and they've still got another game here to do even more.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Not only the scores on the right-hand and the left-hand side, for that matter, but if you're watching the map feed as well, you'll see that Sabim have insta-rotated. Similar fashion to what we used to see from the Liquid roster back when they looted Pachinki. When you see these millicircles, we go there and we go there quickly. The playing path did not allow for Exalt to get to the usual drop spot. Sabim would know that, and therefore there's going to be no gatekeepers. If we rotate fast, we will get the better of it. And had we been approximately 10 seconds slower, the boys in yellow that you're watching on the screen right now would have seen them and probably... I mean, I say killed them. They probably wouldn't have, based on how they're playing today. But they would have come after them and fired bullets.
All right. I'm going to predict that Na'Vi is going to at least double their points in this game.
James, there's a reason you're the god of predictions. You make them so basic and boring that it can't go wrong.
Well, you know, or... Well, who knows? They might just die again.
No, James. Now they're getting a 0-point game.
I don't know at this point.
James is doing the big predictions. Can Na'Vi get 2 points or more this game?
It's a bold call, Con.
It's pretty brave, not going to lie.
Here they come.
Not going to lie. So far, so good. Aldia is being shot at and down to under half HP. Left, right. At least all the tires are still on the vehicle, though, so he's all right for now.
Jokes aside for a moment, though, literally almost everybody's rosters on Fantasy are hurting because, well, for me at least, Example is a player that I almost always pick. I never bet against this man. The reason is because even if they're having a hard time, he's still farming so much damage. None of that has really happened this day.
True.
They can switch it on. We've seen them have insane days in the past. So there's going to be a lot of soul searching, I think, after today, as Exalt is searching for a little bit of damage on towards Digital Athletics. There's going to be a lot of teams trying to cross on these bridges to get things going today.
I'm a little surprised by the setup of Exalt right now because I know that teams ain't necessarily going to stop to take this fight to Fate, but if you're kind of sort of committed to a bridge keep-esque thing, then why just have Fate there? I mean, are just rooting. Mordok and Fairest are in Veripia, clearly looting as well. I feel like either you bridge camp or you don't. Having one player here just asks for that team that just either they realize or they just go, well, there's only one person shooting as a solo. Teams are so good now at just pulling up on these solo shooting. It's a risk not really worth it, I feel like, for Exalt to try and pull off.
You really think they're going to stop, though? I don't know. I mean,
it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen it.
I suppose. Well,
and no, maybe they would just continue, but still, let alone the fact that there's a chance they wouldn't, tells me that it's a, risk not worth it. Speaking of, this is taking a little while. Enforce, gotta get out of here.
No risk by them, though, really, aside from, as I say, it taking a little while. We just have
there's no
the move going on. Ding, they've got their boat. Are we going to south again? What are we trading here, boys?
I mean, they got a couple of kills on Faceline on Polish Power last time they did it, so... I thought they beached the boat. That would have been the most amazing
on that
thing
rock.
in the world. You just see the propeller kind of come above water and go, well, we screwed up now, didn't we?
I feel like I've literally reversed into that rock before and been,
Teams, I'm surprised if there's a rock you haven't driven into in this game.
Well, I'm not Froz, but...
Fair.
Oh,
in the meantime,
no.
I'm not going to say that you jinxed them, but they do need 2 more points, James, in order for your massive bet to come true.
Get off them, Iro. Go away. Go back into retirement.
Whoa, you heard it here first, guys. Toxic James being toxic.
He's destroying them, and so's Code Marco.
No, Melvin is destroying them.
Oh, no. Well, you know what? It's a write-off today, boys. Uber, run away. Do something else.
The worst thing is, for the most part, a lot of games and days where we've seen Na'Vi do these sort of things, the next day they get 4 wins and 60 kills.
Again, no joke, though. How are you this good as Iro after, in inverted commas, retiring he's still such a good player.
Yeah.
DA is found...
He didn't stop playing video games, I think is part of the reason.
Yeah, true. Probably.
Yeah. And now let's see, Saketo can make magic. No, he's not going to make magic with the UMP because the nade does that for Bart. Down goes one, full tilt. Might as well just be full tilted based on how this game is going, because there's no way that Saketo is getting back up on his feet. And this is happening so far away from the circle.
You can really tell, to start things off, it's the last game of the day. We have cut ourselves a bit of carnage going on here to get it all rolling down, as Foot is going to now start pursuing this. They want to take them completely out, and Example is gone.
It's only going to be a proper last game of the day if this circle goes back to farm.
That would be
the last game of the day.
Yeah.
And now Subby, having lost one, hurt the vehicles, hurt the annihilation of his teammate. Well, he's just going to have to set it out and allow for Esports to venture forth. He does have escapation and Mats further down towards the south, and it should be all right, but still, losing one early on, never would you want to have happen.
Teams leapfrogging in front of them as well, like Polish Power. So creating barriers for them, as we now have Ascend, our previous winners, make it all the way down. Now, the problem that I do foresee for them, if they keep going all the way around, is that Ding will sit on those cliff sides and actually take shots at this. So, I'd be cautious.
It's a weird situation if you want to sail close to the shoreline so you can get out early, but you want to not because you don't want to allow for audible. Wait, did they just spot them? I feel like Ascent just insta 90 degrees to the right.
Yeah.
Based on what I could only imagine to be information obtained. Because Aimlul is sat down on towards the shoreline, all the rocks there. Maybe they saw the boat parked in the water further forward, knowing there's no regular boat spawn there. That must have been a reaction play to something they saw further ahead. And as you were kind of leading into, James, that might have just saved them.
He's in the gato.
Oh, let's hear what Esports has to say about Saketo.
He's one hit.
Oh, he's not one hit. Bad info.
Put a nade. He's in the back right room.
He's gonna die, He's on my nade.
Now that's a good call, Bart. I like that.
Nice. Damn.
All team has that guy. All teams have that. Guys, one HP. And then we go back and we go, well, you didn't even hit him, bro. What do you mean?
That was the calmest he's on my nade call.
I mean, he was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, not a lot of threats in that one.
Yeah.
But Beamy, he's 1 HP. Come on, man.
But he does
this is why the players don't want in-game comms. It's not for the swear words. It's whenever they do, he's 1 HP, guys. He's 1 HP.
This is why they don't want to talk to you.
That might be part of the reason why. Yep.
I'm just trolling. But we have got ourselves Foot, who are still outside the circle. And if this shifts down to military, they're still going to have to make that transition. So it's going to be tough.
It sure is. It's not, though, the worst thing, because the circle will shift south. Now it is the worst thing. Mainly because for the Esports coming in this late, probably hoping that maybe there's one team set around the bridge. Now they're going to see full tilt. trying to rotate east, that should give them the info. Wait, if they're rotating east, they must know something further towards the south, and they're essentially just going full Mad Max on each other right now.
Everyone turns away from each other.
Except for Escaption. He just goes, woo!
Yeah, he's having fun.
And Vard is chasing.
If we cut to team comms of Vard, he's like, oh, guys, he's on my gun. Guys,
he gets him!
Guys, he's on my gun. It's fine. Don't worry about it, you know.
Guys, he's dead. He's dead.
Guys, okay.
Don't worry, 3 bullets left. I got him.
T-Bone BM, ran him over. Jeez.
And then in the background, you should beam and go, he's 1 HP!
And they're like, shut up, T-Bone. Shut up, Beamy, even.
No, when Beamy talks, they go, shut up, T-Bone.
Yeah. Okay, well, we have the absolute migration going on here.
Yeah.
Polish Power has pulled up on this position, is just shooting at everything. Fuzzface taking down Madzi quickly, but they realize that T-Bone is... Okay, that panicked for them. Never mind anything else. Marseille goes down 2 foot, and they're going to try and finish all of this off. Polish Power has to completely bail on this scenario.
Yeah, has to try and get out of it alive, and they are crossing as we speak. Norcus, second one to follow there. I like the idea that Polish Power tried to set up a, not necessarily a camp, I mean, yes, we could call it a camp, but really more of just a big old roadblock, not allowing for them to cross on over, but too much damage came their way. First, instantly met by T-Bone, and the rest of Polish Power realizing, well, this is a full speed forward for esports coming in. There's more teams to follow. Even if we get the kills here, we're going to take so much damage that the other teams will pull up. And Wise decision in crossing, issue is, they didn't go that far.
Oh, you.
Wait, if they stop here, and 3 teams are coming in behind one another now to make the following play, this is not good. Beamy, you're going to be 1 HP soon if you don't watch out.
You will be, yeah. Maybe even lower than that, Toby.
Oh, Clip got run over by Rustenmar. If only he knew. He's going to see someone running up with a teammate on his back soon. And question mark is shooting at BBL.
Yeah, this is actually putting a lot. Oh my!
1, 2. He got the flush.
No way.
Don't peek with your nade in hand.
This is ridiculous. Also, Michael is down. Phil first from the distance.
They get him. Smash is dead.
What am I watching? BBL just got total.
And what caused all of this? I don't want to say it was the only reason, but don't run over your teammates,
What a
guys.
car crash of a situation for them. That was so unfortunate.
And the good thing for the esports now is that it all happened with them taking minimal damage, so they can 180 set up for this right here.
Here we go. Question mark, trying to make the send through. There's not going to be any stopping for them here. Dante getting sprayed down. He goes down, so does a doozy as well. Foot Esports is just on the warpath in this game. And understandably so, Phil first. He's down as well. Oh, Foot, you've got 10 kills already at the 13-minute mark.
Polish Power is like, bro, can we share some of all of this? We were the ones bridge camping, guys. Come on. At least they'll get Foot Esports. There's no way Foot Esports is anticipating Polish Power to be here now.
If you want to be as savage as Foot Esports in this game, redeem that code right now, because that's quite the amount of kills they've been able to get. They surely know that there's another team down there.
I don't think they do. I mean, they are stopping to scout,
They're
so
slow,
kudos.
yeah.
But Polish Power, while all this has been going on, has done nothing to attract attention.
And then the circle shifts east.
Just making it even less likely that there's still a team here.
Oof.
They have time. It's only phase 3. Like, they got time to sit here for a little while longer. There's no reason for Polish Power, having committed to this for so long, to not wait it out.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, you full commit.
That's exactly what they do. Will info be fed across? First phase is up the side of the bridge. Vard insta-parking his car. They will try and go underneath here, I would imagine. Does he see his foot? His foot is on the side. Vard must have seen...
He's wary.
He knows something.
Look at him taking cover. They know. They know.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting healed up, making sure that he's actually got enough health for eventual fight. They're bailing off of the side of the bridge. These walkways added so much extra gameplay to it. It was a while ago, admittedly.
Yeah.
But it gives them the opportunity to make this happen.
I was skeptic initially. Wait, who is shooting them in the back? Who is shooting Vard in the... Oh, it's Krunio that's being shot at. Never mind.
Ding.
I saw it on the map feed now.
No way. No way. Oh, sorry, Vard.
As free as they come.
Krunio is in a sneaky spot.
Thing is, I was just going to say, if Vard could only vault over. First phase has been seen now. Krunio obviously wants to get the flush before he tries to back off. I'm not sure he had a vehicle in that position. Unfortunately for T-Bone, he does have a nade to follow, and now he's been seen down below. No way T-Bone should come out victorious here.
No, it's very, very difficult. He tries to move to the pillar on the bridge, but even there, I mean, you're just slowly dying off to the blue. That's a lot of fall damage, but should be okay. We'll get the heal on up thanks to all the stims that's going on. I mean, it doesn't take that long to get first aid off. But anyway, cooking a nade, trying to go around the corner. We'll go on the backside of it. If this is perfect, almost finishes him off. He's going to have to start that heal straight away.
Not going to go down.
No, he shouldn't. He's going to be on one or two health before. Yeah.
Spots him second time around. He goes down this time, though, as Norcus peeks around the side. beame not in a position to really help out at all. Neither is 80, both playing up above. But again, collateral damage. None of them coming out victorious here. But who gets the last laugh? For Esports, because they have 11 kills.
All right, moving on back from all of this. Trying to find a little bit more room. 80 and beame still very apprehensive about the crossover. He actually catches him on this walkway.
He sees all of them. Can't find a single. Oh, come on, 80.
Oh, no.
You're better than that. Now he's got
10 shots left.
Oh, and they can see his feet, too. This is terrible. He's going to go down to blue. You should have taken a Band-Aid. You're not going to survive. Not going to happen. 80 falls. beame tries to make the continuous push on over, and they're just in salvage mode. But, I mean, really, it's not a salvage game. They're going to end top 3, maybe top 4 overall when this game is over and done, because they've found so many kill points in the early stages. Well, yeah, for sure. And now there's... we couldn't be further away from where they're supposed to be on this island.
Yeah, that's another east shift. Crunio gets knocked here by beame. Try and get the flush as fast as possible. He goes for the heal, realizing that maybe those invulnerability moments would shelter him, and actually gets the flush. That's another kill going their way. beame on 5. He knows where Norcus is as well. If beame gets this, that's a victory in my book.
I think Crunio's like, for Fuzzface, how did he get past you on the other side?
No way!
beame finds one more!
He can't heal, though.
The Dane finds one, doesn't give the point away to Fuzzface. Fuzzface might just go down to Bluey because he's so far from the circle, and there you have it. Polish Power out in 13th, and now, for the first time in what feels like forever, let's take our eyes back towards where the game is actually going to go.
Yeah,
Observatory. And who's there? Ascent.
Well, they climbed, and they did ascend. There you go. So, we finally got to it. They ascend eventually in the game, in the day. And here, Sarvam completely sending it into full tilt, and they will be gone. As a side note, beame actually got that last one, of course, so he ended up on 6 because of the bleed out to the blue. Yeah. So, what a game for them. 12 kills.
And you don't get to live long, but if you go down early, you might as well just rag up a good chunk of what is alive in the server. Here comes full speed forward. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Can they find the last? Yes, they can. They come out, they prevail, but so many people will have heard and seen this happen. Issue is, no one's really in a position to punish this.
Who's in next? Get me another team.
There isn't anyone.
Queue them up.
I mean, if Twisted Minds was closer, they might make a ballsy pull up, but yeah, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Get him in there now. Okay, stop.
We need more cars.
I like it, like the dip on the east side of shooting range where you just see all the cars pile in. I love that. It's so ridiculous.
It does get pretty crazy sometimes. In the meantime, Uber's still alive, so your 2-point dream for Na'Vi still lives.
Yes. All right, that's all I'm taking from that.
That's all you're getting from it too.
No way. What an angle.
Yeah, and had he been just a bit closer, he might be able to lob a nade down there. And that, I mean, that crater alone is so deep that one well-placed nade is
it would bow in for sure.
Wipe.
Yeah, it'd be rough.
Yeah. But of course, many more things for Ascent to be worried about. Will anyone pull up behind us? Will teams make their way closer? In the meantime, now Uber making a run for it. Found 8 first aids, so he should be alright to tank blue at least for a little while longer. Will he spot Perfectix up north of him? I'm not sure. He knows that he has DA in his front, but Perfectix is kind of flanking around the southern side. I'm not sure he's aware of it.
Twisted Minds is going to be open to a lot of this lobby at the moment. Sees even Stephen Petralius in the distance. Chris sees everything. They are the Eye of Sauron at the moment. That's a nice lineup. Ooh. Catches him with one of them.
Dead to blue.
Yeah, there's no way Perfectix can heal through that.
This circle could not be worse for such a big portion of the teams. No one's been able to hard grab east on this one. No one's been able to get around. This really is a terrible, terrible scenario for so many of these teams, because now the observatory, because we're going east, pretty much just becomes a roadblock for anyone trying to wrap over.
Unfortunately for them, they still don't get the Perfectix kill overall. But they will grab themselves Batulins, and Twisted Minds is done. When someone's on radio tower, there's no way a team is getting in there if they have to come in so slow from blue.
Uber is 2 very quick eliminations away from 2 placement points here. Actually 3.
You know, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you better. You kind of put money on it, didn't you?
My entire wage for this turn, no, definitely not.
Rex, if you had an SKS, you would have hit those shots. Because they would have kind of bent over the hillside.
Are you saying the bullet drop is inferior and thus he would have got it?
Yep, you can shoot over rocks sometimes. It's...
Yep.
Superior gun.
I suppose. Shots come in again. Look at them. They're just having the pick of the litter here, just shooting fish in a barrel. And nobody's even threatening to move up this hill just yet. I guess eventually Howl may, if they're able to dislodge M-Force.
Got to be a little bit conservative with the ammo, though. Getting all these knocks and kills from up here is great, but don't get to loop the people that you've taken down. I like the flashbang from Veronica going, no, stay away. And now, Uber, 8 first aids later, has made his way into the circle. Still no placement points obtained, though, so we'll see how much the sole player from Na'Vi can do with what has been a day Na'Vi would want to forget as fast as possible.
Super rough as well. That it's only bandages that he's got because he can only heal up to a certain amount, of course. While all this is going on, shots still ringing through the air here from Ascend, who are loving it.
Yeah.
This is their perfect opportunity to get a back-to-back here on Erangel and catch up to Howl. I was about to say take the top spot, but Howl's done well.
They sure have. And they're still in the mix here as well, having wrapped over the top. No! Stay away from my 2 points! DA will fall. Who better to rack up the points than Howl, continuing what has been a master performance, a master display of PUBG here today.
Very impressive, very impressive. And again, it always shows that EMEA is like, there is always potential for huge shakeups at the top.
Oh yeah.
Because the region is just that deep. But now, Uber's fighting the blue again. No! Well, I guess that's done. He only has bandages.
So he did not get 2 points.
No. Okay, let's focus on the rest of this because this is going to be a big deal here as Ascend is still trying to take as many points as they can. An underhand nade will do. An underhand nade.
They know they're right above. They know they're set up there.
It's terrifying.
Yep. It's really not looking too good for them. There falls the first. The issue is Howl have to be somewhat, smart about this, because they know that if they peek too far, exactly as Ascent will peek on over. Yep, 1 placement points. If he gets a flush here as well. Oh my god, the Sid from above. Hey, get him! No! Just before that, the flush does come through. Brexco does get the confirm on him though, so points going their way regardless. Ribbons are still alive though. Now Brexco opting to wrap further back towards the southern side, and it makes sense. Uber will fall 1 point for Na'Vi. James, you owe me €5.
Increase his points by 50%. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's a good time to invest, you know.
That's good in my book. We've got ourselves now Howl moving up. This was the team that I kind of suspected may try and challenge for Radio Tower, considering the transitions that they were making. It was never going to be really M-Force. They were completely stuck. So now Ascend has got to deal with that. Number 1 and 2 in this lobby right now, the overall placement points is looking primed to get even more points on the board.
Yeah, very good positioning, at least for Ascend up on the top. Howl still have to battle their way further forward against that exact team. Vex, in the meantime, haven't seen a lot from him today, but here he comes, wrapping around the side. That nade, could be good, but it bounces off to the right.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. If it had gone just 1 or 2 feet further forwards, it wouldn't have bounced quite like that. But it's Chris taking some shots, gets pelted in the head. Opts to go for the grenade. There's no way it could even reach, surely. It's so close, but so far.
Yep. A little, if you don't press R before you throw, maybe there's a chance it connects, but that is also utility you're potentially wasting in a situation where there's very little chance that you're going to come out with anything off of it. So maybe save it for the latter stage of this game.
And a lot of these edge teams now know that it's going to be difficult for them to try and ascend to the top of a hill at the moment. So there's going to be a lot of attempts at big fights, trying to get flushes fast, trying to take some kill points wherever you can, because getting out of here is nigh on impossible to get towards a winning position.
Exactly. FaZe trying to leave this position they're currently in, while also trying to deal with both Thing, Exalt, and Ascent from above. Not exactly an easy position to be in, but they're making the most of it. M-Force eliminated as FaZe wrap further forward. Teams did find 1 knock, which kind of gave them a bit of a foothold, a bit of a path in, trying to isolate Exalt on the southern side.
And the team that's been quietly consistent throughout the day is Ding, and they're still alive. As for in 3rd place at the moment, Fex will find fate And I'm coming back to Ding here, though, for a moment, because they're playing this really well. If they're able to just get a little bit of a foothold on this, this could be a big conversion for them.
Sure could. Vex. I mean, again, this is just a terrible place for them to be in. It's essentially a ball with no cover whatsoever, and they know they have Ding on one side and Send on the other, so they have to have their heads on a swivel, always ready for anyone peeking from either side and do as much damage as they possibly can from here. James trying to contain Gedrox, successful in doing so as well, at least for now.
Sees the Wookiee, take him out, get rid of him. Because he is dangerous. He's got an arm in hand as well. Oh, no, that's a freebie on James.
Yeah, there's no place you can be in that position where you aren't exposed to at least one of these positions.
Ooh.
I do not envy FaZe for trying to stay put in this position. Having said that, they are putting up a great fight for trying to do so.
Sees the Wookiee again. Get him. But yeah, as Vex, for example, aiming as high as you have to when you're trying to deal with teams up on top of radio tower is so problematic. So you don't really want to have to even be doing it here against them. If they have all the options and you don't really have many here as Vex, as now he has to go so close to the wall. There was the arm trying to hit the target. Here as Aimlol still trying to secure this location, but Senya's already up at a spot where they could try and use a little bit of a linchpin, but then it becomes a slightly underhand nade bait location. I mean, it's slightly difficult to hit it still.
It sure is. Oh, that should be pretty straightforward. At least a good tack to the chest. Finds the knock with the M4 to follow. As Vex goes down, I'm not sure there's any way for Gustav to get that res on up. And now, circle shifting towards the east. Our eyes drift towards a team we haven't really mentioned at all this game. Woo! Still sat alive with 3. They haven't found any kills just yet, but prime real estate center in the circle. They have the last compound to work with, and they might just get themselves a good end game here.
Kind of a fan of the way Aimlol's using this arm. He's not looking for those flashy... Oh, well, he's down.
Double headshot.
He's not looking for the flashy play of like a headshot straight and just going for the knock. He's just using it and then going straight for the spray, which actually is very important. Oh my days. Ascend. 10 kills on the board now. And it's 10 for Brexico. He is popping off.
10 kills for Brexico. Welcome to the double-digit club. Few people ever get here in esports. Fewer people get here in grand finals of regional tournaments. Brexico, I know you've gotten to sit at the top with limited kind of risk involved in your peaks, but I don't recall having ever seen anyone get this amount of kills from that position.
He's a one-man highlight reel. We will see as Brexico tries to go for more as well. And the best bit is, his position isn't even that vulnerable right now, unless for some reason the Wu or Hao were to wrap around. But Chris is covering it from the north so well, so there's not much fear in the hands right now of Ascend.
Brexico has more kills this game than Na'Vi and DA had combined today. I'm just putting it out there. Senya finds Ghost Snap, so that's going to be FaZe out in 5th place as we find our way into the top 4. Again, Ascent has to get off this position eventually. Chris is currently holding the other side, and 1 kill at a time is how they're going to get you. Kiliakai finds the first. Now Gedrox on the other side. They know where they have him, but limited ammunition to work with. Kiliakai well aware of the position. Now that Molly should do the work. No! For him, if not because he almost volleyed himself.
Jeez, that was scary.
Wait, are they going for the rest down below? There should be no way.
Yeah, they might try for it here. Brexico's looking, he's lurking. He is the absolute predator in this game, but actually gets knocked here. Does Kiliakai against Ace? It's just Brexico's here. But he's not anymore. Sale is able to trade off against it. And now, actually, this is a lot more damage than I think Ace should have taken here, considering.
Yeah. Yes, and again, it's always difficult to get off this hillside. I like what they tried to do in doing as much damage as possible down below. They know there's a threat, and how pushing up from behind. Our eyes have been on Brexico, but never forget about the Madman Chris trying to do as much damage as he can in this position, holding down the fort. Matt down below him. Just exactly able to avoid the molly there, but you can see all the spots that Chris peeks towards. While he might not spot the opponents, he knows where to expect them, and he gets it right pretty much every time.
I mean, not only is he very aware of where his opponents are, which is Howl, but he also actually wants to put a lot of hurt on Howl. He knows how far they are ahead right now in this lobby. Take them out, because if you don't, and they continue this kind of momentum in the next couple of days, you are going to be hurting on trying to get #1 in this tournament. So take them if you can.
Exactly. Had it been a top 8 sort of situation, don't have to sweat it too much. We can share the top placements, but as you're saying here, top 2 is the case for Ascent to make their way to PGS, and they need to claim it first.
Because, yeah, it's such a tight margin.
Exactly.
So you need to really try and hurt these teams that are doing as well as they are here if you're hoping to try and transition on to that next tournament. But meanwhile, the Wu is another name that would be loving to do so as well. They're still 3 alive, still over on that eastern side. And actually, their split's pretty good against this as they've just got that 1-1-1 kind of barrier set up towards the middle of the circle. So everybody's going to have to move before them.
And speaking of Howl, can we just mention how, again, they're in top 4. This time around, not in as flashy a fashion, but they have made, I believe, top 5 every game. I don't have the sheet to look at it right now, and my head is elsewhere, but I believe they've made top 5 every single game today.
Yeah, it's been super impressive. But Ascend here somehow still keeps racking up kills. It's Chris is alone. He still has a pretty decent high ground spot against quite a bit of this lobby, but I think eventually Howl should be the one to take him out here. And it is going to be the spray down. Ruin gets him, and that only feeds the Howl machine at the very top here. But Wu are coming in across this side and taking out Ruin as well as Lazar. Ruin is on 1 health. He's got to go.
How is he alive? I mean, it makes sense because he's not dead. But he shouldn't be.
Fantastic analysis.
I know, right? It's what I do for a living. It's pretty impressive. Not only does he stay alive, but he actually allows for Sail to, if he wanted to, get into a different position. Issue is, I think Sail is just waiting for Ruin to peek on over. That's exactly what happens. Couldn't be any better for the Wu. Let the solos deal with one another. We'll just glide our way into that chicken dinner.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff to see them being able to play out patiently on the low ground. But I do feel like the story of this game isn't the Woos as much as they get the chicken dinner. What we were watching from Ascend up there, and again, especially Brexco, just insane stuff. And again, Howl getting these top positions. This has been, it's been the best day of PUBG Esports in their entire lives, I feel.
Oh yeah, no doubt. This is, like, especially up against this caliber team. Because yes, they did qualify through in first and lower bracket.
It's not the same.
Well, that's lower bracket. They're coming off so strong, and in a format where if they don't, they have no chance of getting top 2. And now, not only are they sitting in first place, pretty dominantly at that, but even with some of the invited teams maybe up there to contest them eventually, they're looking very good.
Yeah, scary stuff here. Being big shakeups in EMEA as we now head over to the desk, finishing off game number 5. Take it away, guys.
I mean, the story is today is Howl, a top 4 finish in every single game. But before we get into that, the story today for this particular game has to be Ascend. Break's getting more kills, I think, than Navi's got all day. Probably 3 times as much.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy. And the amount of puns that you can do with sending, ascending, and climbing, it's just, I think it's just broken the world record right there. But yeah, honestly, this situation, both breaks go. Also, it's Chris with 1K club, more than 1,000 damage in this game, and then being able to close out this much up here. Huge amount of success. I was really hoping to see them close out the chicken dinner as well, but it's so hard to come off that very top and then come down and continue that domination because you don't really have your foot on the ground, you don't have all the information. It's so hard to shoot straight down.
However, they did enough though to get more points. They're going to go right up the top of the board. Would it have helped, I'm curious, if they had come down earlier, or would that potentially have not allowed him to clock up the kills?
I mean, we got to look at the fact that, you know, there's multiple ways of picking up points in PUBG, and the fact that they get 13 kills, a 4th place to go along with it, that is a very, very solid margin that they will absolutely take off the back of a win in the previous game as well. So in the 2 games that we've just seen, just to wrap up the final day on Erangel, that is a whole bunch of points that was taken away from a lot of other teams, and that is a very, very big thing when it comes to the overall standings. That's a third of the tournament, the grand finals, done, over and done with, and Ascend in just 2 games have really separated themselves from a lot of the pack.
And we've seen how close it's been for some of these teams. So for Ascend to get those points early on, it allows them a little bit of a cushion moving into tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. And obviously hoping to them for them to be able to kind of continue to build on this foundation and momentum that they had in these 2 games. You're going to be super elated to see what, like with inside the team, Kovo is screaming in there, and he's just super sad that he didn't pick Brexco as one of his fantasy picks.
Did he not?
No, he went Kilyakai because, you know, he's the smart, brainy guy that he knows what he's talking about his own team.
It's a little bit of a sarcastic dig there, but there we
sarcastic.
go. Slightly. Okay, Howl.
Yes.
Every single... I don't like puns. What is this thing?
Great.
Okay. How every single game, top 4 finish. This is insane.
Yeah. It's unprecedented performance for what we've seen from them. It's honestly, it's we gotta say here. Normally, when the Woo wins a game, I go, woo! They only had 3 games. They only have three kills in this game, so I go, woo.
Yeah.
This is a small one.
They got the chicken dinner. I feel a bit unfair that we haven't really focused on that chicken dinner, but I just really think that between Ascend and Howl, these are 2 teams that I would not have put on the list to be in first and second position in the overall standings, which we'll see in a bit. And I do believe that they are now currently sitting in first and second in the overall standings.
Yeah, it's pretty undeniable to say that at the very least Howl so far today has been far ahead of the lobby, completely dominating. Top 4 every game is insane margins. The fact that we can even consider that a team is picking up 14 points per game and it's not Na'Vi, it's not Twisted Minds, was kind of outlandish to even think coming into this weekend. But the fact that it's Howl as well, it's just so impressive.
If you would have told me that Na'Vi, BBL, and Foot would be in the bottom 8 when we started today, I was going to be like, no, you're drunk. But here we're sitting, and we have teams that we didn't expect to be performing at this level here at the very top. Howl has more than twice the amount of points than a team that just won the last game in 4th place. That is just insane. It's mind-blowing.
They are averaging more than 6 placement points a game. That's better than 2nd place on average. That is
That's
insane.
crazy. It's honestly crazy.
I mean, when you take a look, day number 1's done. We got 2 more days. When you take a look, sort of from 3rd downwards, we have it's nice and close. It's a tight one that the teams still have space to compete. But I feel like where Howl is sitting now, if they can continue to finish in the top 6, top 7 even for the rest of the event, they'll be able to keep that. Maybe not a top spot, but definitely stay in the top 3, which is scary when you think about it, considering it's Howl and Na'Vi is sitting in last place.
Yeah,
100%. I've just got to say, I put a mark in my notes next to Howl, a team that's definitely capable of troubling, if not dislodging, some teams from the top 8. And if that doesn't speak to how much they've overperformed compared to the expectations, and maybe that's on us for setting our expectations a little too low when it comes to a team like Howl, who did dominate in the lower bracket. Obviously, we put a little bit less onus on the lower bracket as compared to the upper bracket, but it's really translated extremely well.
Other teams that have impressed you? We can talk about Howl and Ascend all day, but has anyone else, the usual suspects? For me, I feel like the usual suspects haven't really delivered.
The big thing here and the big talking points is all the teams that have disappointed us. Foot has performed to kind of the average that we expect them to do, to frag out, but we haven't seen them
in the
have
final game.
Yeah, 100%. To frag out in the final game, that's what we're expecting from them. Also had some good kills in the Miramar games, but still don't have these big placement games and high average on the placement games, and also combining that with the kills. So they're going to be in the middle pack. And our middle pack in general is just huge. If you're sitting in 10th place right now with one good game, you're straight into the top 5. It's still super close because Howl has been sponging up that many points.
Let's not beat around the bush. FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
DA.
Yeah.
Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Foot Esports.
Question mark.
Question mark.
Yeah.
I want to put PBL in there, but I kind of didn't expect them to perform, so I'm just going to say that.
Right,
but
okay.
Those are teams that, where are they? What have they done today? Why are they not there? And I'm saying this because I feel like these are teams that fans expect. They're in people's fantasy picks. What is going on that we're looking, and it's Ascend, and it's Howl, and it's Ding?
I think in the final game in particular, you could see that even the teams themselves were starting to get very frustrated. You saw very early on, DA taking a aggressive send crash into Na'Vi's compound that really ended up costing both teams very heavily. Foot making a play onto full tilt in the middle of the Gatka fields, which was 3 kilometers away from the zone. But they were chasing the kills, and that's kind of paid off for them this game, to be fair. It did go under the radar a little bit that they picked up 12 kills overall in that matchup, even if they went out in 13th. So that has given them a baseline to put them in the conversation of, okay, one good game, and we're back up where we belong in the top 5 in their minds as well. So they've made some progress, but for a lot of the others, it is very, very rough to come back from this position. Even teams like Question Mark, who have been playing the style that has worked for them so consistently, playing around the edge, lurking, it's just not worked out when you've got teams like Woo, who are able to pick them off quite consistently on the fights at the edge, just coming out ahead.
Avenger, FaZe, Foot, Na'Vi, Question mark.
Apparently, day 2 teams, all of them.
I'll put BBL in here. These are very experienced players.
Yeah, but it's also new rosters.
New rosters, but all of these players are experienced. And the thing about experience is you learn to bounce back. Is that the fear that needs to be sitting in the minds of Hal and Dink? Because the truth is, we all know that those players have been in these positions before. They're very good at the mental game, whereas the newer teams, possibly a little bit excitement today, super hyped, a lot of adrenaline, not able to bring it back for tomorrow?
No matter what the teams needs to do once the games are done is sit, go in, look at the games, talk about the immediate important stuff, comms, like mistakes that are made now that they're fresh in memory, and then tomorrow before the games, you're going to have to look at what did we do wrong, and what did all the good teams that did well do well, so they can either counter it or crash two splits. All these things here, there's just not that many things that you can point out on how they did that wrong, but there's also a lot of things that went their way, like circles going their way, not because it was luck but it's RNG in a way that it kind of rolled. And it's like when you're taking a little snowball, rolling it off a hill, it's going to get huge at one point. And the momentum that they're able to roll with throughout the whole day, it just worked through Game 1 to Game 5. And that's why we're seeing them here. 71 points is just insane. And they're super far ahead of almost everyone. I know we're talking about in the very start of the day, it was like, yeah, we know PGS spots for first and second place, but if Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, or Twisted Minds are in, first, second, third, then it's going to push it down. It might be the case that the first and second place might not be any of those teams, unless we see Twisted Minds pull up Twisted Minds, where they come back insane on day 2 and day 3. Like we know they're one of the guys, or one of the teams that are going to be able to put all this information that they've been able to gather from today and watch that through tomorrow, and then apply that to their game tomorrow and Sunday, and they're likely going to be a team that's going to be able to come back stronger. Let's see what the newer teams, the newer rosters, the refreshed rosters, they're going to be doing, because they're going to have a lot of hard work from today going into tomorrow.
If you've been watching, thank you so much. I know that come the end of the day, you like to log off and go play some games, but if you're sticking around, you're a true fan, and we appreciate it. We're actually desperately trying to get someone from HAL to chat to us, because we'd love to hear about the success. But while we wait to get them online, you know what? It's the best part of the game show. We got a little geotagger for you, so take a look at this.
Round number 3 is GeoGuessr. We are moving to Miramar, and we have fancy new software for the grand finals, which is able to measure who is the closest in meters. So there is no ties in this round. If you get the answer correct, you get a point. So straight off the bat, let's begin. Tell me, where is this on the map?
Final answer.
Wow. So just to give you an idea of how close you all were, one of you is 17 meters away from the spot. Someone else is 14, then 13, then 12. Oh, that is insane. But the closest to the point was actually 8C at 12.4 meters. I feel like you've got this game. Let's go. Tell me where exactly this spot is.
Wait.
3, 2, 1, time.
No. That's close.
Yep. Someone was 2.9 meters away from it, and finally we get to put him on the board. Yes! Vard gets a point. Well done, Matt. Savage. There we go. But it worked for you. You got your points, and now we move on to the final spot in GeoGuessr. Tell us where this part of the map is. Okay, time's up. Vard, are you sending anything in? There was someone who was 9.8 meters away from the point. So congrats, Beamy. You get a point because you were the closest.
No, I was just off, bro. No way.
For round number 4, if you get the answer correct, you get 3 points. Now, here we go. It is one question worth 3 points. If you get this correct, you can win whoever you are. So this is the question. The phrase winner, winner, chicken dinner is said to come from when gamblers gambled for money to buy food during the Great Depression. When did the Great Depression end? I need the year.
Good luck, guys.
Time is up. There is, in fact, these are the 3 answers. I see that VOD didn't even try. Okay, for VOD.
Just FF.
The correct year was 1939. None of you got it right. 8C, you are the winner of the game show.
Yeah.
Woo!
Let's go, 8C. That's big. Let's go.
Avenger loves the Let's T-Bone's little Let's Go. There we go. That was fun. Did you know those spots?
Most of them, yeah. The last one with the Rich, that was a rough one. It's crazy that they knew it instantly because you gave them like 5 seconds to answer, right? So I was like, oh, that 2 or 3 of the guys knew that. I love that that 8C thought it was the other church. So he put it like 1,890 meters away from the other one. But the other guys like 2 meters away. We're like, they've seen too many Ansvar spectator situations where he gives us those spots.
I'll tell you that the best part about this is obviously, so one team gets to do Miramar, and then we do another game show where the other team gets to do Erangel, and you'll see that during the course of it. But the other team who did Erangel, when we finished filming, so normally players, they don't enjoy these things. They don't really want to stick around. They want to go play scrims. When we finished, they were like, is it possible, can we do the Miramar ones too, please?
Really?
And we were like, more? So we said, really, do you want, we can't really film that. They were like, no, we just want to play it. And so we played so that they could, it was tons of fun.
Off camera.
Off camera, they wanted to play. So I feel like this should be a game now that we should just introduce to everyone. No more questions and answers. Let's just do geolocator.
Yeah, definitely.
Geolocator is fun. Also with the limited time, like in general, that's just super fun.
Yeah, take that, Toby's Twitter post. We've got something better now.
I wonder where Toby's Twitter idea came from.
Yeah,
it's only been done like 2 or 3 times in the Reddits.
But this is by far the best, and honestly, I'm so surprised that 8C was the one to come out ahead when he was 4,500 meters away on one of the GeoGuessr rounds. But hey, man, it still works.
You only get points for those that guess correct or the closest, right? So
if we're going by Beamy standards, you can parachute that in 2 seconds, so it's fine.
That's true. That is true.
So we are currently just trying to get players, obviously, just get them online. I think some of them needed bathroom breaks, they needed to go get snacks and things, but while we're waiting for them, look at that, most damage.
2 of your players. That is kind of nuts. Okay. Saga has 2 players. First and fourth.
I do worry that this is going to give Saga a bit of a big head.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm more humble than Toby. It's fine. I'm not going to rub it in your face. I'm first place in fantasy again. It's fine.
It's fine. The tone.
That's completely fine. Especially if you have. I mean, Ruin, insane. Did today super well, most damage, everything. So you're obviously going to enjoy that. But Molotov, highest kills in lower bracket, 32 he dropped, so you kind of have to pick him. And also he said, I don't want to pick the same guys that everyone else is picking, right? So you're going for some kind of off picks, and it really paid off today.
Mostly. I do have Code Mark on my team who got me a total of like 3 points. But Ruin is doing a lot of hard carrying. Molodok has picked up a dub as well today. Examples, he's there. Yeah, he's all right. But overall, it's going well, going with some of the underdog picks. That's what I like to do in fantasy. Sometimes it pays off.
Maybe we should do like content during the breaks where you teach people how to choose the perfect fantasy team.
No, because then that's the problem, right? Then everyone's going to pick that. Everyone's going to pick that. He's trying to like think outside of the box.
Avenger,
we'll get Toby,
I'm trying to get us in a position where we can actually get points and be ahead.
Oh,
so if he teaches everyone how to do,
not ours. I know you're still in like 500 and something points. Everyone else is like 600.
Aren't you second last?
No, I'm like 30, 40 points from the other guys. It's fine.
Are you second last?
Probably.
Second last.
It doesn't matter. I'm like 60 points ahead of you.
Second last, though.
10%
we do have an interview coming up, I promise. This is not just us messing around. We're just waiting to get confirmation. So hopefully we'll be able to tell that to you soon. We've come up with new content, so we'll have a fantasy picks, and there we go.
Look at that.
We do, in fact, have an opportunity now to chat to someone on the line. What is up, man? How is it going?
Hi. Yeah, feeling kind of good, I guess.
Kind of good. I must be honest. We didn't know we were going to get a chance to chat to you, and I'm so excited that it's you because I have to ask, what did you have for breakfast this morning that you could pop off like that in the last game?
I had sushi.
Okay.
For breakfast? Okay.
Now we know.
I woke up late, so I just ate sushi.
That understands.
He woke up just before the games, that's why.
Just before the game. There we go. Lots of sleep, eat some sushi. That's the way to do it. Phenomenal performance, and I know that the gents probably have far more serious questions for you, so Avenger.
Yeah, of course. You guys coming in here, you barely qualified in the last game, so I want to ask, how did you kind of apply new strategies? What was your the kind of train of thought, and what did you talk with Kovo about coming into the grand finals? What stuff did you think about changing going into this year?
To be honest, we didn't play as bad as Scobart said last week, or the qualifier. We were kind of like our own enemy.
Right.
We had like really good macro, really good early game, but we didn't get as much points as we should have, because like one single mistake can cost you like the whole game. So I guess we just were fixing like our micro and late game, or trying to fix.
So you ran into quite a lot of trouble during the playoff sections with a particular team in red who like to try and camp you, especially on Miramar. How much of what you've been able to do today, particularly towards the late stages in avoiding the camps from FaZe, comes down to preparation versus what you're doing scouting in the actual server itself?
We were thinking about FaZe might camp us, like especially in Miramar, but on the other side, we were thinking like maybe they just thought they're gonna make it top 8 anyways to finals. Maybe they were just camping for just to kick out us, just kick us, so we do not make it to final.
Right.
I don't know. I don't even know if they tried today to camp us. But I don't think. Type of vote for you, yeah. I didn't expect them to camp us, to be honest.
Brexco, I'm curious, how much of an asset has Kovu been to the team, bringing him in as a coach?
He's annoying. But we are lazy, so...
Great. That's just the answer we were looking for.
Yeah, we are kind of lazy, so it's kind of good to have like Kovu. He's annoying.
In a good way, right?
Yeah, in a good way. He gets us to preg, and
it's basically to whip you guys.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate that answer. I'm going to clip it and send it to him later. So thank you for that, and thank you so much for chatting to us. Well done today on your performance, and hopefully it continues tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
That was the best answer I've ever had to a question. He's annoying. I was like, that's just magic.
But he summed it up perfectly. He said we're lazy. That's your own worst enemy, right? If you don't put in the hours, you need to have somebody to whip you, like a personal trainer or whatever. And if Kovo was like, guys, I signed us up for scrims for the next 14 days in a row. That's annoying.
That's annoying.
If you're lazy, yeah, but it's hard work that has to be done. But I'm super happy for the guys to pop up. Also, congrats to Brexco for doubling double digits. It's rare that you see a performance like that, especially in a grand final like we had it here.
It's really, really impressive. I mean, as we wrap up day number 1, Hal sitting on top by a massive margin, Ascend popping off, and some of your favorites not even arriving to the competition. This was just day 1. We have 2 more days coming. So from myself and everyone at the desk, as well as our casters, thank you so much for watching. Don't go anywhere though. Just go get some snacks. When you come back, North America will be jumping on the stream so you can get even more PUBG action. And we will be back the same time, same place tomorrow, and we'll see you then.
every single point at the end of this is going to matter.
Every point matters.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What? Driving around that angle. Party's already moved down. Worked once last time. Has got to work again. Nade's going out. Doesn't bounce inside the compound, but it's at least going to be scary. And guess what? FFC was what's going on. They're going to come in. Hey, the Grenade King is back. Lands a big one. Now,
this shouldn't take too terribly long. And yep, now Talaj has been taken down by Mime. And this is all academic at this point as Tig pulls up. We'll find one.
Seed swap by Tiggleton. Alo now with the opportunity, but that's 2 members down immediately for SDK. Vegas also down to the knock.
Oh boy, you can see Sonic's turn immediately around too. I thought who it was that they knocked. And Penta now suddenly the last one up. He'll find Mime and maybe try to go and get the flush here, get the point at least, but the seed swap comes through, and there it is. So Tokyo Magican can stay in their compound. They can deal with Elevate, but Yahoo really up against it right now as Luminosity is just choking the life out of them. Trying to push in with throwables. Easy LG win if they can finish these guys off cleanly.
Well, the last time we saw these two teams fight in a somewhat even fight 3-on-3, it was Yahoo coming out on top, but it looks like LG this time are absolutely not going to let that happen. Complete domination on their side of the circle and now pushing it. Look how far they've also pushed out to make sure that Yahoo is taken care of.
But as you said, Snaker's hitting the big shot when it matters.
Yep. And again, just these smokes to deny vision are so difficult to deal with. And now here comes the push. Reload drives in. That's another knock for them onto Gats. And just systematic destruction, man.
Sonics hopping in the vehicles. They're making the sin down, trying to move into a defended position right up next to Snakers. He's just going to crest up. He's going to go down. Mime in the back finds the angle. The other 3 for LG need to make it happen. Tiggleton is going to go down from Rillo. Now LG is starting to find the angles that they need to work with.
Things are kind of falling apart in all the chaos, in all the utility, but the revive can still come up. A great grenade coming out from Flood. Knocks 2. It is all on to H-Win right now.
Can he make another one? Moving forward, grenades are going to flush out. Goes for the spray to 1. The hero effort isn't going to come up. LG 17 kills with a massive game.
안녕하세요. PUBG 배틀그라운드 총괄 PD 장태석입니다. 2017년 PUBG의 첫 출시 후 벌써 6년이 지났습니다. 함께 해주신 플레이어 여러분에게 감사드리고 PUBG를 대표해 6팀의 이야기를 소개합니다.
It's been 6 years. I just wanted to personally thank you for helping make PUBG what it is today. Your insight, your passion, your headshots, they all come together. And we've made a cool game together. And I cannot wait to show you what the next year is going to bring and beyond.
배틀그라운드의 즐거움을 더하기 위해 매달 맵, 피처, 모드 등의 새로운 콘텐츠를 업데이트하고 있습니다. PUBG 모드는 특히 기억이 남네요. 커뮤니티에서는 PUBG는 만우절 모드 개발의 진심이라고 이야기하시는데 저희의 노력을 알아주시니 감사합니다. 앞으로도 새로운 업데이트로 더욱 즐거운 게임을 선보일 예정이며 만우절 이벤트도 기대해주세요.
매년 배틀그라운드 출시 기념일마다 플레이어분들에게 감사의 마음을 전하고자 다양한 이벤트와 보상을 준비하고 있습니다. 작년에는 PUBG 레거시를 살린 노란 트레이닝 슈트를 이벤트 리워드로 선보였으며 이번에는 그 슈트를 미래지향적으로 해석한 스킨을 특별 보급 이벤트로 제공할 예정입니다. 이 이벤트는 6주년 업데이트 기간에만 받을 수 있으니 꼭 참여해보세요.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for playing PUBG Battlegrounds with us over the past 6 years. We want you to know that we always listen to your feedback, discuss it internally, and make every effort to incorporate it into the game. We look forward to creating new experiences together in the future.
익숙하지만 새로운 그리고 다음이 기대되는 순간으로 표현하고 싶습니다. 여러분들에게 익숙한 3등맨을 새로운 방법으로 표현하여 신선함을 더하고 그 안에 6년가의 추억과 감사의 마음을 담아냈습니다. 이 메시지가 여러분에게 꼭 전해졌으면 좋겠습니다.
지난 6년을 돌이켜보면 게임 시장뿐만 아니라 플레이어들의 플레이 성향 등 많은 것이 변화하고 있음을 느낍니다. 우리는 계속해서 PUBG의 오리지널리티와 코어를 유지할 것이며 필요한 것에서는 적극적이고 긍정적인 변화를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. PUBG의 6주년, 앞으로의 6년, 그리고 66년 후도 잘 부탁드립니다. 그때가 되면 게임도 그리고 우리도 좀 더 나이를 먹겠지만 여전히 서바이버로서 치열하게 전쟁을 누비고 있기를 기대해 봅니다.